probably all girls dream of becoming a duchess, the heroine is engaged to Filion, the sole heir of Duke Williot, a luxurious family estate with rich decoration, many admiring glances. In the center of general attention is the young and beautiful Layla. Warm summer 14 years ago, a charming duchess with bright eyes and an open smile. Then, the family of Duke Williot obtained a new title and received the Sword of the Empire, and the heroine was lucky enough to become part of a noble and eminent family clan. Layla sat down at the table and listened to the enthusiastic praise directed at her as if she had really prepared everything. The table would look incredible. In front of the main character were the people dearest to her. Love and immodest care for the girl shone in their eyes. Although Layla came from a poor noble family, the Duke and Duchess Williot took care of her as if she were their own daughter. And they loved her immensely. They always took care of the girl. They made sure she was deliciously fed, so that Layla would not forget to eat healthy food, and necessary ones. They bought the protagonist absolutely everything she wanted. The best things, the best jewels, the best education. These two brilliant people loved the girl like no one else loved. Even their own son became jealous of his parents because of Layla. Duchess Williot begged her beloved daughter to take care of her unfortunate son. They were engaged since birth. The Duchess was an amazing woman, incredibly interesting and cultured, and there was much to learn from Miss Williot. At that time, the Duke's own son, Williot, became seriously interested in fencing and dedicated himself to training. Therefore, although the young people were engaged, they rarely managed to spend time together. However, not everything was entirely bad. Because meeting moments were rare, they became precious. Layla always greeted him joyfully after training. The young people were not kindred spirits, but there were definitely bright feelings and warm between them. Filion worried that he wasn't good enough. The girl teased him, made fun of him, and mocked him. They both loved spending time like this. The main character always supported the young heir and praised him. He would become a worthy duke and continue the family dynasty. The young duke's heir looked displeased and frowned, which greatly amused the girl. Layla, on the contrary, was always radiant, open, kind, and warm. The girl had enough light for all the estate inhabitants. The young man was always sad and dissatisfied. Philem rolled his eyes. Layla smiled broadly and was happy until fate turned its back on the main character and destroyed her happy life. Literally, in an instant, everything around her turned into a nightmare. Layla was sitting at her desk, taking notes, while the elements raged outside the window of the Duke family mansion. The girl was very worried about the estate neighbors and surroundings. There was a storm outside, asking if everything was all right for them. The maid brought hot tea to the young lady and assured her that everyone had everything necessary for such an eventuality. Layla smiled. She couldn't find a place for herself, but since the maid is sure everything is fine, then the girl can relax and trust her words. But then the most terrible words in the main character's life were heard. One of the maids ran horrified to her room and reported that, due to weather conditions, the Duke and Duchess's carriage had crashed. At the same moment, the heir of Duke Williot ran after the servant, and the young man immediately jumped towards Layla. Philem began to comfort the girl and tell her that he was sure his parents managed to escape, that they would definitely return home, that everything would be fine. Nothing could happen to her parents. Williot knows it and feels it for sure. Layla must also believe in them, and that she will see them alive and well again. The protagonist trembled all over, her body weakened, shaking with sobs and cries of despair, but the boy hugged her tightly. The two young people prayed together for the Duke and Duchess to survive this terrible disaster and return home to their children as soon as possible. Layla, more than anything, wanted to hear the dear words from her native guardians that they were home and happy to see their daughter again, but she never heard their soft voices again. The younger Filion inherited all the property of his eminent parents and also received the status of Duke Williot. The young man felt offended by fate and tried to lose himself in his studies. The young Duke poured all his rage into training battles. The pain and despair were felt in every strike and movement of his saber. Someone needed to take charge of all the concerns about the estate, its inhabitants, and the duties of the Duke. In memory of the best parents, Layla took charge of everything. Each of the young people faced their grief in their own way. The young man swung his saber. The girl was buried in papers. Layla and Philem decided to postpone their wedding until better times. And one day, the emperor declared war on another state, and the young Duke went on a military campaign. 6 years have passed since the start of the war declaration, and the terrible event that claimed many lives has finally ended. The maids dressed Layla, combed her hair, and put on her dress. The war was over, which meant the Duke would soon be home. The maids whispered to their mistress that young Phylum must have missed his fiancée terribly because she was so beautiful, like an angel descended from heaven. Layla was very embarrassed to receive the praise directed at her, the airy blue dress. Light makeup, how long it had been since they saw each other. These 6 years were terrible, starting with the death of the Dukes, then there was a pandemic. A poor harvest and a timely famine, but they faced everything. Phylnus had finally returned to his family property, the Williots, and everyone was interested to see how he had changed. The maids reported that it was already possible to leave the mansion and meet the young Duke. Layla was expectant. The main character was very worried. Everything was ready for the Duke's arrival. If they managed to do everything, he would be there any moment. Layla anxiously awaited the appearance of her beloved fiancé, because now their feelings would ignite again. When Phylum returns, she will marry the young landowner. They will marry and fulfill the last wishes of their parents. All the estate inhabitants awaited the return of their Duke. This marked a new stage and great changes for everyone. Layla was radiant. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. She had done a lot for this moment, and now this day has arrived. Horror and wild shock froze on the protagonist's face. What was happening? Her Duke had actually returned from the war. But Phylum did not return alone after 6 years of separation from Layla. The Duke carried a blonde trophy on his horse. How could he dare do this to Layla in front of so many people? They have been together since childhood. They are engaged. Everything inside the girl collapsed. She was sure everything would go back to how it was before, but next to him was another. All the people stood frozen in silent shock. Everyone knew about the engagement of the Duke and Miss Layla. No one expected him to bring another woman here. Long shining blonde curls, a sophisticated figure with a thin waist, porcelain skin, and on top of everything, a bulging belly. This was the second terrible event, and painful in the main character's life. The personal maids watched with horror what was happening. They were incredibly offended by their noble and brilliant mistress. The girl was pregnant. A disgruntled whisper was heard. The gentleman is engaged. How could he bring a girl here? She is pregnant with his child. But what about the lady now? This means Duke Philion and that blonde girl spent the night together behind the fiancé's back. And the young man dragged her here too. What humiliation. One of the maids shouted to the others to stop talking nonsense. The Duke would never do this to Layla. She is dear to him. It's just a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding. This situation only had one subtext and simply shattered the main character's soul. If that white-haired scoundrel became the Duke's mistress and carries his child under her heart, what should the lady herself do then? Attacking the dirty girl and insulting her would be deserved, but the culprit was the Duke himself. How dare he do such a thing to her? Layla has always been noble, understanding, and infinitely kind. She should remain so now, but what should she do? Moreover, the main character has not yet become Philion's wife. Does she even have the right to vote? The heroine is only a fiancée. She is still Lady Tevessa and not Duchess Williot. Layla is not a duchess. She is nobody on this estate, and now, apparently, everything will remain the same. It is unknown what has changed in these 6 years. What a pity that the girl did something wrong. How she offended her childhood friend, and how she deserved this attitude towards herself. Duke Phylum dismounted his noble horse, leaving his pregnant blonde lover in the saddle. Phylum asked why everyone was so quiet, not understanding what caused such a reaction. He had never been smart. The Duke had always been stubborn, spoiled, and absolutely stupid, which is why his parents had high hopes for Layla. Phil brazenly jumped towards the main character, wondering if his childhood friend had forgotten how to speak in 6 years. The poor girl sketched a smile, as she was supposed to do. Not at all, she was just surprised. The young Duke was always jealous of Layla. They always spoke of her with pride. And the young man did not want to master anything, but at the same time craved general admiration and recognition. Phil was not really endowed with outstanding intelligence and did not understand why everyone was so suddenly surprised. Layla still did not understand Phylon's intentions and what was really happening now. Why such an obvious question? The young Duke gallantly extended his hand to his blonde lover to help her dismount her horse. Then Layla's stable boy tenderly took the pregnant lady in his arms. She was probably tired after such a long journey. Fair and delicate skin, large ice-colored eyes, sensual lips, and an angelic face in general. But something was clearly wrong with her. As soon as this lady dismounted her horse, Filion embraced her tightly and confidently, demonstrating his attitude and support with his whole appearance. The servants whispered again, "But how dare the young man insult the poor mistress like this?" She took on all his responsibilities, while he mocked this, pulled him out of the crisis. And here is the gratitude. If it weren't for Layla and her devotion to the Duke of Wiliot, no one would be here right in front of the fiancé. What an idiot. The rumors could no longer be stopped. Of course, Layla and Felan's marriage was for the convenience of their parents, but this does not allow them to neglect and openly humiliate their future wife. The young Duke turned to a surprised maid named Michelle. The girl responded immediately. The Duke turned to his mistress. "She must rest and lie down. The servants will prepare a room for her. Just let her say which one she wants." The girl's name was Cecil. She stretched and mumbled contentedly that she wanted the brightest room on the estate prepared for her. Philem ordered Miss Cecilia to be taken to the room furthest in the east wing. The maid was stunned. The main character was pierced by a painful impulse at what the Duke had just said. Now everyone heard it, or just her. This is the bedroom of Duchess Wiliot, the most secret place in the family mansion. After her death, no one can enter. How can you put a dirty girl in your mother's room? Why contaminate it with such ignorance as he can? The Duke asked if it was my mother's room. It was empty anyway, and Cecil wanted the brightest room in the mansion. The bored young man really didn't understand why nobody, except the Duchess herself, was allowed to enter the Duchess's room. The Duke frowned and objected that his father often stayed there, and so did Layla herself. Layla tried to explain to him that the Duke was the owner of the house, and the girl was just working there. But this is the brightest room on the estate, as Cecil wanted. Impenetrable stupidity. Layla did not back down. There is also enough light and warmth in the other rooms. Let them choose any of them. Filion crossed his arms in front of him. He was not going to listen to the girl's discontent. The rules in the mansion are set by its owner. Maid Michelle was ordered to immediately send maids to the mother's bedroom and arrange everything for Cecil and not let anyone disturb her. Layla bowed her head. She never expected the Duke to do this to her, and he also touched a sore subject. Michelle made a stone face, condemning her master, bowed, and left to fulfill the order. The blonde mistress turned threateningly and smiled sarcastically, looking into Layla's eyes. The stupid Duke paid attention to Layla's face. She was annoyed by something. Something was wrong. Philem asked the angry fiancé why she was suddenly angry. He returned after the war. Such an event. The young lady would really like to vent all her indignation on this scoundrel, but she replied that everything was fine. The Duke looked at her suspiciously, but saw that she was not particularly cheerful. Layla's fiancé just returned from the war with his pregnant mistress, dealt an irreparable blow to her reputation, and installed this girl in a sanctuary. The main character held her head. What was going on? Phil was either so stupid or rotten, or all of the above. The worried maid asked her master if everything was fine for her after this. Layla asked not to worry about her. Everything is fine, they will figure it out and everything will fit together. The poor girl was so prepared for this meeting. She was so happy and amazed, and he brought this scoundrel into the house. Layla got used to being responsible for everything here. She exhaled and told the maid not to think about her and to go prepare her mistress's room. But if the maid notices anything suspicious about this unkind lady, she should report it immediately. Neither her character nor her position allowed Layla to turn a blind eye. The girl was immensely kind, but she also respected herself. Year after year, the heroine covered up for the Duke's stupidity, managed the property, and brought the Wiliot family to prosperity. She dedicated every minute of her time to work in memory of her beloved Duchess and Duke. She paid tribute and infinite love to them. Due to the Duke's arrival, Layla did not have time to finish her accounting. Everyone knew that the heroine decides everything for Philna and greatly respected such a unique lady. Even those who laughed at first now consult with Layla, but the girl will not be forgiven for her mistake. He is not a man. That's why everything has always been impeccable. After carefully preparing the document, it was checked several times to eliminate any errors. Then, a dying thunder rumbled outside the mansion window, like when the carriage with her loving parents crashed. The heroine began to tremble. She could never recover from the events of that terrible day. Layla held her head. She was completely upset and completely forgot about the rainy season in her area. Since the death of Duke and Duchess Wiliot, the girl has been tormented by panic attacks. A storm has become an omen of death for her. Probably Filion has already forgotten about this. All his thoughts are occupied with his insolent mistress. He doesn't care what Layla is like now. This is why Williot let that dirty girl into the Duchess's room. And this is why he mocked her in front of everyone. A worried maid entered the young lady's study and announced that it was time to go down for dinner. Layla became very nervous and apologized. The Duke is now home after a 6-year war. They need to have dinner together. Unfortunately, it was established and accepted in such families. The lady could not argue with that, although she really wanted to. The maid supported the noble lady. Everyone is happy for the Duke's safe return, but Layla is not obliged to make efforts for the sake of this girl. Michelle was the girl's favorite maid. She was always simple and honest. All staff adored Layla and took her side. Servants hurried through the halls. Because the owner of the estate had returned after the war, everything had to be perfect. The family estate of the Duchy of Williot seemed to come alive with his return. The mansion rejoiced with its owner, though empty. Everyone works so hard with such dedication. The lady was proud of them, and the staff did not want to disappoint their beloved lady. A maid passed by the main character with a large food cart and greeted the lady apologetically. Layla froze. What's wrong? Why is the maid carrying a food cart from the hall for the family meals? The young lady said to stop. Dinner had already begun. Where was she taking the food cart? And why? The maid looked at her mistress with guilt. The Duke asked for dinner to be brought to his bedroom. He was too tired. The maid was very worried about the reaction of the already worried Miss Layla. She had already suffered undeservedly today. The main character passed the cart towards the general portrait of the Williot family. I wonder if she is a member of it for Phil. Of course, the Dukes considered her their own daughter. There was no doubt about that, but he did not. Layla worked for more than 10 years for the name and honor of her beloved family, but she remained a stranger to Phil, which means she has no right to demand a family dinner. The rest of the staff looked at their downcast mistress with regret and compassion and understood it too. The Duke might get tired and neglect once more the one thanks to whom he got out, and is still the owner of the estate. However, there is much more food on this cart than for one person. That is, it's not about imaginary tiredness. This means that the young Duke did not want, after a long separation, to spend time at dinner with the one who had been with him since childhood. The bastard also decided to have a private dinner with his mistress, openly neglecting his fiancée. The girl clenched her fists. She went to this dinner only out of respect for Filion, and he treats her like this. The maid called Layla worriedly because her mistress still hadn't eaten. She needed a snack and gain strength, but the protagonist didn't listen to anyone and returned to work, wasting time. A polite and excited man approached the young lady's workplace with documents that needed signing. These are always the Duke's duties, and he himself has already returned to the estate. But the young lady must understand that the Duke cannot handle this. Everyone knew the stupid Duke and his brilliant fiancée very well. Layla announced that from today Phylum would handle the paperwork. The girl was tired of everything and just wanted to spend time for herself and not for anyone else, and take a pleasant warm bath. While the protagonist was talking about how she should proceed in this situation, they called her from the bedroom. Layla returned to her desk and resumed her usual duties and responsibilities. The same man stood by the desk with the documents and asked her to sign them. The man waited humbly. Layla studied the document and said that Duke Williot had already returned, although he was probably frolicking with this girl now instead of familiarizing himself with his obligations. Since Phylum returned, this is now his area of responsibility. From now on, let him handle the paperwork himself. The man worked for the Duke for 30 years and did not think that after his death everything would deteriorate. But Layla elevated this house, and the stupid Duke will not understand a single word here. The young man was not at all surprised by her response. Why was the paperwork brought to her? Layla should do it. The man explained that generally those were his obligations. Phylum said that the girl worked not only during the war and his absence, of course. Because Phil is not capable of anything, the Duke was sure that Layla had arranged everything. He was just looking for a new reason to complain. The mistress unceremoniously interrupted the conversation between the Duke and his subordinate and placed her hand on his. It was extremely vulgar. Cecil intervened in their conversation and placed her hand on the Duke. Something happened when Phylum finished speaking. She was terribly bored. The Duke shamelessly stroked his mistress's cheek, told Cecil not to try too hard, and to go rest. She is pregnant. The insolent Duke ordered the papers to be brought to Layla. She has no time. Have Cecil deal with the documents immediately. Even the servant started trying to reason with the careless Duke. Layla is the Duke's fiancée. These are not her duties at all. She simply helped out of her kindness. The arrogant and ignorant Duke simply shut the door in the man's face. He wants to rest. Why are they interfering with him? Cecile chirped playfully that apparently she and Layla are very close, since they communicate without titles. Apparently she is dear to the Duke. Philem replied that this is so, that they have been together since childhood. The mistress objected. Such familiarity is not allowed. After all, she is just the daughter of a count. Since Phil was incapable of doing anything by himself, even his mistress easily manipulated him. In the eyes of the nobility, Layla is still the count's daughter, even though she is a fiancée. Cecile slyly added that it would be much better and more correct if the fiancé addressed Phil formally. The vile mistress hit where it hurt most. If the Duke continues to encourage it, the servants will soon start looking down on him. And all because of her, because of this insolent fiancé. Why did the Duke choose her? There are so many worthy people around. The poor man timidly returned to his mistress with an order from his idiotic Duke and handed her the papers. Layla sighed. She expected nothing else. She sympathized with the situation and the man's situation. The fact that the Duke cannot independently carry out the matters he is obliged to does not relieve him of responsibility. Layla is not part of his family and will not do it for him forever. The main character needed to bring up this topic in a conversation with him. He couldn't evade his obligations forever. Moreover, it would be appropriate to bring up the topic of the vile mistress and indicate what her presence means to everyone. It was hard and painful for Layla, but she endured. She always endured for the sake of her deceased parents and did her job. A man who sympathized with her asked guiltily how his mistress was feeling now. But the heroine gave no sign that everything was fine. But everything was worse than ever, everything she had been prepared for since childhood. What the Duchess had prayed for shattered in an instant. The girl's hands trembled. She handed the documents to the man and asked him to give her a break so as not to show it. And she told the employee to rest well. There is a lot of work ahead. It is the rainy season. There is a lot to do. In addition to the treacherous blow, thunder also roared outside the window. The girl did not know what to do with herself. Everything burned inside. The protagonist was truly scared for her future, for the future of the estate. She is afraid of letting down her beloved mother, even if she isn't hers, and even this cursed thunder, which always ends in uncontrollable panic for her. The girl clutched her head with her hands in an attempt to calm her mind and soul. It's okay, it's just thunder. The storm will pass very soon and nothing terrible will happen, but those who should not calm down. Salty tears ran down the girl's cheeks. She was unbearably scared and sick. There was no one nearby. Knowing her master's terrible trauma often, Michelle brought her hot tea and cookies and helped her fight a panic attack. The personal maid assured her that she would never leave her mistress or abandon her, no matter what happened. These words had a healing effect on the protagonist. Michelle always supported her and did not allow her to weaken. And now Michelle is forced to serve her vile mistress instead of being where she really matters. Outside the window, the weather had been waiting for a long time. A strong wind picked up and entered through all the windows. The storm thundered louder and louder, and 200 times, 210 terrible times. The blonde scoundrel clearly feigned a scared look. Her mistress is so afraid of thunder. The stupid Duke was delighted. Cecile is so sweet and naive. It's close that she is afraid of nothing. Since the mother of her unborn child is so scared, then nothing can be done. The Duke will have to spend the night with her today. Michelle suppressed her nauseous reflex and, with gritted teeth, remembered that her presence was still here. The Duke turned to her in surprise. The maid had really been here the whole time. Michelle asked to leave. The maid was quickly approaching the exit of the scoundrel's bedroom. How mean! The Duke is simply a scoundrel. Michelle had already reached the door and took the handle to finally leave these two monsters. But then her vile mistress called her with a feigned, squeaky voice and told her to stay. The blonde trash squeaked that her back and legs hurt terribly. Apparently due to the long journey, the Duke suggested calling a doctor. Cecile showed predatory teeth. There is no need to bother the doctor. It would be much better to give her a massage. Michelle looked at the scoundrel with disdain. He doesn't know how to give a massage, and it's better to go to the mistress. There are other servants. The Duke placed his hand on his mistress's stomach, and with an icy voice, ordered the maid not to decide for him. Let Cecile do the massage, because she suddenly decided that she had the right to contradict the orders of her Duke. Meanwhile, the main character was agonizing in her bedroom, and no one came to the girl's aid. and the Duke drank wine in an armchair and with an intellect-free face, watched the storm. He was home. The young, exhausted lady stood in front of the mirror and smelled the red roses. A man's voice called her from behind. Behind her, at the door of the girl's bedroom, stood the Duke with some kind of envelope in his hands, apparently bringing other correspondence. Phylum handed the white envelope to his fiancée and told her there was something urgent inside, that Layla should take a look. Layla replied coldly that she would be late. Inside was an invitation to a banquet in honor of the new emperor's coronation. The festivity would take place in a month. Layla took the letter in her hands. Indeed, there was a royal seal on the envelope. There was very little time left before the banquet. The journey to the capital takes 4 days. There are 3 weeks left to prepare the dress. It is necessary to contact the tailor and order the suit, shoes, and jewelry. How long will Filion stay in the capital? If the Duke plans to do everything on time, preparations must begin today. There is a lot to do. Prepare the appropriate carriage and be sure to buy good gifts. The Duke unceremoniously interrupted his fiancée's words. From that moment on, she addresses him by his title. Nothing more. Why suddenly, before this sullen turkey was well, he was her fiancé, and not so advanced in his childhood ate sand in front of her. And she should call him Duke. Well, if they appear in secular society, if Layla suddenly gets too familiar, everyone will laugh at him. The girl really wants to disgrace him as always. All her life she already feels that she is worse than others, and it doesn't matter that it's her fault. He needs respect from others because he is a duke. The protagonist furiously clenched her fist with the letter. Everything is clear, the blonde trash has done its job, what a fool he is. Layla exhaled as the great Duke wished. From now on, she would address him formally. The young Duke frowned contentedly. He should have done it immediately. He is the Duke here, but Layla is not. Don't even think about arguing with him. But then Phylum must address her as Lady Tevisa. Phylum crossed his arms in front of him with displeasure. He did not expect this rule to apply to him, so be it. It is also necessary to call a tailor so that the master can sew the appropriate dress for this event. It's a reception with the emperor. Then a dress must be chosen for Cecil too. The girl did not hear now that the Duke had just screamed. Layla could barely contain her nobility. Cecil will go with the Duke to the capital. Phil will show her everything here. After all, here on his family estate, the lady will be completely bored without her master. Layla said dryly, let her do as she pleases. The Duke also expects Layla's dresses to suit his mistress, because she is his guest, and they need to take care of her, whose guest. Let her not pretend that she still considers the main character the mistress of this estate. Layla struggled between what her deceased parents had instilled in her since childhood, and what really awaited her. Of course, Phil considers her his mistress, because she is his future wife, so what is surprising? The lady clenched her fists, and this idiot has the audacity and ignorance to ask not to give his mistress dresses. That's why Layla is angry. The Duke knew she was dissatisfied, although she is always dissatisfied with something. Yes, that night with Cecil, his mistress couldn't control herself. She got pregnant, but that's no reason to abandon his own child. The girl has nothing to worry about. As soon as Cecil gives birth to his heir, the Duke will immediately kick her off the property. This means that this reptile's daughter will be added to the family tree, even though Layla will become the Duke's legal wife. Her own father said the same about the protagonist, and that's how she became Lady Tevisa. Layla, with a sharp movement, pushed the Duke's hands away from her. So be it, the main character understood everything. But then Filion must try to understand what she is diligently trying to convey to him. The Duke did not understand at all why his fiancée suddenly pulled her hands away, which was not surprising. If Filion really wants to continue marrying Lady Tevisa, then he shouldn't even ask to take care of his mistress. Meanwhile, on the estate of the Williot family, the working staff whispered loudly. The lady was not herself. They distanced themselves completely from the Duke. They used to be very friendly, but now they address each other by title. The servants wanted to help the lady, but they can do nothing, and it is the lady's fault. This scoundrel is very arrogant and ignorant, and does not consider himself a mistress at all, but rather aspires to the Duchess's place. And what will happen if this vile girl gives birth to a child? Then she can become a duchess, and Miss Layla will simply be kicked out. Then the servants noticed their beloved mistress behind them, who had no face, and immediately apologized to her. The servants bowed apologetically. They did not want to offend their beloved mistress. Layla loved all the local residents and was always kind, generous to them, and communicated as equals. They are right about everything. They have nothing to apologize for. The staff tried to calm their mistress, but Layla listened to no one and did not want to. She understood everything perfectly. It's okay, Layla never depended on other people's opinions and did not seek general recognition. She will survive these rumors. Who cares what they say? Lady Tevessa is still marrying Duke Bill not for love, but to escape her own home. Of course, it is unbearably painful to watch Layla's future husband make love to the brat. But at home, it is much worse. But if the mistress keeps her distance and does not cross the line, then the mistress won't care. There she was, the blonde thrown around like trash in a pink dress. Cecile immediately put on a fake smile and greeted them. The appearance of a mistress could cloud a man's conscience. She was charming and sweet, but inside there was an obvious rot. The lady touched her stomach, as if by chance, bumping the future duchess on the nose. The belly is already quite big, maybe Miss Layla wants to touch it. She won't mind at all if I touch it. Layla clearly saw this trash and was not carried away by her provocations, politely refusing such a wonderful offer. Cecile apologized for not showing up the last time they met. This must be fixed urgently. One would think that Layla would be interested in this. The bastard bowed. Her name is Cecile Elliott. She was sure this impressed Layla, but she didn't care. Elliott means that this family ruled the Muley's empire, which their kingdom had just conquered. The mistress used to be a princess, but her country fell along with her title, and now she is a commoner. And an ordinary mistress. Layla presented herself calmly and uniformly before Lady Tebessa. It would be best if she left. They shouldn't talk much. But the vile blonde trash called the noble girl, Miss, determinedly and sarcastically. There will be many more problems with your mistress. She is really focused on gaining status. This brat lost her status after the war, and simply must address Layla with the title of lady. Not miss, since she is nobody. Even the servants did not consider the mistress someone to respect, and they shouted in the castle that for her, in general, his mistress was a lady, not a miss. But Michelle did not give up. All the local neighbors were already fed up with this vile girl. She was no longer a princess, but a commoner. Layla took the hit and bowed. Michelle is very simple. Don't let the scoundrel get offended by her. In general, let Cecil go back to her bed. It's time for the lady to return to work. Cecil was boiling. She wanted to be addressed with respect and called by her name. Layla and her personal maid looked disdainfully over their shoulders and started walking away down the hall. Since the main character is already tired of this brat, only a real idiot would bring something like this to his property. The maid started to worry. Her hands were trembling because the main character received a letter from her home from Countess Tebessa. The countess hated Layla since birth, always treated her cruelly and called her a nullity. And the heroine always apologized to the bitter mistress because they always accused her of doing everything wrong and, in general, of being a degenerate who should not have existed. Layla always felt like that scared girl when it came to the countess. The main character took the unfortunate letter in her hands. The countess wondered how Lady Layla was. Since the countess is worried and hasn't heard anything about her stepdaughter for a long time, she will visit the Williott estate tomorrow. But this soulless creature was not enough for a full series. The countess was definitely plotting something. This woman would never come like this. She comes here with some intentions and definitely not good ones. The protagonist announced to her personal maid that Countess Tevessa would arrive tomorrow. Layla asked them not to worry. The countess would visit them for a short time. Michelle always hated her visits. A worried maid rushed into the bedroom of Lady Layla, the main character, and her faithful maid immediately turned to look at her. The maid nervously reported that the girl who had arrived with the Duke had fainted. The best doctor was immediately sent to this lady, and the Duke also immediately went to her bedroom. If Fillion is already there, then the heroine does not need to go there and sympathize. The girl thanked the maid for telling her. The main character began to suspect that the scoundrel was faking his fortune to draw attention to his insignificant person. Then the enraged Duke suddenly and noisily burst into the bedroom and shouted Layla's name. Layla was surprised by such an emotional visit, but the enigma in her head began to take shape. Philem was beside himself with anger. The girl had never seen him like this before, that Layla dared to say something to Cecile, even if she doesn't try to pretend that she doesn't understand what he is talking about. Layla definitely said something to Cecile. If the young lady did not say or do any of that, then why did his mistress faint after their conversation? What is he talking about the lying reptile? Layla didn't say a word to him. That's not his habit. Cecile is still unconscious. but her doctor reported that her fainting was the result of shock. And the maids saw both of them in the hallway. They heard that a conversation started between Layla and Cecil. And the narrow-minded, of course, thought that Lady Layla, who had always distinguished herself by her nobility and honor, had offended the pregnant lady. Layla merely greeted the false bastard. A greeting was never considered impolite. Then the Duke fiercely grabbed the poor girl with his good hands and squeezed her hands painfully. If anything happens to the child his mistress is carrying, the Duke will never forgive Layla. From now on, let the girl watch her language and be more careful in her statements. Otherwise, Phil will not know what he will do to the main character. After which, the Duke looked at his future wife with contempt and freed her from his grip. The Duke silently, and with deadly coldness, left his fiancée's bedroom. For the sake of this scoundrel, he was ready to kill Layla, without a second's doubt that she was guilty. The protagonist was terrified. She clutched her shoulders, which burned from this idiot's hands. Layla collapsed exhausted on the floor. What is happening? Everything is falling apart. She tried so hard to pay homage to the Williot family line, and what in the end? Now, the girl has finally understood the true attitude towards herself and towards this lie. The Duke's feelings for his mistress are much deeper than he lets on. The Duchess of Williot could be the lying brat from the street instead of Layla herself. And her engagement to the Duke could be the end of her marriage. Everything the heroine protected and held in her heart with great fear was cut short. What should she do? The maid entered the room and reported that her mistress had regained consciousness. Layla was not interested in this, and Countess Tevessa has arrived at the family estate. She is already waiting for the young lady for a personal meeting. The protagonist sighed resignedly and closed her book, not even having time to rest. Over the course of the Willett family mansion, the figure of the named mother Layla already loomed threateningly. It's time to start the public performance and put on a wider smile. Lady Layla is immensely happy to meet Countess Tevessa. The young lady's stepmother did the same. The Countess said coldly that she was glad to see Layla in good health. The heroine replied that everything was indeed wonderful with her, thanks to the fact that the Countess was so worried about her. But this was unnecessary. Countess Tevessa had just entered someone else's estate, but she was already behaving inappropriately here, in a domestic manner, and ordered them to follow her to the living room. The guest needed to discuss something with her stepdaughter, so it was better to ask the maids to leave. Layla rolled her eyes and told the girls to leave them alone, of course. The maids then left the room with relief. The Countess assessed the young fiancé with an air of a true connoisseur. Although Layla was tormented by her past, she was no longer small and had become strong. The heroine looked into her stepmother's eyes without a shadow of fear. Even with some defiance, the Countess noticed that the girl was simply beautiful. Then the venomous stepmother sarcastically asked if the girl knew why she had come to her. Layla banged the table with her hand. The heroine now has many really important things to do. Let the Countess stop talking empty talk and get down to business. Countess Tevessa took a sip of tea from her cup, and the girl was still so brazen and reckless as in childhood. So, did the stepmother come on business? Or is there no one else on the Count's estate to pour poison on? What did her mother forget here that Layla won't soak? The gazes of the two interlocutors met. Layla has matured a lot. She will no longer allow herself to be offended. Layla calmly took a sip of tea from her cup and asked the Countess to serve her quickly. She didn't feel well. The Countess could not stand her stepdaughter's confident answers. When she told her to behave like a duchess, she didn't mean that you could communicate with her like that. The Countess pointed sarcastically, with a thin, wrinkled finger at the girl. Don't be arrogant, she is still Tevessa. The stepmother hit the nail on the head. Layla has not yet married the Duke and is still a nobody. Why did the Countess finally come to mock the existing reality? Or is she not tolerated on the estate? The Countess gritted her teeth. Indeed, she had heard very interesting and charming rumors. So she decided to visit her in person. The dear and affectionate stepmother knows that the Duke returned from the war not alone, but with his mistress. What a vile rat tells her stepmother everything on the Tevessa estate. And she also knows that this scoundrel is also the princess of the losing state. But all this is completely irrelevant now. Why the hell did this brat get pregnant before the fiancé if her stepmother didn't teach her? The Duchess smiled predatorily and placed the bottles on the table. She had warned Layla about everything. Knowing the Countess's inhumanity, the girl was horrified. This mixture helps to alleviate the course of the pregnancy. Then Countess Tevessa took out a second bottle from a leather bag, but it was already blue glass. Layla felt uncomfortable. The woman placed the blue vial next to the red one. The second medicine will help get rid of the child. Only one drop is enough. The protagonist immediately jumped up from the table. She is not going to listen to this baseness. Let her get out. Let the girl recover immediately, and finally start thinking about what she thinks will happen to her when this trash gives birth to a son for the Duke. Most likely, there will be no more wedding with the Duke. But even if she is named Duchess, it will only be a formality. And at her age, it is already too late to look for suitors in case of annulment. It will be possible for Layla to miss her home and want to return to her warm family circle. The Countess placed her hand on the main character's hand because the stepmother is worried about her. Layla was bewildered. She no longer has the right to touch her. Let her escape and pretend she heard nothing. Because the guest still has nothing more to tell her stepdaughter, if she is not stupid, she will do everything right. The woman will not take these 2 bottles and will take them for Layla to decide how her future will be. The main protagonist looked with horror in her eyes at these 2 gifts from her stepmother. What else did she expect from this witch? Of course, Layla hated Cecil. She really was disgusting and rotten, but the Duke is no less guilty. But this is no reason to kill, especially an innocent child. This idiot with the title is to blame for everything, and it is because of him that she can lose her future. Then a maid knocked on the girl's room and asked if Layla could come in. She immediately wiped away her tears. Of course, the protagonist is always happy with her. Michelle, the girl cheerfully announced that the tailor had already arrived and was waiting. Well, finally, the girl only needs a distraction. She is going to the capital in 2 days. She needs to finish her preparations as soon as possible. And the jeweler and the shoemaker. These craftsmen also received an urgent order request and promised to arrive today too at the estate. Layla told me to hurry up, so I have time to try everything on together with the dress. I need to get distracted and deal with pleasant troubles. Layla was already heading to the living room, where new designs of beautiful haute couture seasonal dresses awaited her. Layla hastily styled her hair and fixed her face, getting rid of the old remnants of sadness. The heroine asked to call the Duke for a fitting. Michelle hesitated and replied that Philem was already there. Well, what is Philem doing there? Layla looked at her personal assistant in surprise. Michelle barely said that her fiancé was teaching his mistress how to greet guests. Therefore, the Duke is now in the living room with his mistress. Cecil is familiarizing herself with the rules of this house. Receiving guests is the responsibility of the estate's mistress. This idiot decided to let his mistress meet the nobility. The tailor thought that in front of him was the future wife of the Duke, since he was teaching her the rules for receiving guests. Mistresses were never allowed to do this before. What this idiot is doing, he doesn't understand anything at all and creates new orders. The nobility will be furious. Layla felt nauseous. What is this? She is nobody, but the main character is not yet a duchess. Layla only behaves like a duchess with Filian's permission, so she is almost on equal footing with this scoundrel. Michelle was incredibly worried about her mistress and perfectly understood her feelings. Everyone in this house understood and took her side. Even if the lady only orders Michelle, the maid will immediately throw this brat out of the Williot family estate. Layla took a couple of deep breaths and exhaled. There is no need to do anything. This is the Duke's decision. He should answer for it. The heroine had no other choice. She needed to appear in the living room if she left this doll on the street. She would simply disgrace herself. And here is the culprit for this whole cataclysm. An idiot about whom the surroundings are already creating a legend, but who doesn't even want to think for a moment about the consequences of his unhealthy decisions. Duke Williot turned to his fiancée with disdain. She saved his position, all his fortune and properties. Without her, he would have become a ruined drunkard. And this peanut-sized brain is not even capable of evaluating and analyzing what Layla did. The Duke greeted Lady Tevessa. They were already waiting for her with the tailor. The designer immediately realized the serious mistake he had made regarding that white-haired fraud. Layla couldn't say she was happy to meet the Duke and his mistress, but she needed to choose a dress. The tailor was embarrassed because from the Duke's attitude, he was sure that Lady Tebessa was that pot-bellied lady. Therefore, the master confidently showed the dress to this lady. The Duke didn't even stop him. The scoundrel was already manhandling Layla's dress with all his might. The insolent brat again humiliatingly called Layla miss and told her to hurry towards her. There was such a beautiful dress hanging here. Here the protagonist became furious without even paying attention to the provocation that this dirty trash had put on herself. The bold girl smiled contentedly in a beautiful green dress with expensive trim, rhinestones and lace. This creature is wearing that same dress now, but how dare she? It's a gift for Lady Layla, and not just from a suitor, but also the last gift from her beloved mother. Duchess Williet prematurely gifted a maternity dress to her beloved daughter. The affectionate Duchess really wanted to look at her beautiful girl in this dress, because someday she herself would become a mother. The Duchess put her heart and soul into this dress, because she wanted Layla to be the most beautiful mother in the world. The mother carefully stroked the heroine's head. She would really like to see her grandchildren. Layla's daughter will definitely be a beauty. How dare this dirty pig wear a dress that Duchess Layla herself gifted to her? She loves it more than anything else in the world. The bastard started thinking of an answer and mumbled something inaudible. She was starting to resemble his 1-year-old mistress. The Duke covered this reptile with himself. Why did the heroine shout so much? In fact, he himself ordered her to wear this dress. Well, that insolent fool dared to take something from Layla's things without her permission. It means it is entirely her fault. It's just a dress. Why is the girl shouting so much? Just think. Well, Cecil is blaspheming against her green dress. What is the worst thing that will happen to her? Layla is not pregnant at all. She doesn't need this dress at all. It is better for this to bring benefits than to lie around in an unknown place. What do you mean, he is lying around in an unknown place? This dress is a memento from her own mother. It was carefully stored in a secret place. Stop, the Duke couldn't know where this thing so dear to the main character was kept. How did Filion find it? Let him tell you. Of course, the Duke immediately fell silent. He had no idea where the dress was. The scoundrel dared to rummage through Layla's things while she was absent. The Duke ordered the farce to stop. Cecil needs to put something on to receive guests, but she has nothing to wear. If Layla had ordered dresses for her, there would have been no problem. The young Duke understands that he speaks the words out loud, and everyone hears him. His mistress receives guests and steals the fiancé's dresses, and Layla herself is to blame for everything. The idiot doesn't understand anything at all. The completely fake lady shed tears. She felt so sad and offended that Cecil didn't want anyone to fight for her at all. Then the second act of the heartbreaking drama began. Cecil is immensely regretful. She collapsed on the floor. This wouldn't have happened if she had taken her things. A cheap, weak, and tasteless performance by a street actress, but enough for the Duke. Deprived of reason to fall in love with her, the Duke assured that the charming Cecil had nothing to apologize for. It was all his fiancé's fault, and she also shouted. Cecil buried herself in the ducal jacket, faking sobs. His mistress is nothing but trouble, don't let her talk nonsense. Filion shouted at the servants to stop standing around separately and run to bring hot tea and towels for his mistress. This scoundrel, although here is someone else's low-grade mistress, who became pregnant by the Duke. She is pushing her line, you must be careful with her. And this false and unpleasant parasite might take her place, which the Duke's parents prepared for her since birth. But Philem behaves here as if Layla, a stranger on his family estate, was the one who gave him everything, and he decided to leave. The next morning, on the street, 2 young maids were hanging clean laundry and talking about the Duke's mistress, and about the fact that the Duchess hadn't gifted a single dress to this brat. This is what the scoundrel should do. The maid would have done the same. Even if the Duke hadn't broken the engagement between the aristocrats, it is customary to have a wife and a mistress. Among the fresh snow-white sheets appeared the main character who had to listen to this every day. Michelle walked behind her mistress. She was angry. They are vile gossips. The maid was ready to strangle them, but Layla kindly laughed at Michelle. There was no need to punish them. It was her fault. She was not ready to raise anything in public. Now the lady is more concerned about the trip to the capital. Michelle would never allow her to be treated like that. Layla could just run away in the end. Everything has gone too far. There is an ambush everywhere. Nobody will help her. She needs to swim to shore herself. A week ago, a general assembly of the Williet Duchy was held, where Layla announced that she was going to transfer responsibilities to the legitimate Duke. But Philon is not at all capable of dealing with this, even though he has already returned from the war. And he has the title. He is the last one fit for this position, and everyone understands it. Everyone gathered here is right. But in a week, the Duke and Layla will have a reception with the Emperor himself. Therefore, Lady Tevessa will hand over all matters to the heir a little later, after the palace ball. Layla entrusted her subordinates to help Phil learn. They handed over the carriage, and the time came for Eeyore to go to the capital. And here comes Lady Tevessa, and again everyone waits only for her. The pompous turkey stood next to his mistress. The protagonist, with a stony face, walked to her carriage without reacting to the Duke's attacks. Cecil is not feeling well. The journey will be long, so Phylin will travel in the carriage with her. Layla proudly boarded her carriage. She doesn't care what kind of pets the Duke entertains himself with. As he pleases. Miss Tevessa boarded her carriage. It would be even better if these two traveled separately from her. Then the girl won't have to watch the underdeveloped heir's kisses. And the lying scoundrel. Because for now, for the girl, such manifestations of attention and feelings from Phylum were painful. The time on the road passed quite quickly. The coachman stopped the carriage, and here it is, the beautiful capital of the empire. Michelle opened the door of her mistress's carriage. The road to the capital turned out to be much more dangerous than she expected. The road was certainly difficult. The young lady was very tired. She was dizzy. Layla needed to rest. The personal maid looked inside her lady's carriage. Why was Lady Tebessa alone? Where was her fiancé? Immediately, there was a whisper among the servants about whether Layla and the Duke were really at odds in their relationship. And what about her engagement? Duke Williot arrived in a different carriage and with a different lady. How to understand this? But what about his fiancé? Well, the epic of shock and general discontent has begun. This idiot thinks about nothing. He is already considered the most insignificant landowner. Filion and his mistress also drove to the new house. The Duke helped the brat out of the carriage. Everywhere, exclamations were heard that the Duke had brought his mistress to the capital. An unheard of shame. How tired the lady is of all this already. Let her personal maid take Layla to her quarters as soon as possible. A huge and majestic estate with beautiful columns and a well-kept beautiful garden. One of the maids prepared a room for the young mistress and invited her in. The bedroom was bright and spacious. Layla approached the spacious window in horror, because in the capitals it rains, and there are often storms. The protagonist asked the maid to find her a room without windows, since with such a beautiful view of the natural phenomenon, it would be very difficult for her. The maid opened her eyes, but only service personnel, not ladies, can enter rooms without windows. Then the one with the smaller window will do. The maid led her mistress to a new bedroom. This room had the smallest window, but it was at the end of the corridor, so it was a bit gloomy. The maid timidly asked if this bedroom was too small for her noble mistress. But the protagonist was happy with everything in this room here. It would be much quieter than in the first bedroom. In that case, the personnel will be ordered to move all of Lady Tevessa's belongings to this room. Then the Duke appeared behind Layla with his maid, which the girl had forgot. His room was on the other side, and for a reason. Lady Tevessa likes this bedroom much more than the previous one, which this time does not suit the Duke. Phyllis was sure that this room change was due to the fact that Layla decided to move closer to Cecil. It even sounds idiotic. Lady Tevessa, in his opinion, tirelessly thinks about changing material for her pleasure. It's not the first and won't be the last. The scoundrel unceremoniously put his hand on the Duke. That Filion shouldn't get so angry, and that she could move to his room. In truth, the mistress is still afraid to stay in unfamiliar places. And besides, the arrogant brat likes to spend all her time with the handsome Duke. All right, so be it. The lady pressed against Falna. The Duke looked at Layla disapprovingly. What a fool. Once again, the poor heroine was sprayed with water for no reason, but the real reptile was surrounded by care. And love. Michelle looked anxiously at her mistress. Layla was getting bored. She could go for a walk in the capital. The maid happily agreed to accompany the main character. This is true blood. Her lady always kept her composure, no matter how difficult it was for her. The capital warmly welcomed its newcomers with sun rays, with numerous boutiques and shops. Michelle saw that the lady had cheered up noticeably. The walk managed to cheer up the girl and let go of the current situation. The personal maid was very happy to see Layla in a good mood. She hadn't smiled like that in a long time. Michelle was sincerely worried about the young lady. In fact, Layla was very excited by the idea of breaking the engagement. But if the main character does this with her marriage to the Duke, what will her father say? Count Tevez. After all, the poor girl will definitely not be welcome at home. So what should she do if there is no place for her anywhere? However, this circus is already becoming unbearable here. The heroine's thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of women in the street. What a shame for this monster. He attacked innocent girls in broad daylight. Get him out of here immediately. Let the noble lady mind her own business. The stunned bastard continued to pull the poor girl's hair. What a brat. Layla would not have interfered if all this horror had not been happening right before her eyes. But now she cannot stay away. The scoundrel collected and collected debts, and this girl asked for money 6 months ago, and he still hasn't returned the favor. Let him pay otherwise. If there is no money, his sister roared that the girl took 30 coins from the scoundrel, and he demands 500 coins from her. 500 gold coins. According to imperial law, the moneylender's interest rate must not exceed 30%. Why does that bastard care about laws? Everyone does it, and he wants it too. The girl told Michelle to go get the guards. And R for guards means that the rich young lady travels alone and without guards. How convenient. This street degenerate decided to prevent the future duchess from interfering in other people's business, and he brandished his sword at her. Literally a second, and the sharp blade of the sword moves away from the girl, reflecting off someone's sword. An incredibly handsome young man with a noble appearance and a strong gaze was leaning over the main character. The young man was incredibly handsome and gallant. All his movements were confident and majestic. The savior looked at Layla. The girl is fine. She was paralyzed in silence. She didn't expect to meet such a young man. He looked like he was straight out of a fairy tale. Before the main character had time to answer, the unpleasant moneylender with a wild cry was already flying with a sword towards her savior. The handsome young man immediately covered Layla with himself and grouped up. The scoundrel was very close. Literally, in one calm and confident move, the blue-haired young man laid the monster on the ground. Let this bastard move or try to throw something, the moneylender will regret it. And even if he doesn't count on favor and mercy, he will quickly lose both hands. And without regret. Why is the moneylender always so unlucky? No one showers him with gold, and besides, he gets kicked out everywhere. The moneylender began to walk away sadly. The girls shouted sarcastically and victoriously at him. That's what this coward needs. Layla covered her face with her fan and looked at her savior with great interest. Sharp and touching eyes, unusual blue hair, brilliant sword skills, snow-white marble skin, luxurious clothes. The boy definitely belongs to a noble family. The savior is not an ordinary man. Probably a noble and her equal because she doesn't know him then. The lady shouldn't have behaved so recklessly. If the young man hadn't come to her aid, she could have gotten hurt. Layla smiled confidently. The savior was deeply mistaken in her helplessness. All actions were balanced. The young man was surprised and interested, which is why Layla paused briefly in silence. Then the girl, with a light and precise movement, waved her fan towards the young hero. The face of the noble savior shone, with a sharp blade sticking out of the girl's fan. She can defend herself. Michelle was truly delighted. Her mistress is simply incredible. Where has that been seen? The savior was no less amazed and impressed. The young man apologized. He underestimated the girl. The boy didn't want to be rude to the girl at all. Layla said she didn't need an apology, but she was grateful that the hero remained indifferent. What kind of apology can we even talk about? The young man, without hesitation, rushed to the aid of the girls in trouble. And yet, the savior was very impressed by the heroine's clever resourcefulness. Something very convenient. The young man will be very grateful if the girl tells him exactly where he can buy one. You can't buy a fan with a blade, as the main character made it herself with her own hands. When Duke Williot died, there was no one to protect the heroine and the property. She had no other choice. Finland went to war, knowing that the family mansion was unprotected. Contract killers began to visit Layla frequently. It is not appropriate for a lady to wear something like that. The girl knows it, but she simply has no other choice. The savior said, "The girl is simply incredible. Making such a cunning weapon herself is simply amazing." What is this handsome young man saying? Incredible and surprising, but Phil always humiliated Layla. Stop, why is the girl comparing her future fiancé to a charming stranger? It's time for her to leave. Lady Tevessa asked Michelle to take care of the shawl. The guards must find the girls and contact them. The savior clarified with interest, the lady is going to report him. Of course, the scoundrel exceeded the interest rate, and he will be fined at least 1,000 golds. In any case, may the glory of the empire accompany the charming young man. Layla bowed. The young man nodded in approval and also bowed. May the glory of the empire rest. A wonderful young man watched the heroine, simply an incredible girl. Michelle immediately began to babble about how handsome that boy was, and that his hair was simply beautiful. Layla looks much better with this noble than with the duke. It's a shame she is already engaged. The protagonist herself felt pity, but now this question hung frozen like a threatening axe over the girl in the air. The The personal maid and her mistress quickly found the building they needed. In a large, bright office, a man in a robe sat in front of a desk with a professional look. The man, without looking at the girls, greeted them and asked what they had come for, Layla. She witnessed the crime and came to report. The uniformed listener casually placed the required form on the desk for them to fill out, after which the girls can leave. But the guard doesn't want to increase patrols. In fact, an armed criminal attacked a woman. They don't have enough hands, so let them fill out the form for the protocol. Michelle roared that she didn't even understand what he was talking about. Layla interrupted her, since the captain is so negligent in his duties that she will have to resort to the emperor. The cowardly captain immediately jumped up. They misunderstood him. Let them fill out the form, and his guards will immediately take care of this matter. The personal maid walked and grumbled. In the capital, they don't understand anything the first time, and the guards simply became insolent. For their part, the girls did everything required of them. The time came to return to the mansion. Meanwhile, it was already dark in the capital, as it was not safe here even during the day. She wondered what awaited them in the darkness. Behind the girls, the savior himself appeared under the hood of a dark cloak. Layla had been through a lot and was always careful. She sensed surveillance and turned around abruptly. Why is the young man chasing them? The savior apologized. He didn't want to scare them at all, just to ask them a question. The girl was surprised, and what the unknown young man would like to know is this question about this morning's incident. How did the main character know that the moneylender would receive up to 60% of the stake? Layla realized that, unknowingly, she had demonstrated skills that a duke should have, but not a lady. Moreover, the girl knew that the imperial interest rate for small businesses is 30%. And moreover, the girl immediately revealed that the moneylender would have to pay around 1,000 gold pieces for his crime. It is logical that the young man found it strange that the young lady was aware of such things for noble ladies. Such things were not taught to them. Women do not manage land, do not produce reports or keep accounts. They do not need this knowledge, but she had to do it. But Layla did not belittle the duke. She was simply interested to know if a girl couldn't study such things. The savior immediately waved his hands in a conciliatory manner. No way. It is simply amazing and delightful. If the noble young man's questions end here, then the girl will go. The heroine has been in the city for a long time, although no one worries about her. There are still rules of decency. Well, then the charming young man will be waiting for his next meeting with Lady Tevisa. Layla was frozen in surprise. How did the stranger know her first and last name? He definitely didn't introduce himself. Perhaps the young man recognized everything from the coat of arms on her red fan, and moreover, the lady was known in society. All the protagonist's thoughts were occupied by the mysterious stranger. Her maid also didn't know who the charming noble was, but the personal maid can try to find out about him. The girl blushed. You shouldn't do this. The heroine distinguished herself by her insight. That man was not just a simple noble at all. They would definitely meet at the imperial ball. The sound of an approaching carriage and the coachman's voice were heard from the street. His Grace Duke Williot arrived at the estate. How happy she was, and Layla was already exhausted. Michelle laughed. The Duke approached his fiancée's window, holding a box with a big red bow in his hands. Phil called the girl by her name, idiot. He himself asked not to do that. From now on, the Duke must address her as Lady Tevisa. The Duke sighed, again dissatisfied, and Layla was happy with all this. Phil is joking or something. He personally gave such an order. In general, this is not her whim but the Duke's, but I understand who advised him. Layla's talk will give Phylum a headache. The girl gritted her teeth. She constantly forgot that she wasn't talking to a normal person, but to an indecently stupid young man. And capricious. At one point, this idiot listened eagerly to Layla and noticed that she was incredibly interesting and cheerful, and that the Duke dreams of being like her. Previously, this scoundrel admired her, until he realized that those words weren't getting through to him. And instead of getting better, he started pouring rot on her. Is Lady Tevisa crying because nothing is happening to her face? Let her expose what the Duke wanted from her. Michelle looked sympathetically at her mistress, how difficult it was for her, and this idiot made it even worse. And what is this gift box with a red bow? Phil never in his life thought that Layla could be happy. Phylum stood there, as always, not understanding anything, and then asked if his future fiancé would like chocolate cake. Layla was disheartened. The Duke brought the chocolate cake here. It was special, and he selected it for her. The girl had already reached out for the box. The Duke simply remembered that Cecil wanted something sweet. Layla froze from suffocating resentment. What was wrong with this idiot? How much could he humiliate her? This cake wasn't for Layla at all. How could she even think that Phil would think of her? If Lady Tevessa loves sweets, she can always buy them herself, which is the tragedy. The Vilama smiled. Finally, the Duke deigned to bring her something sweet. That's what she wanted. Inside the beautiful box was the most delicious chocolate cake, according to the owner, and it was all for Cecil. What a delight. My mistress was delighted. It just melts in my mouth. Where did Phil manage to find something so delicious? The Duke asked a friend where they sold delicious cakes in the capital. Can his lady eat a little more? Does she love sweets? Let her enjoy them. And to that wicked lady, her Duke also brought a cake. The Duke crossed his arms. And why did Cecil ask? The girl immediately withdrew. Well, this chocolate cake is very tasty, and it's conscientious to eat it. The brat is ashamed to eat such delicious food alone in her homeland. They always share delicious food with their loved ones, and Layla is now his family. The Duke doesn't understand women's tastes, so the pastry shop owner helped Phil with his choice, and assured him that this cake was really the best. That's great, so it's definitely worth sharing with the harmful lady. Maybe life will be sweeter then. The maid, with a guilty look, brought a box of cake to Lady Tevessa. Michelle was inspired. She figured out what she had done wrong, hallelujah. But the main character tensed up. If this was Phil's doing, then clearly something happened. He never did anything for a girl for nothing. In the maid's hands was a nice box with a beautiful red bow. In general, nothing scary. At one point, the box the maid brought looked exactly like something for a vile mistress. Layla felt unpleasant, as if she had forced the Duke to do this. Michelle had already prepared a plate with a fork. Her mistress deserved a sweet gift more than anyone here. Let her be happy that the Duke did the right thing for once. The main character began to untie the beautiful bow, then to unwrap the sweet gift. Something sweet would indeed be welcome right now. Then Layla froze. Her personal maid came up behind her and was also stunned. What is this? The main character received the leftovers of a cake that her mistress hadn't eaten, and the Duke's insults became increasingly vile. Michelle was simply furious. Her heart ached for her mistress. How can they be such ignorant idiots? Both belong in a pigsty. The protagonist's face turned red. They just spat in her face in front of everyone, humiliated and trampled. The servant said, with a guilty look, that his lady asked him to give the chocolate cake to her mistress at home. It is customary to share delicious food. So that's it, let the servants immediately remove their garbage from sight. Another dirty provocation from the vile brat. Layla clenched her fists and ordered everyone out of her room. The girl needed to rest. Michelle helped the employee collect the hated gift from his mistress. They left the room, leaving the lady alone. Why does this idiot do this to her? What does she need to do so that her soul no longer hurts like this? What should the main character do with all this now? In the duchy, not everything is as it should be. This is what Duchess and Duke Williot wanted for her. They had no illusions about their son. Even they did not expect such filth. In her own home, Countess Tevessa hated her stepdaughter because Layla was the daughter of her lover. This was precisely the reason for the fierce and rampant hatred towards Lady Layla. The Countess could not harm her mistress and took it out on her son. And the worst part is that now in her fiancé's house, the poor girl is humiliated much worse than in her own home. But Layla still needs to continue living with this idiot because her wedding is ahead. The adoption of the Duchess title. The heroine approached her wedding dress and touched the pleasant, festive white fabric. Her personal maid entered the room and asked if her mistress could embroider a scarf for her fiancé. With all these facts, the girl completely forgot about the Duke's scarf for such an eminent event. After all, this is the Emperor's debut. Noble men must receive scarves from those they dream of. So normally, a lady will carry such a scarf with her. How could Layla forget such a detail? She never gives up and always finishes the job. The personal maid didn't even know that it was quite difficult for her mistress to sew a scarf for her fiancé. She was sure that Layla was excellent at sewing. However, the girl embroidered the scarf a long time ago. Then Philem went to war. Many years have passed. Due to the Duke's departure, Layla needed to make him a scarf that Williot would show off upon his return to the estate. When the protagonist handed her scarf to her fiancé, the Duke burst out laughing. And what a napkin! Then Phil began to mock the girl about what kind of bird was on the scarf. It was definitely a coat of arms. What a funny beak. All efforts to return the scarf were in vain. Phil put it in his inner pocket and promised his lady that he would return home. The Duke asked to wait for his fiancé from the war. Layla always felt comforted by this thought but now it turns out it was in vain. Layla was alarmed. She felt very good managing the estate, but female hobbies were very difficult for her. But no matter how much the main character despises this cretin, Phylum is still her fiancé and future husband. And at the imperial ball, the honor of the girl herself will be at stake, which means it will be necessary to embroider a scarf. Blood flowed from the heroine's fingers. The personal maid noticed that the poor girl had already been injured 22 times. Layla would never have thought that making a scarf would be such a difficult task. Who came up with this? The heroine added that, in fact, she still doesn't know how to cook or dance. After all, the girl devoted all her time to saving this duchy. But thanks to the teacher's effort, Layla knows the basic dance moves. But she could never move to the rhythm. For this, it was necessary to concentrate and watch her partner, which the young lady could not do. The maid couldn't believe her mistress couldn't do it, and so it was. Everyone has their own shortcomings, and the heroines too. Only one day remained before the imperial ball, so there was no time left for preparation and training. To tackle this stupid scarf, the heroine will have to stay up all night, but she cannot let down the duchy. Much effort, a sleepless night, fingers pricked with needles, an exhausted young lady. The scarf was finished, pleasant white fabric, delicate hand embroidery with the coat of arms of the Wiliot Duchy. It seems not everything is bad. Michelle called it perfect. If it weren't for the maid's help, the girl definitely wouldn't have made it in time. The personal maid insisted that the Duke must see such works immediately. What's the use of working so hard and not showing it? Because her mistress tried so hard for Phylna's honor. Layla just has to make sure this is not just a whim for the Duke. A smile appeared on the lady's face again. But still, first, it was necessary to prepare the young lady for the meeting with the Duke. She didn't sleep all night. And so the girl, with a shy look, approaches the door of her future husband. Why are her cheeks burning so much and her hands trembling? The heroine washed up and put on a beautiful dress into her hands. There was a beautiful box with a precious scarf. For some reason, Lady Tevessa suddenly felt embarrassed, as it happened to her in her youth when Phylum laughed at her scarf. So, this Rose didn't want to openly offend her. She just behaved childishly, but now Phil clearly had no warm feelings for Layla. The Duke was coming out of his room door just in time. He was surprised to see his fiancée at the door. Phil asked what happened to Lady Tevessa. Why did she come to him without his will? The girl gathered her courage. She took a deep breath and handed her fiancé the homemade gift into which she had invested so much. Then a vile maid peered through the door. In her hands was the very same scarf. Why did his beloved throw the scarf in the room? Layla carefully examined the scarf in the brat's hands. On the white fabric was sewn exactly the same coat of arms with a bird as hers. The reptile's work was very skillful, unlike Layla's work. She was always objective and hid her craft behind her back. The lady greeted Lady Tevessa. How happy she was to see the girl and what she had forgotten at the door of her dear Duke's room. The Duke really liked the scoundrel's feigned help, although this fool considered her nobility and courtesy. Cecile apologized for her impudence, but Layla doesn't know how to embroider, so his mistress promised to embroider a scarf for her. After all, this banquet is the first debut of her Duke in high society. And the trash was worried that Phil would be left without a scarf, and people would look at him suspiciously. That's why the lady decided to embroider the required scarf for Phylum, instead of Lady Tevessa herself. Who does this girl think she is? Cecile didn't like the look of her Duke's future wife. Layla didn't like something. Something was wrong with the scarf. Phylum covered his mistress with himself. Cecile usually took care of him and Layla, although she was not obliged to do so. What a cretin! He doesn't understand at all that this is one more insult and repression. How can one be so wicked? The Duke accused Layla of total ingratitude. He told her to stop looking at his mistress so eagerly. She is mistaken. And how such amazing parents ended up with such a pathetic idiot, with imaginary delusions of grandeur. This is a dead-end branch of his noble family. The girl is not bad at all. The reckless Duke allows himself too much. Phylum immediately became shy. Why wouldn't he? This street brat might be pregnant with some random child, but she is just a mistress. She should not be proudly exhibited. She must keep a low profile for the rest of her days. Cecile immediately started artificial sobbing, but the trash was bursting with rage. The concert had to take place. Phylum roared, "Let the lady apologize. This brat is questioning the authority of the future duchess, or demanding that she please him." Not at all. The mistress only wanted to help. Only Phil is fooled by what the vile trash tells him. Other people understand everything perfectly well. The shout of a dissatisfied Duke echoed throughout the huge estate, and as soon as Layla dared. Surprisingly, the fact that two future spouses are quarreling in public over his mistress is now adding to the rumors. If an idiot believes it's normal to bring a dirty mistress's scarf to the ball, so be it. But don't dare to stammer about who used it if he doesn't want to be the laughingstock. The Duke immediately fell silent. It seems this donkey finally felt ashamed and realized the stupidity he had just committed. Layla turned around silently and walked down the corridor in the other direction, not wanting to see these two monsters again. The personal maid was simply horrified. It was she who suggested to her mistress the scarf. And she pushed her, but thought it would be better and right. Everyone is tired. The girl can't take it anymore. She urgently needs a quiet corner where she can be alone with her thoughts. Layla got into the carriage. The coachman extended his hand to her and clarified that this was the Duke's carriage. He had orders. Fine, will this idiot find another carriage? This carriage is not the only one. Even his lazy brain should be able to cope with this task, nodded the coachman, in which case they set off immediately. Have the coachman take the main character to a quiet and peaceful place. She needs to breathe. The beautiful carriage has set off. The protagonist was sitting alone in the carriage, holding in her hands her box with a gift for Phylum. What a fool! The girl pricked all her hands while embroidering this napkin, and she expected everything she hoped for. Once again, the heroine expected the right reaction from her fiancé. What naivety! She understood everything perfectly. Layla was completely depressed and exhausted, constantly blaming herself for another stupidity, when she had already learned to be wise. Cecil had already played her role to the maximum and apologized in a shrill tone. And a liar. All these troubles were due to her. Phylum suggested sending servants to fetch a doctor, because his mistress was under such stress that the brat shook her head. Just let her beloved Duke be with the girl. His presence is the best medicine for her, of course. Phylum was so angry with Layla. Defending his mistress, of course. How ungrateful a bastard she can be. Layla has always been proud if something threatens her authority. She gets furious, and this has only worsened with age. But Cecil doesn't need anyone's recognition, as long as everything is well with her beloved son. The mistress has nothing to worry about. Her son will be added to the family tree as the firstborn, and Layla will take care of him as an adoptive mother. And if his harmful duchess doesn't take good care of her son, Phylum didn't understand it. Layla told his mistress something about it. That's not the point at all. Cecil squeezed out a new stream of tears and covered her mouth with her hand. It's just that after today, Cecil is afraid that this witch will hurt her son. Taking care of the Duke's children will be the Duchess's duty. And if suddenly the much-touted Layla fails her duties, then there is simply no place for her on this estate. This is exactly what the mistress needed to hear. What an imbecile Phil is. Cecil will quickly take care of him. If only the child were born soon. The Duke is sure he will be a wonderful father. The mistress laughed. Meanwhile, in the shade of a tree, Layla lamented that she would never truly belong on this estate, that she would remain forever a stranger and unnecessary. The girl was distracted by a sharp sound. Layla raised her head, and a white scarf was hanging in front of her face. In front of the heroine was the same impeccable young man from the fairy tale. Why is the lady sitting here alone and crying? This is the same savior with blue hair. What is he doing here? How did he find her, and was he looking for her? Layla has been thinking about the mysterious young man from the square who saved the girl and punished that vile moneylender ever since. The girl immediately realized that she was crying, and the charming savior saw this, and she needed to get an order quickly. Layla brought her delicate fingers to her eyes to wipe away the remnants of previous sadness and resentment, but her hand was intercepted by the young man, after which the handsome blue-haired man carefully wiped the tears with his soft scarf. You must be careful with your eyes. The protagonist accepted the scarf from the mysterious noble and whispered, embarrassed, that she could handle the rest by herself. A handsome and noble young man sat down next to the girl on the grass. It's so quiet here. Layla loves being alone. Not really. It was simply necessary now. The boy asked, puzzled, what was bothering such a beautiful young lady so much. Nothing special, Layla laughed incredulously. If she told him, would the young man help her? The stranger replied that he would do everything possible for it. The heroine sighed sadly. She thanked the young man for his kind word. He seemed sad, but he had lost his former strength. In general, the stranger is really willing to help in everything necessary. He said this not to comfort her. Layla was very embarrassed to meet the noble and handsome man in such a place. And under such circumstances, The heroine began to study her companion. The hilt of his sword was very scratched and worn out, clearly not for beauty. The young man knows how to fight. If you think about it, the hilt of her fiancé's sword is also worn out. But Phylum spent the entire war defending his empire. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a mysterious interlocutor. The young man brought his fingers to Layla's lips. The young man put something sweet into Layla's mouth. The girl immediately jumped back, wondering what it was. Wait a minute. The heroine tasted what the boy gave her. It couldn't be. It was her favorite strawberry sweets. The boy always eats them when he feels sad and melancholic. Moreover, her charming companion hopes that sweets will at least slightly heal the soul of her tormented interlocutor. Layla was very moved by so much care and attention. The heroine thanked the young man for his concern. This makes him happy that the girl is not worried. By the way, what a nice box the girl has with her. The protagonist has already forgot about her unfortunate craft, which cost her another humiliation today. Layla began to fidget, thinking of an answer. Her cheeks flushed, but not this scarf. Layla touched the box with her left hand. The lid opened, and a scarf she had embroidered fell onto the grass next to him. No. Layla wanted to hide it, not show it. She simply couldn't bear another evaluation of her work. The heroine turned completely red and began to make up excuses. Layla grabbed a scarf, but the young man intercepted it. The charming boy began to examine the girl's creation. A rather simple work and execution. And the coat of arms was embroidered for Lady Tevis's fiancé. Apparently not. The girl was going to throw it away, so let this shame be returned to her. Why throw away such a good scarf? Layla embroidered it with her own hands. How can you neglect it like that? Since no one else needs her efforts, she received a painful slap and doesn't want it anymore. Then the mysterious stranger saw numerous cuts on the girl's hands. She tried desperately. The young man never allowed the scarf, into which so much had been invested, to be thrown away. What nonsense! The scarf didn't work out at all, because the young man needed it. How did it fail? Layla tried so hard to get it, but the embroidery didn't turn out well at all. It turned out clumsy and uneven. This is a real pity for a lady. And the handsome young man really likes this embroidery, and it's really worth the price. Yes, it can't be that someone likes such bad taste. The young man is not lying. Beauty is not always perceived with the eyes. So the charming young man took the girl's hand and admired the red marks of her efforts. After which the stranger gently and sensually kissed Layla's hand. The girl was stunned. Let the lady not judge by appearance. In fact, the boy is not an idiot at all. He knows the difference between the price and the value of things. The protagonist thought nothing of the sort about her savior. On the contrary, she was increasingly amazed by him. Simply an incredible young man. The blue-haired gentleman hid Layla's scarf in the breast pocket of his luxurious jacket. With a warm smile on his face, Layla was very embarrassed by her mistake. She was still about to discard the object of her failure. That her scarf, after so much suffering, would serve someone who really needs it. By the way, the dazzling lady still has questions for which the young man would like to hear the answers. The stranger cannot calculate taxes and seriously hopes for the lady's help. But it would be better to contact the official responsible for it. The interlocutor did so, but the official in charge said absolutely nothing worth asking the lady for help with what the official could not cope with. What a wonderful young man this is. Layla really doesn't know if she can be useful to him in such a matter. Even if the main character doesn't even care about this, the boy just wanted to hear her opinion. The young man talked about his problem. He and Layla chatted for a long time and passionately. They both had a very pleasant time spending time like this. The girl helped the mysterious young man a lot. The lady felt very warm and pleasant in her soul. She had never experienced anything like this before. The young man also noticed that the conversation was incredibly interesting for him, and his interlocutor was simply a miracle. Speaking of the handsome young man, the main character still doesn't know his name or what family he is from. His name? The young man squinted slyly, which means the lady is still interested in him. The girl nodded in approval. Well, if Layla Tevessa is interested in his name, then let the girl try to guess his name. The stranger guessed her name. Now it's the girl's turn, but it doesn't work that way. He's a cunning type. Okay, you must try to remember all the noble families. The young man won't give up anyway. Perhaps in front of her was Lord Ballas, no. Lord Alyssa or Lord Logan, no. They were all families with their partners. The handsome, blue-haired young man pushed aside with satisfaction every answer the girl gave. She was sure she would guess. But who is in front of her then? Layla listed every noble family, every pair of family dynasties. The main character made a funny pout. This is not fair at all. The girl demands a hint in this case. Well, since the lady insists so much on asking for help, so be it. The head of a handsome young man is a clue. Come on, blue hair, curls the color of the sky. Layla sat with a stony face. And how her really beautiful hair should have helped her. The young man realized that the girl really didn't understand him. He laughed kindly. He didn't believe that such a young lady could overlook something. A spark of excitement ignited in the young man's eyes, inviting Layla to find out who he is before the Imperial Ball, which means the boy will definitely be there. However, this is surprising. Absolutely everyone who is not below the title of a male will be at the main event of the year. At the Imperial Ball, Layla immediately returned to bad memories, to terrible humiliations, and to her hated duties. The girl sighed deeply. The young man immediately caught the painful notes of her sigh. The stranger was clearly worried about her. The lady doesn't really want to attend such a solemn event for the entire empire. All ladies dream of this. There was no point in denying it. The young man understood everything, and it was really easy and simple to communicate with him. Their interlocutors will be able to find out the reasons for such an unusual attitude towards the Imperial Ball. At the ball, there will be continuous dirty gossip about her and her idiotic fiancé. After the scandal at the Williot estate, it is unlikely that the Duke will even think of bringing his mistress's scarf to the Imperial Ball. But Layla also won't be able to give him her crude scarf. Now it belongs to a stranger, and in the first place, she didn't want to give it to him. If the fiancé Duke appears at his first banquet without a scarf, he will surely become the main topic of conversation. The girl was exhausted. She was already tired of constantly worrying and receiving nothing but filth in return. Layla began to nervously bite her lips. Then the young man's hand touched her lips. Why did the lady punish her lips like this? The incredible young man was so close. Unacceptably close. Layla immediately backed away from the blue-haired stranger. He apologized and didn't want to embarrass her. The young man immediately backed away. He was simply afraid that Layla would bite her lip out of worry. He didn't want to put her in an awkward position. The girl felt very strange and pleasant in her soul. The young man has nothing to apologize for. This will be the lady's first appearance in the world. She is worried. Due to the difficult war, this will be the first outing for many. The debut was eagerly awaited by many. But not many have what Layla has. Of course, she shouldn't worry about such nonsense. The lady has everything to shine at the Imperial Ball. The young man is very charming and gallant. A true gentleman. He certainly enjoys success with the ladies, one might say. But the stranger is not interested in this at all. The young man makes no attempt to attract the attention of the ladies. That's how he is. Layla found this amusing, very strange. In conversation with the girl, he spoke about the attention of the ladies, as if she were not a lady at all. It feels like he treats the main character as an equal, because that's how it was, although she still didn't believe it. The young people got up and began walking through the field. The young man was sure that he needed this scarf. The girl had changed her mind about giving it away. Not at all, but the coat of arms of the Williot family is embroidered on this scarf. No one can see it, otherwise there will be trouble. Layla was worried about this, but her interlocutor assured her that the girl had absolutely nothing to worry about. A handsome and majestic young man flew up to the girl's ear and jokingly said that he would hide it very securely. Like a treasure, the main character immediately backed away, as if he were close. Again, the stranger was inadmissibly close to her. Layla is grateful that the boy will not show anyone how unusual she is after all. The main character was called. It was time for her to return, otherwise it would be very indecent, and the Duke would get angry. Here the tips of the girl's slender fingers were lightly touched by her mysterious companion with his hand. The young man asks permission to ask one last question for today. Was it really about taxes? They had already talked a lot. No, the stranger was interested in knowing if the girl had ever thought about public service. Layla was simply stunned with amazement. The boy seriously appreciated her skills and knowledge, and was confident that she was capable of doing that job. Does the young man really believe that Lady Tevessa will be hired for the Emperor's civil service? That's exactly what his interlocutor thinks. Layla laughed. Women are not hired for such positions, but she was pleased with his faith in her abilities. But no such law exists, so it's not about laws at all, but about ingrained traditions, stupid stereotypes, and the vulnerability of male dignity. And if the main character suddenly had such an opportunity, she would want to take advantage of it. Layla immediately blurted out her answer. Of course, she loves her job very much. It is pleasant and interesting for her. It would become an outlet for her. The young man stretched with a kind and mysterious smile. He heard what she wanted and hopes Layla won't forget this conversation. A young man with glasses was sitting behind a desk, behind a pile of documents and books, diligently completing something. The sounds of approaching footsteps were heard behind the door. The young man immediately jumped from his seat and said angrily, "He finally appeared." The poor man is completely overwhelmed by work. While walking and enjoying the beautiful weather, words of indignation were directed at the main character's mysterious stranger. The young man adjusted his glasses and added naturally that Emperor Kilian of Sepelusibildia should not excite the public before the ball. The charming emperor walked majestically to the desk and picked up one of the documents. The young man had already figured it out completely, right? The young man with glasses looked at his lord with a stone-cold gaze. His Highness was joking now. Kilian laughed, of course. The artist is terribly tired. The emperor apparently does not want him to die right here, at his desk, from overwork. Under no circumstances. Kilian Semmel approached the young man and smiled. But the clerk knows very well how much the emperor values him. The boy at the desk completely bowed down and put his head down on the desk. He begged the emperor to take him away, for nothing and never. Then let the emperor hire someone else. The young man has no time. But the emperor only trusts him. The executor was already thinking of betraying the emperor, just to rest in prison for the rest of his life. But there is good news for the executor. His Majesty Sepel has found a very worthy candidate, and will soon hire a competent assistant, and worthy for the young man. The executor immediately jumped from his chair. It cannot be true. The emperor will hire him. Kilian nodded in approval. Then, the emperor could hire 3 artists at once. If only they could start living. The emperor replied that they could not hire anyone at all. Well, one is so lonely, the artist agrees, who is not as lucky as himself. Then, the official will request letters of recommendation in the morning. But this is unnecessary. The emperor will organize an exam. There is an administrative exam in the empire, but it is rarely held, as government positions are hired based on personal recommendations, or graduates of prestigious institutions. But even if the emperor suddenly decides to hold such an administrative exam, it is unlikely that anything will change. The emperor was going to hold the exam in a month. Time is running out, but they will manage. Even if there are taxes, politics, and welfare, the personal assistant of the emperor, Kilian, should be able to understand all these areas. The young man opened his mouth. Great. The young man with glasses will never have an assistant. And will he die here? He will announce the exam after the imperial ball. The emperor smiled predatorily and said that it would be necessary to announce that women could also apply for this position. Then the most awaited day for the empire has arrived. The day of the coronation and the imperial ball has arrived. Everyone has been preparing since morning. The main character tried not to succumb to the general rush and enjoy the solitude. The holidays would last 2 days. The first for everyone. And tomorrow, there will be a celebration only for the male half of the population, when someday this rotten system changes. Layla clenched her fist in the hot water. I just need to finish today, and then she slowly relaxed her palm. But will the girl be able to cope with the general pressure? After the last scandal, she and the Duke completely distanced themselves. Previously, the boys could chat quietly, but now the future spouses did not say a word. Suddenly, it will be the same at the banquet. The personal maid dressed her mistress. This dress suits Layla incredibly well. The silver color highlights her night black hair. The protagonist really shone. She was incredibly beautiful. The dress was her perfect complement. Of course, compliments were part of the service staff's job, but this dress really suited the girl perfectly. Wonderfully tailored to the girl's refined figure. The fabric is incredibly pleasant. I will have to thank the tailor. After the imperial ball, Layla was sitting at the makeup table. She still had to fix her wonderful curls and apply cosmetics. In front of the protagonist, on the cosmetics table, there were many different jars of blush, eyeshadow, powders, and her jewelry. All preparations were completed. The Duke was already waiting for his future wife in the foyer. It was time to leave. They had to go to the imperial ball right now if the House of Wiliot did not want to be late for her debut. Before the protagonist had time to leave her room and enjoy the beautiful image, a glass of wine was thrown at her. The maids rushed in horror towards their mistress. What a street bastard. Layla's dress was ruined. Michelle was almost in tears. What should everyone do now? The imperial ball is about to start. There is no time. In front of Layla was a vile maid. I am very sorry. She was simply in a hurry to get to her room and didn't notice Layla. The arrogant and deceitful brat bowed before the main character. She didn't want this to happen. Layla could destroy the fake and cheap thing with one click. Everything was too obvious. Even the Duke would have understood what was what. But the girl has always been strong, and this scoundrel is one of the most cowardly creatures. Envious and weak of her life, touching her was like sticking a stick into garbage that was rotting by itself. The problem had to be solved. There was almost no time. How many dresses did the maids take? Did they have any silver ones? Because it was an imperial reception. We need to fix everything quickly. We cannot be late. There was one more silver dress, so be it. There was no time left to select jewelry, and the makeup was specifically for this shade. Besides, she and the Duke had to wear matching outfits. Let the maids quickly bring a similar dress and bring the rest of the shoes along. And jewelry just in case. The main character asked to tell the butler that Phylum would go to the imperial bat without Layla. Layla was used to difficult conditions, constant pressure, and emergency situations. She could not allow such nonsense to annoy a cheap actress. Here stands the majestic palace of His Imperial Majesty, where receptions are held, and more important people for the country. At the most important party of the year for the empire, carriages crowded around the royal palace, and guests arrived from everywhere. The great Emperor Killian of the Earth was informed that Duke Williot had already arrived at his palace, and he arrived alone. The emperor jumped from his seat as if he were the only one. Where is this idiot's fiancée? Killian needs her. The personal assistant looked out the window and reported everything to His Excellency. Layla didn't want to go, but she had to show up anyway. On the street, only the Duke himself really got out of the Williot carriage without his future wife. Really, this idiot wasn't tormented at all. No, something was definitely wrong here. Killian Sepel ordered his assistant Baru to postpone the start of the banquet. The emperor feels that Layla, she will definitely be here. Layla Tevessa. Everyone in high society knew this name, although no one had ever seen the girl. The main character was not a celebrity. There were several rumors about how this country girl appeared in the noble Duke's family. No one knew what this lady had done, but the Dukes loved her madly, and because of this, some even considered Layla his illegitimate daughter. However, the famous Dukes left Williot in this world. After suddenly dying in a terrible catastrophe, Felon became the head of the family. And then, sensing a weak link in the form of a brainless HR manager, everyone, like comets, rushed to the Williot estate. There were many assassination attempts, threats. It was strange that such events were not announced anywhere, instead of shrinking away. The girl not only defended the property, but also made it one of the richest. And it was at that moment that the young Emperor Killian Sepel became interested in the Williot family clan. Killian personally knew the Duke's son to his misfortune, and even in his youth, it was clear that he was not brilliant in intelligence. Or rather, even he was a complete idiot. Therefore, when the head of the Williot clan passed away, no one doubted the collapse of their house. What kind of magical assistant dealt with such unimaginable oppression? The emperor was forced to investigate the Williot affairs, as the work of this assistant was simply fantastic. And it turned out that it wasn't this idiot who ran the house, and not even the incredibly talented assistant who remained in the Duke's memory, but a young girl who had barely reached adulthood. And the name of this incredible girl was Layla Tevessa. And this is how the future emperor learned this name for the first time. After so many years of bloody and successful war, the magical girl stepped into the background. But then he met Layla in the square. The emperor immediately guessed who was in front of him. He was delighted with Layla, and such a lady is forced to endure such a creep. She should be allowed to spread her wings. The faithful and devoted bee hurried his master. It was no longer possible to delay the start of the banquet. The emperor asked. The Williot idiot was still approaching the imperial ball alone. His assistant nodded. Lady Tevessa, whom Killian Sepel is waiting for, the emperor has not yet arrived. He was a man of extraordinary intelligence and insight. Layla would never have missed the imperial ball due to some quarrel or whim. What happened to her? The emperor dedicated all his thoughts in his head to the incredible girl. He didn't care about everyone. He let the world wait. The start was postponed. He is waiting for his lady. The beer glasses almost shattered. What his master just said was unheard of. Killian Semmel is the emperor. The girl he is personally waiting for has not yet arrived, so the others will wait just like their lord. Meanwhile, the main character was already traveling in a carriage towards the new emperor's imperial ball. Without suspecting anything, the girl solved the problem as quickly as possible, but she was still late. The incredibly beautiful Layla got out of the carriage. Phylum will be angry, even though it's the fault of his cheap mistress. The banquet has already begun. The emperor's late appearance is not allowed, and she has no excuse. This is her first debut. Therefore, once again the girl will have to take all the attacks upon herself, and thus honor the duke's honor. The majestic palace of the emperor stood before the main character. The girl trembled inside. Layla hastily climbed the stairs. Strangely, if the imperial banquet had already started, the doors inside would already be closed. The girl couldn't even imagine that everyone was waiting for her, if the celebration had really begun. But what happened then? All guests shone with luxury and manners. The ladies wore stunning dresses. Their knights gallantly escorted them to the hall. Layla simply smiled with admiration. Even in her fantasies, everything was much scarcer, just delight. Her fiancé, an imbecile, immediately appeared behind the main character, which is why Layla allowed herself to be so happy. The girl at least understands what the consequences could be for him because of her antics, and how he was dressed in general. Of course, the main character could tell everything about her fake servant, but Layla was simply tired of eternal clarifications. The girl took a deep breath and simply apologized without any explanation or reason. It was easier that way. Then Layla's eyes fell on the embroidered scarf that her fiancé was wearing in his pocket. He really dared to take it from Cecil. The scarf was tattered. It was embroidered by Mother Phylna. If he had come without a scarf, rumors would have spread about the two of them. Layla's harshness and coldness immediately disappeared when it came to her beloved Duchess Williet. The scarf was embroidered by her dear adoptive mother, with her golden, soft hands. How the girl misses her presence, her participation in life, her tender gaze, and her warm words. She misses her terribly. Phylum crossed his arms in front of him. Layla was dissatisfied again. Why did she suddenly freeze? No way. The main character simply remembered the Duchess, and her heart became sad. She misses her terribly. Phil wasn't particularly moved by Layla's nostalgia. He was always jealous of his parents because of their relationship. The girl reached out her hand to her future husband because the banquet hasn't started yet. The emperor has been delayed. Layla began to think that, for some reason unknown to her, the emperor saved her position in society. She managed to attend his banquet and was saved from judgment. The musicians played the trumpet. Thanking the honorable guests for their noble patience, all the guests were immediately inspired. Crowds of noble aristocrats, rich heirs, and young debutantes rushed towards the stage. His Majesty Emperor Kilian Sepalusibildia is pleased to welcome his distinguished guests to his celebration. Layla froze in silent shock. This cannot be, as her savior is the emperor himself. This is the kind of ignorance we were talking about back then. How can Layla be so stupid if you think about it? The symbol of the imperial family is the blue dragon. That's why they have blue hair and eyes. The emperor then gave such a frank hint of how stupid he was. Her debut never took place due to the protracted war. It's just a pity not to recognize the good emperor himself. With Layla's debut, it couldn't have gone worse. The emperor was dazzling, majestic, confident with cold grandeur and an attentive gaze. Everyone was fascinated by him. Layla also fell in love with her savior, as everyone knew him, much closer than others. His soul was no less beautiful than his appearance. Lady Tevessa began to be abruptly pushed by her fiancé, at which point the girl suddenly looked at the emperor. And she froze. The girl looked away embarrassed. Her cheeks burned and her eyes shone, but nothing of the sort. Phil frowned. The duke wanted to know something else from the girl. Phylum immediately backed away from the fiancé with disgust. He didn't want anything. The main character saw that Phil was in a bad mood like a child and crossed his arms. Why did he suddenly get angry with her? Meanwhile, the charming savior, who turned out to be the emperor himself, was approaching the girl. Kilian Semmel thanked the guests that each of them was able to dedicate their precious time to him and support him on this day. The emperor ordered the guests to raise their glasses. A great day and a great occasion. Long live the Cardan Empire. All the guests raised their glasses and supported their emperor. Long live the Cardan Empire. Live music began to play. The artists were incredibly dedicated to their work. The sounds of their instruments caught everyone's attention. As usual, the members of the royal family were the first to open the imperial ball with their dance, after which Duke Williot extended his hand to his fiancée and invited her to dance. Layla never liked dancing, but to her greatest chagrin, the young people needed to show that everything was fine between them. Layla desperately tried to remember her fleeting dance lessons, taking a step to the left, to the right and spin. The girl moved mechanically and crushed all the legs of her fiancé. Phil laughed. Layla never knew how to dance. The main character deliberately stepped again. This idiot's foot, he himself is not a particularly enviable dancer. The Duke leaned very close to the lady, but his stable boy knows how to drive. Layla turned away in disgust. You know how to drive your horse, not the lady. Williot considered himself unsurpassed. Layla rolled her eyes, and by the way, the fiancé liked her new dress. The protagonist was surprised. Wow, kind words and compliments. Apparently, the Duke's glass was empty. It is clear that his fiancée has been preparing for their first joint debut for a long time. In general, this is not the original dress. The Duke didn't even bother to remember that they had prepared matching silver ensembles. Williot thought about it, said something wrong. He is always very attentive to why Layla looks at him like that. A noble man approached the young couple and greeted Duke Williot, whose stupidity everyone had already heard about. How nice that the idiot was distracted by the conversation. His proximity was already unbearable. She needed to breathe. But Layla's saving grace was interrupted by a woman's voice. Lady Tevessa called Marquis Marissa. Layla was surprised that the noble person knew the main character by name. Because this is suddenly interesting. Another noble person with pink hair immediately jumped towards Marquise Marissa. What were the charming ladies chatting about? The girl really wanted to be alone. Lady Tevessa is simply an incredible beauty, with an elegance worthy of a duchess. And when she and the Duke marry, the war ends. They need to hurry up and give birth to a bunch of children. Then an unpleasant lady intervened. It is important for Layla to have offspring because her Duke already has an heir. And here is a brat from hell itself, Countess Brisantina. Sophia Brisantina, or before Hadlin's wedding, when she was a bride candidate for Filna alongside Layla. Then everyone was sure that the Duke and Duchess would choose Miss Sophia. And the Countess herself believed so. When they told the spoiled garbage that they didn't choose her, she slapped Layla, accusing her of cheating. After all, how else could the Williot family choose Layla instead of the brilliant Sophia Fiutevessa, who arranged everything? Countess Brisantina gravely insulted Layla, accusing her of cheating instead of admitting a justified defeat. But no one ever found out about the pathetic and envious woman's low behavior, since her father paid a lot for the silence of the Williot family. Money is more important than a stubborn daughter. Although dear, Sophia married Count Brisantin and now has a fateful encounter. The ladies advised Sophia to think before opening her mouth. Let these hens think. Here everyone knows that the Duke has a son and values his mother highly. Besides, Princess Muslies is his mistress, but she is of pure blood, unlike Lady Tevessa. Sophia openly humiliated Dela for being the illegitimate daughter of Count Tevessa, and everyone seemed to think the same. Sophia Brisantina smiled sarcastically. She really hit a nerve. For that, at least, it is necessary to pretend to be something. Layla replied perfectly. She is still a countess, and not a former princess of an overthrown kingdom. Without her country, she is nothing. The past does not matter, only the future matters. In this future, Layla will become a duchess, and Princess and Miss Sophia will remain nobody until the end of their miserable days. All the ladies were stunned. Everyone felt in the future duchess a core that could not be bent. Now Layla needs to be alone, because no one opposes. All the noble ladies were delighted with the girl's perseverance and confidence, and Sophia was simply furious. The protagonist almost ran out onto the balcony. Fresh, cool air, that's what she needed now. Solitude, peace and quiet. How nice, Layla's first debut. What a day, and what else is to come. If an envious scoundrel tells you such ignorance to your face, then it's scary to think what he says behind your back. How tired the heroine is. She would rather sit behind her favorite papers. Layla wants to go home as soon as possible. A familiar and pleasant male voice was heard behind Lady Tevessa. The banquet had just begun, and Layla already wanted to leave. And here is His Imperial Highness. Her eyes rejoiced at seeing the long-awaited guest, and Layla didn't even know how to justify herself. Lady Layla Tevessa greets the son of the great empire. The girl makes a deep bow. It is terribly formal and cold, which is why Killian didn't want to tell her anything. But it is simply impossible to hide something like this. The young man stretched out with an affable smile. What is his name? His Highness Killian Sepelusivilia. A very apt answer. The emperor expected nothing more from the brilliant Layla. Since everything is clear, we can move on to you. As His Excellency pleases, what is the girl doing here alone in the middle of the holidays? Simply breathing the air. Well, it is quite hot in the banquet hall. There are a lot of people. Everyone interferes with conversations and questions. Luxurious clothing. It is really convenient for a girl to wear shoes like this. Layla modestly nodded at this damned etiquette. The emperor gently took the girl's hand and sat her on a bench. He let her stop torturing herself. This is impossible. Why should Lady Tevis stand if there is a place to sit? The emperor does not want Layla to be uncomfortable. The main character was surprised, but the emperor himself is standing. How can she sit, but Killian is not wearing heels? So he would sit down too. How kind and understanding Killian is. It's simply incredible, and Layla looked so awful. The emperor tried to talk to the deflated girl, like Layla's banquet. Simply incredible. The lady thanks him. Killian laughed. Layla absolutely doesn't know how to lie. That's good. The boy sees that she has been bored here for a long time. To tell the truth, Killian is also tired of being here. It is much more pleasant to hide one's head in documents. The main character agrees with him. Layla froze. Killian was incredibly handsome, even under the rays of the silver moon. It's as if the emperor read her thoughts, and he doesn't like banquets. It feels like they are kindred spirits and can talk about absolutely everything. Why is the girl looking if the emperor Layla apologized? No need. He is just wondering why. The main character really wanted to talk to him freely and felt that Killian would support her. Then the emperor had something on his face. Before the reception, the young man allowed himself to eat a piece of cake. That's not the point at all. So today the emperor looks worse than usual. His hair doesn't suit him. It's all seeing with glasses. The heroine burst out laughing. With such a serious look and his funny positions, Killian is simply a miracle. The emperor noticed that the girl was very happy. For the first time in a long time, she felt so good. Layla caught his gaze. She apologizes for her rudeness. She didn't want to offend Killian. The young man smiled. Killian is very happy to see when Layla smiles. If it means saying some nonsense, he is at her service. The protagonist blushed. Well, again, Killian is making fun of her, and the boy didn't understand anyway. The emperor says what he thinks, and Killian usually says the same to other people. Layla looks at him suspiciously. His Highness says this only to those he likes. The main character opened her mouth in surprise, which means the emperor likes Layla. Of course, he likes the girl. How could it be otherwise? But everyone told Layla about her uselessness. She didn't believe it and wanted to know why. Sympathy doesn't need a reason, and such a deep feeling needs no justification or explanation. Let the girl give him an example. Layla replied that usually young men love women for their beauty or their intelligence. The main character means that she is beautiful and intelligent, but Lady Tevessa was not ready for anything, ready to fall to the floor. The emperor was simply enchanted. The girl was touching, and she herself still didn't understand what she was really worth. And Killian Sepel loves to make real diamonds, purer and rarer from rough diamonds. One of His Highness's servants appeared on the balcony and announced that they were already waiting for Killian, that it was time for him to leave. The emperor looked regretfully towards the imperial banquet. He really didn't like all these celebrations. Killian took a deep breath, but there was nothing to do. He had obligations and responsibilities, no matter how much he wanted to stay with her. The main character realized that the emperor would now return to the banquet hall according to etiquette. She should say goodbye to him. Layla quickly jumped from her seat, twisted her ankle and fell, but before falling, the worried Killian managed to catch her. Lady Tevessa was not injured. She was fine. The young man again, the dream saved Layla's situation. She apologized to him. The emperor carefully returned the girl to her original position. Usually, they only thank him. They do not apologize. Perhaps it is worth sending the servants to fetch the doctor. The girl's ankle was still not in the best position. It's not worth it. Well, Killian is very happy that nothing bad happened to the girl. It was high time for him to leave. The emperor began to retreat to the banquet hall, but could not help but take one last look at the main character. Layla sighed bitterly, but how generous and surprising he is. Just some kind of magic. Then the sound of heavy footsteps approaching close to the balcony was heard. Layla froze, and the hated fiancé decided to join the main character. His face clearly radiated no joy. Philem furiously approached his fiancée, with a subdued anger burning in his eyes. Layla stepped back. Then the Duke shamelessly and painfully grabbed his fiancée. How dare she cheat on him? Her man. Layla was simply surprised that this idiot was talking, and most importantly, whoever was talking about cheating here was completely stunned, or something like that. The girl immediately regained her senses and looked threateningly at Phylum. He drank too much wine at the banquet. It finally let him start thinking. Phylum began to shake his fiancée angrily. He couldn't believe Layla was having an affair in such a place. Stop embarrassing yourself. Layla couldn't stand it and slapped the cretin on the hands. One more word, and the result will be irreversible. He should close his mouth immediately. Even if he doesn't try to deny it, Phil saw everything with his own eyes. The two of them with the Emperor. Layla communicated with His Highness. And then what? She talked to the Emperor, and these two brazenly hugged on the balcony. What a cretin. The main character twisted her ankle, and Killian picked her up. Phil must believe it. She was smiling at him. And how should a girl behave in the presence of the Emperor? Sob or dance? Let the expert tell you, he is very smart. But Layla didn't laugh like that with the Duke, with her fiancé, and why should Layla suddenly laugh at an idiot? This bastard has no conscience whatsoever. He wants Layla to smile after he humiliated and betrayed her so much. And what the Duke did, the main character forgets every time who she is talking to. It's simply useless. Probably his fiancé will get angry again because of Cecil. Phylum is sure because that's how it is. Why is the girl still angry? Phil has already explained to her that only their son is important to the Duke, and that his mistress will be immediately dismissed. Layla doesn't believe him at all. He is a fool and moreover a liar. And why doesn't she believe her fiancé? Phil incessantly pursues the charlatan. Layla hasn't cared about him for a long time, but Cecil cannot handle it alone. She has many servants and is newly pregnant, and Layla means that she can handle everything that even strong men cannot handle. Let the Duke finally answer honestly and according to his conscience. Is he marrying Layla? Or is the Duchess's seat already reserved for Cecil? It is very similar to the second option. Layla doesn't believe Phylum's words at all. Let him prove it if he is serious. The main character would like to offer to kick this scoundrel out, but inside her there was a child, and he didn't choose his parents, and he hardly would have chosen these two if such an opportunity existed. Well, if the fiancé wants the Duke to prove his seriousness, so be it. Phylum grabbed Layla by the hand and dragged her away. The heroine tried to stop this idiocy. There were people around. The couple went straight towards the Emperor. The cretin unceremoniously interrupted His Majesty's conversation. His interlocutors were simply stunned with horror. Killian looked at the boar with contempt. Then the Emperor smiled. The famous Duke Williot. What happened? Phil replied that he needed his permission. The Duke asks the Emperor to bless the marriage of the Duke with Lady Tevisa. But what is he doing? It's a disgrace. There was a meaningful silence in the banquet hall. Everyone knew that the Duke was not brilliant, but if you looked for it, you wouldn't find such an idiot. The Emperor cannot give his permission for the marriage, and he doesn't want to. This cretin just disgraced the entire empire. Layla needs to be saved. The Duke demanded that the Emperor explain himself and express the reason for his decision. Why did Williot refuse? What idiot burying himself in his grave? The Emperor scratched his head. Really, the eminent Duke needs to explain the reasons. The idiot immediately frowned. How disgusting. So the Emperor was with Layla. The girl immediately fell for this imbecile until he was sent to prison. However, the Duke knows that when there is a big celebration in the palace, all nobles must postpone their holidays for 3 months. Phylum did not want to appear ignorant. Killian Seppel crossed his arms in front of him. So, why did Duke Williot ask if he knew the rules? To get married within a year, they need to get permission as soon as possible. It is unknown when they will have the opportunity to apply for it. After all, it takes a long time to prepare for the wedding. The main character touched the Emperor. She was simply charming. Layla laughed artificially. Indeed, the Duke wanted to marry Layla so much that he was in such a hurry to ask the king for permission. Phil nodded, playing along. Sweat ran down Phil's face because no one told him about such rules. The main character sighed. This time she defended him. Next time she will solve it herself. A whisper went through the crowd of guests, apparently. The Duke adored his fiancée, so he was in a hurry to get permission to marry. Everyone thought the young people had problems, but still, a mistress is just a mistress. A smart girl saved the idiot and convinced everyone that everything was fine in the clan. The Emperor replied happily that the young couple would approach him in a month. Now that he is too busy, the Duke can be patient. Of course, Phil pouted. He didn't like being mocked. The Duke and his fiancée bowed to the Emperor and started to leave. The protagonist left, burning with shame, and out of the corner of her eye she sought the emperor's gaze. What a shame! The emperor, in turn, saw with his own eyes the fantastic girl. She must not be allowed to ruin her life. Green must speed up the examination. The carriage of the Wiliot Duchy departed for the family estate. The imperial ball ended, and the guests were leaving. Filna had no face. She was driving in her thoughts, if you can call it that, with an offended look. The offended duke asked why his fiancée didn't say that there are some rules. Because everyone in this kingdom must know them from childhood, especially the duke. It is shameful to even say this out loud. Phil himself should know and understand what children on every street know. Nothing of the sort. Layla simply decided to humiliate the duke in front of the emperor. What nonsense is this cretin talking about? How did he even know that the duke was so stupid in his education that he was given what he thought? It wasn't entirely clear. The girl doesn't read minds. If only she had given some sign, disgusting bastard, she once again covered him with herself. And saved him. How much the main character did not want to hear the nonsense of this cretin. But without the title of duchess, the girl would have been nothing. The carriage arrived at the estate, the doors opened, and her maid was already running towards Filion. The mistress was clearly worried that after the imperial ball, the relationship between her idiot and Layla would heat up. But there was no reason to worry. They still hate each other. Philem adores her, everything Cecil does just because she flatters him all the time. The duke even allows this girl to leave the estate, which is absolutely not allowed. Michelle carefully stocked up on food and hot tea for her mistress. She had no time to eat. Work awaited her. Again, the hostess torments herself. She needs to worry and take care of herself. This cannot be. She needs a snack. The girl has a lot of work. But the main character didn't even have lunch because she was dismissing the duke. A vile mistress appeared at the door of Layla's room. This was still not enough. The brat babbled her greetings to Lady Tevisa. The main character asked the maid to leave the room for a while. Cecil promised not to take much time from the main character. The maid offered to bring you hot, but the girl refused. There was no need for jokes or hypocrisy, and she simply had no time. The lady learned that she would be leaving next week, so Lady Layla would like to take a walk with her before leaving. The brat started getting more comfortable on the sofa, because the capital, after all, it's the capital, there is a great variety of everything. Why else? The lying garbage was plotting something again. Well, as much as possible. And there wasn't enough confrontation with her now. Why is the mistress asking the young mistress this question? Well, Cecile really hoped that Layla would buy her something. Layla gave the liar a cold look. Why should this suddenly become interesting to her? Well, it's just that her mistress needs baby things and toys. The main character immediately froze. Again, a dirty provocation. This garbage cannot live peacefully. Cecile clarified what was wrong. The lady really said something bad, because very soon her baby will be born. Why should Layla suddenly do this? How is it possible that the future duchess becomes the adoptive mother of her mistress's child? If you really don't want to take care of him, and since the former princess is no longer in her kingdom, she has no personal servants, so let Layla go. What disgusting garbage. She called Layla her maid. Phil is a brainless fool, since he doesn't see her toxicity. Taking care of his child is still Layla's responsibility. So much feigned innocence in the eyes and gestures, and so much ugliness inside, and the brat doesn't even hide his nature. The protagonist rolled her eyes. Stop pretending, stop provoking, get out of her office, let her go to her kennel. What exactly is Miss Tebeza talking about now? Another insult from a pathetic mistress. Stop disrespecting her. A stingy girl is obliged to address her mistress, calling her lady, nothing more. The arrogant fool is not Elliot, she is simply a nobody. The girl immediately jumped up and clenched her fists, no matter who said it. She was still a princess. She was once a princess in a defeated state. Now her mistress is a common commoner, and a commoner without a title or surname. The low-quality reptile is treated courteously, only because she carries the duke's son under her heart. Until the vile snake gives birth, the main character will be courteous to her. So as long as she is still here, don't let her get in your way. That is, as long as she is still here. What's wrong? Philem did not explain to his little animal that as soon as his mistress gives birth to his son, he will throw her out on the street. Yes, the lady really doesn't know. She expected to stay and take everything into her own hands. How funny. Don't let her worry about the child. Layla will never harm him, so don't let her fill her head with other plans of humiliation. She didn't have much time left. Her mistress flew out of the office. The main character even propped the door of the insolent garbage. She came here to humiliate her and express her desire for this house. It's funny. Everything was fine with the mistress. A maid entered her room. The heroine felt fine, but she didn't like being distracted. Layla clutched her head. The girl asked for the sofa, where the garbage was sitting to be cleaned. She needed to rest. The heroine diligently rubbed her temples, massaged her neck and head, but nothing helped her concentrate. In such cases, sleep helped the protagonist a lot. She just needed to take a nap, but not for long. The girl fell asleep sitting upright in her chair, surrounded by her work documents. Layla abruptly opened her eyes and jumped up in surprise. The loud slamming door woke her up. Why the hell does this idiot burst into her room so abruptly that he remembers no decency at all? What is wrong with the main character? Why is she so cold and angry? How could he even do this? He is talking about his mistress again. Why did the girl dare to threaten her? Phylum hit his head. Why would she suddenly do such a thing? But the Duke did not stop. How could he behave like that towards his mistress? Layla has no heart. This garbage no longer has a title, but treats the heroine like a servant. The mistress indicated her real place, and the fact that she is here only until the birth, which is not the case. The mistress just lost her country, and the evil Layla dares to say such a thing. You can't be that idiotic. She tried to humiliate the heroine on purpose. Moreover, it was Duke Williot, the owner of the family estate and head of the family, who had to tell her everything. Then the great head of the family told his mistress that this is really the case, and the brat will get out of here. The idiot hesitated. It is precisely for this reason that the main character announced the Duke's decision, since he himself simply cannot do it. Who does Tevessa think she is here? In general, the girl is the Duke's fiancée. That's why she behaves like a mistress. The main character is, in fact, Duke Willit's fiancée, but she has not yet become his legal wife. Apparently, in all these years that the girl spent here, she got the wrong impression. Layla Tevessa has not yet become a duchess, so let her mind her own business. She simply has no right to do that. Something exploded inside the girl. Layla tried hard for the sake of those who loved her like their own daughter. Layla has done so much for the Williot duchy family that no one has done or will do. And this cretin wants to kick her out for being stingy. All the pleasant and warm memories of the childhood she spent with the Duke were shattered. He never treated her properly, and he never would. The protagonist finally understood everything as it was in her situation. A decision was maturing on her face. She would not tolerate it anymore. Well, the girl understood everything. The Duke smiled triumphantly. Great, he wasn't counting on that anymore. From today, Lady Tevessa will no longer work on the Williot estate, not even in the name of the duchy. The girl mentally apologized to her adoptive parents. She simply cannot cope with this degenerate anymore. As the idiot said, the girl is just Lady Tevessa. She has no right to decide anything here. Phil did not think she was so irresponsible. Let him repeat what he just said. This is the Duke's doing, who threw all the responsibility onto the girl. And he himself cannot even choose a jacket on his own. A pathetic and worthless fool. The concerns of Duchess Layla do not concern her. She is only the Count's daughter, so from now on, let him go alone. Filion grumbled angrily, saying that this would change nothing, that he would not apologize to her or beg her to stay. In no case does anyone expect nobility and sufficiency from an idiot. The girl's eyes finally opened. Layla slapped the Duke with her documents. Let him lose everything he has in a matter of days. Then maybe he'll start appreciating it. The protagonist had nothing more to say. She also didn't want to see that disgusting face. She had to leave. Michelle brought another work letter for the lady on a silver tray. But the girl put her hand in front of her and shook her head. From now on, everything related to work will pass into the hands of Duke Williot. Now he is a great manager. From today, Phil himself will handle all matters, so Layla will not worry about those things. Michelle started asking what happened with the Duke, but Layla asked to be left alone now. Meanwhile, there was a commotion in the study. The butler was handing Lady Tevessa's documents to her Duke. This was all Layla asked to convey to this boor. That means what an evil girl. Does the heroine really think the Duke understands at least something about these documents? No one believes so. Phil is not used to working and thinking. He only read a couple of sheets of reports. And he is already tired. Why waste so much during the rainy season? This is a whole month of maintaining the entire property. It is really possible that they spend so much every year, but this is idiocy. Layla is not as smart as everyone says. If she throws away so much money, those expenses are simply wasted. Perhaps you should still talk about this with Layla, but then the arrogant lady will ignore it again. The evil one will no longer despise his master. Phylum will decide everything himself, and much better than the girl herself. Expenses need to be reconciled, but since he understands that everything is correct, the papers of the Duke's father would be very useful now. The Duke rang the bell and called the butler. He needed the key to the library. Here the young man, overwhelmed by his affairs, was surrounded from behind by an annoyed scoundrel. What has his beloved and dear been doing here for so long? Phylum only looked at the inheritance documents. His mistress apologized for the disturbance. She only wanted to be with him after that conversation with Layla. The brat started behaving badly again. She was so sad and down that she had to say that. The idiot loved it when his mistress admired and flattered him shamelessly, so he allowed her to stay in his office, even though he had work to do. Hateful work will wait for the great Duke and will not go away from him. The mistress is very happy about this. The butler brought his master the key to his father's library, and as he asked, even the servants despised him and his passion. Let the butler put the keys on his desk. Phylum will take care of the matters later. The servant bowed his head and nodded. The brat began to review the lines of documents, trying to find the essence of the matter. Preparations for the rainy season. How interesting that Cecile is already such an impressive age, but has not gained any weight as expected during pregnancy. If they hadn't told him that his mistress was pregnant, Williot would never have guessed. The honest truth let her stop lying. She has gained a lot of weight. Only a little bit and only her belly. How does her mistress manage? Cecile started laughing. The mistress clung to the Duke. Well, she is ticklish. Cecile is afraid to tickle him. What is he doing to her? The brat continued to study his papers behind the Duke with a nervous look during the rainy season. It is necessary to call the archmage. Cecile gritted her teeth angrily. She already had her own plan from the beginning. Nothing should interfere with it. Can a mistress ask her beloved for something? Let him promise first that he will fulfill it. Promising to keep his word without hearing exactly what needs to be done is not right. But this request is about her son, so what can you think of? Fine then, all right, the Duke nodded. The mistress smiled all over. What a naive mule. How easy it is to handle him. The mistress began to express her request. Meanwhile, the protagonist could not sleep. She had no idea what to do with her time. After all, Layla normally had practically no free time, but now she has a lot to do. Maybe then she should read something from the new publications. Yes, it's a great idea. She needs to go to the library. Layla left her room and headed down the hallway towards the butler. The heroine needed the Duke's library key. The servant apologized, but his lordship took the key and did not return it, but the butler was always supposed to keep it. That's right, but last night the master demanded that he leave this key, and the servant did so. That's all. The idiot went to the library. He knows this is neither a training room nor a dining room. Apparently, the pompous turkey went to the library for some documents. How funny his attempts are. There is another key. Unfortunately, there was only one copy of the Duke's library key. So if it was lost, the lock would have to be changed. But this was not enough. The main character will have to beg this arrogant idiot for the library key. Layla didn't want to talk to him at all, nor did she want to see his stupid face. And there was only one key. The girl asked if the Duke was in the library. No, Williot was in his bedroom, which means the scoundrel was probably there with him. Does that mean we'll have to forget about the library for now? It's a shame, but nothing can be done. She won't go to Phylum. Upon returning to the room, Michelle informed her mistress that the archmage was trying to contact her. The protagonist smoothed the folds of her dress and her hair. She sat down carefully and gracefully on the sofa in front of the crystal ball. Lady Teves's greeting was heard from the magic sphere. She hadn't been seen for a long time. Layla greeted the Viscount. If something really had happened, the Viscount would want to talk to her about the preparations for the rainy season. Layla knew it, which is why she got in touch at that moment. The main character proudly announced that from now on, estate matters did not concern her at all. The Duke is handling all matters, but not Phil and Williot. In the future, the Viscount needs to contact him for work matters. The Viscount understood, but they urgently need an approved budget. The heroine didn't want to discuss anything with the idiot. She let them communicate directly, but the Lord can only use the communication sphere once. Please have the girl convey to the Duke the importance of this matter. The connection was broken. The ball needs to be full of magic for 2 days for such short conversations. Layla sighed dejectedly. She would have to approach that cretin. Business is business, and personal attitudes should not concern them. The Duchess would not give in to her emotions. Important matters had to be resolved, and at the same time, she had to get the library key. Well, here she is again leaving Fillion's room. It's strange that the brat walks around and doesn't take off the pendant even at night. Where is the Duke? The mistress replied sarcastically that her lover was very tired from the night, so he was still sleeping. And when he deigns to get up, work doesn't await him when he wants it. The brat no longer considers his position at all. Let the disgusting garbage bother to tell the loafer that Layla was looking for him. Let him find the girl when he wakes up. This served no purpose. The Duke himself appeared from the door. His Majesty finally deigned to get the sleep that the girl wished for from him. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Bear was preparing Layla's examination, and he asked what His Majesty was looking at so often. Killian Seppel froze over the main character's scarf and looked at it fearfully. It was just a scarf, because the Emperor suddenly froze. The Crown Prince smiled warmly and turned to look at his assistant. It is true that this scarf is very beautiful. Killian was like a child showing off his favorite toy and proud to own it. Ver approached and froze in bewilderment. This scarf clearly could not be called beautiful. What a joke. It seems His Highness's vision has diminished due to hard work. The assistant should order glasses for the Emperor. So Killian also childishly kicked his assistant's desk. Bayer didn't understand at all what he was doing. The Emperor apologized. He was completely blind and couldn't see where he was going. Bayer called Killian a liar. All the documents were scattered. How a personal assistant prepares for an exam is precisely why Bayer wanted to talk to his master. Baru handed the Emperor a bunch of questions and let His Majesty study how. In his opinion, they were difficult enough for future assistants. What is this? The personal assistant was joking or something. Bear created a test for idiots so that everyone would pass and immediately write the command. Killian immediately tore up all the questions. This is childish babbling. We are talking about the position of the Emperor's personal assistant. The questions should be 10 times harder. 10 times harder, and the Emperor was definitely going to hire someone. Of course, Killian had a specific person in mind, but even considering his attitude and the well-founded outstanding abilities of his candidate, they won't hire anyone without an exam. Filion stood behind his mistress, who didn't even think about leaving and leaving them alone with Layla. The girl decided to apologize for yesterday's incident. That's right. Layla rolled her eyes. Only her teachers should apologize for their mediocrity here. Filion immediately tensed up. How could he not apologize? Layla should be on his side in everything and please him in everything. Layla spoke to the Viscount and told him he should contact the Duke if he had any questions. He urgently needs documents to prepare for the rainy season. Yes, that's all. Phylum was about to do this. Layla was collecting the previous ones. Layla felt it. No, it was an assistant, but the main character checked them personally. The Duke laughed contentedly. What is wrong with this idiot? Why was there a question about the documents? Is something wrong, or can Phil simply not understand a word? The Duke replied sarcastically that he wouldn't say anything else, that this was no longer Lady Tevis's job, and that he no longer needed her help. Layla pressed her hand to her heart. Her help was no longer needed. They no longer needed her at Duke Wiliot's estate. Filion hopes they won't resume this conversation. The pompous peacock invited his mistress back to the room. Finally, the insignificant cretin cast a disdainful look at Layla, in addition to all his other flaws. He was also a terrible, envious person. The main character didn't even have time to utter a word when the door to her bedroom slammed in her face. She didn't even have time to ask for the library key. The girl asked if the Duke had sent the documents to the Viscount, and the butler nodded. Layla was already exhausted and thought about checking on Filion if there was no news. She was still worried about his business. After all, this capable idiot can destroy everything in exactly 1 hour, although this no longer concerns the main character. The girl saw a black envelope with an invitation on her desk and took it in her hands. Interesting situation. The invitation was from the Byzantine clan, the family that raised such a repugnant countess. Why would they suddenly invite Layla? Behind this letter, with the characteristic crest of this clan, is clearly her enemy, who is not yet calmed down over her loss. Apparently, the invitation is from Countess Sophia herself, who probably wants revenge for her humiliation at the imperial ball. The main character will not give her that reason, and seeing her vile face, the girl tore up the invitation. Then a personal maid, satisfied, entered the girl's room. Her mistress had already heard the surprising news. What are we talking about? The mistress decided to go on a trip around the world, or the Duke realized his stupidity. Michelle shouted loudly and cheerfully. Emperor Kilian Sepel is looking for a personal assistant for the civil service directly in the royal palace. Wow, and it was stated very clearly that women are also accepted into the service. Unthinkable. Women, of course, does not mean they never held special positions, but it was never emphasized so much. Layla immediately recalled the conversation with the emperor. Kilian then asked the girl if she wanted to become an official. It was all for her own good. The main character did not hesitate for a second. She let the maid find out what was needed to pass the exam. There was less than a month left until the exam. There will be questions about taxes, management, politics, social welfare. There were a total of 7 sections in the exam, more than everyone expected. But still, the emperor himself is looking for an assistant and is obliged to understand everything. The exam will not be easy. The best minds of the empire will come with different educations and achievements, but Layla will not give up. The main character reached for a thick book. No matter how they tried to humiliate her at home, she knows her worth, even if not entirely. Then suddenly, a man's hand appeared very close to the girl's face. A familiar voice said that this book on politics is very useful. The emperor himself stood in front of Layla and recommended the book to her, charming and wonderful as always. The girl wanted to greet her emperor as expected, but he immediately hissed at her. "Don't do that." Kilian then smiled warmly. "Do not reveal that the emperor is present in the library. Chaos will ensue." Layla thanked her savior for the advice, but she had already studied this book. Wow, it's not simple reading. And what will the main character say about this book? It is very informative. She read this one too. So this one on taxes, Layla studied that year, and the one to its right, and the girl read it too. And even this one, everything remains the same. Well, apparently everything is in order with politics and taxes for the main character. She dares to hope so. Sweat ran down the emperor's face. He had a whole mountain of books in his hands, and they had all been studied. The exam would have to be even harder. By the way, can the emperor expect help from the young Tebessa? Of course she will help. Although it was unexpected how an ordinary girl could help the emperor himself. Layla felt embarrassed. Meanwhile, the young and handsome emperor was walking with his companion in red through the streets of the capital. Kilian smiled at her presence and thoughts. The girl behaved moderately and severely, so as not to overdo it. The main character looked with interest at the local merchant stalls to see how much was being sold in the capital. I wonder what exactly his lordship is looking for in the shopping streets among these nearby tents. It is truly something unique. The girl's attention was drawn to textbooks and alchemy flasks. She had never studied this science and was curious. Meanwhile, the emperor was assured that these seeds would germinate even during the rainy seasons, and that they even grew better during the wettest times. Having planted these magical seeds, Kilian will forget all his worries. Layla immediately became cautious. The heroine carefully examined the seeds in the seller's hand. It was not true. His words were a blatant lie. Kilian immediately agreed. The merchant persuaded him. In no case, the main character immediately called the vile merchant a fraud. The merchant immediately hesitated. He is not a liar, but an honest and kind merchant. He knows his product perfectly and has been in the market for a long time. Why doesn't Lady Tevessa want to buy such wonderful seeds? But this is a lie. And blatant fraud. A merchant is trying to sell his emperor some kita seeds. This plant lives only in deserts and is used by nomads for food. Therefore, saying that the kabit will grow well during the rains is a lie. That's right. The merchant started getting angry. It was the first time he had dealt with these particular seeds, and he might have simply misunderstood and was trying to get away. Let the young people take these seeds as an apology for the inconvenience, but it's time for him. Will the young people really let such a reckless swindler go so easily? Don't let the lady worry, they will catch him. After which a roar and shouts were heard. And what kind of people were these? The emperor said they were his guards. Let the girl stop looking suspiciously at everyone. She will scare away all swindlers. And Layla knows a lot about plants. Everyone keeps being surprised. The emperor is making fun of her again. That everyone knows that. Well, the emperor did not know this information. Who would it be then? The heroine immediately froze. The main character apologized immediately. It was not her intention to offend the emperor at all. It's all right. He's just joking. Then the charming young man reached into his breast pocket, after which he happily handed the package with these very seeds to Layla. She knows more about this than he does himself. Therefore, Lady Tebessa will surely find better use for them. Layla thanked the emperor for the seeds. So Kilian came here for seeds. The emperor replied that it was something like that, but not quite. In fact, he is looking for some kind of plant. A threatening grimace appeared on his face. What was it? Layla looked closely at her emperor. It seemed that Killian was planning something bad, although this was not typical of him. By the way, the emperor is very grateful to the girl for her help with the seeds and for identifying the fraud. Perhaps Layla will also help him in his search. The emperor appreciates and is grateful for her help, but Phil neglects and humiliates her. The girl was already radiant. She felt necessary and useful. She was appreciated and found his presence pleasant. Who is this boy? He looks like he came from the pages of the most beautiful fairy tales. Simply an amazing young man. The main character put her hand to her heart. It felt so warm and pleasant in her soul. An incredible feeling. She had already forgotten what it was like to feel necessary and important to someone. Layla smiled without hiding her true happiness. Killian immediately froze. He fell in love with the girl. Layla was simply beautiful. In that smile, the emperor already knew that the main character had a beautiful smile. But now that he was in love with her, Killian immediately withdrew, after which the emperor extended his hand to his companion and invited her to go with him, since she was happy to be able to help him. Layla carefully placed her hand in the emperor's hand. She was very happy to feel his strong and sensual hand. It was sunny and clear outside, and ordinary residents crowded around the shopping arcades. The emperor knew that, generally, it wasn't necessary to hold them by the hand. But why deny himself such pleasure? Such a sensible girl who went through a lot and left with him so easily, without knowing him at all. Undoubtedly, Layla can defend herself, as the incident in the square demonstrated. But the young man might have deliberately lulled the lady's guard to attack her when she least expected it. She followed the emperor like a stray cat after a fish. What is His Highness thinking about? The emperor stopped and thought. Layla immediately noticed changes in his face and voice. Killian Seppel carefully and slowly released his hands. He had a question for the main character. The girl listened attentively to him. It is possible that such an intelligent Lady Tevessa trusts other people so much all the time that it is dangerous. Layla didn't fully understand the emperor's question. What exactly did he mean by gullibility? Killian took a deep breath. Well, generally, the main character left with His Highness, without even thinking for a second if it would be dangerous. The protagonist agreed and changed the subject. They will go down the green path. He understood correctly. It's not obvious. The emperor said he would need a plant, and where else to look except on the green path. Well, that's all true, and the green path is a fairly safe and crowded place. But still, the heroine really hoped that His Majesty could find what he was looking for. But suddenly, Killian was planning something bad. Suddenly, His Imperial Majesty wants to kill someone. Killian adopted a serious and threatening look. Well, what nonsense. The boy froze questioningly. This is a plot twist. Now everything is clear. The main character trusts him completely and unconditionally. The girl herself just realized this. Layla made an effort, closed her eyes and breathed. Then she admitted that she really trusted someone she had only seen a couple of times in her life. After which the girl opened her eyes and looked confidently at her emperor. It was all like that. He gave her exactly this feeling. The protagonist started understanding seeds about 5 years ago. It wasn't her hobby, but a work necessity. The previous year it rained very little, which could not fail to worry. Then the expected drought occurred, and it was necessary to stock up on supplies for the war. And at that moment, the estate was saved because the heroine had stocked up on grain in advance. Everyone was tired of constantly worrying about food. It was then that the girl found that very desert plant that survives even in drought conditions. Of course, the main character agreed to help, but in reality, her knowledge is not enough. This is not true at all. The emperor is very happy that Layla went with him. He is happy with her presence, their conversations, and laughter. The protagonist froze in fear, because her whole life she had been told the opposite. First in her own home, and then at her fiancé's. Surely Killian said this just out of courtesy. There is nothing to think about his special attitude towards her. Then the girl's attention was drawn to the glass showcase of a jewelry store. There was something there that bothered her. What a familiar pendant. Perhaps someone wore it at the imperial banquet among the young ladies, or gave it to her. The emperor leaned towards his companion. The girl liked something, not nothing. Killian smiled at the girl. The young man was always very perceptive and attentive to her words and glances. The emperor entered a jewelry store and called an employee to show this pendant to the young ladies. What excellent taste His Majesty has. This is the only pendant with a magic stone. It has real power, a true rarity. The emperor began to observe the cane with interest and wait for a demonstration of what this stone did. An awkward silence fell in the jewelry store. The young people froze, and everyone expected a great miracle and achievement. And what should happen with this stone? The employee replied that now their visitors would see everything for themselves. The pendant stone shone blue, and then the hand of the man from the jewelry store began to grow before their eyes. And it turned into a huge, swollen hand. With the help of this incredible magic stone, you can change any part of the body. It's incredible, powerful, and great magic. The main character almost burst out laughing. It seems the powers in this stone simply know no limits. The emperor was not so kind and called things by their name. Overall, an absolutely useless trinket. Layla didn't know if it was magic or something else, but this stone had an incredibly beautiful color. The manager smiled. The stone really shone very beautifully and unusually, especially under the sun's rays. Killian asked her if she wanted the decoration. Well, what does the emperor say, but still? Where did the girl see it, and why did she remember it like this after all? She is indifferent to jewelry. The protagonist asked her companion if he had found what he was going to buy. Unfortunately, no. But there are still many shops on the green path. It is possible that the emperor will find what he was looking for there, but that's enough for today. The emperor thanked the girl for her help. He would definitely pay for it. It's not worth it. Layla was very happy. By the way, the emperor has something for Lady Tebessa. Layla froze, looking at the light box. The main character opened Killian's gift. Inside was the same pendant with a magic stone. He bought it. When did the emperor manage to buy this necklace? And why is he giving the girl a gift? This is a reward for today's help, but she didn't do any of that. Let her take her gift immediately. This is the emperor's order. Layla was simply stunned, but what is happening cannot be that surprising. The heroine shyly thanked her emperor for the gift. She would have accepted it immediately, and that's it, she smiled. But the girl had better stop apologizing all the time. Just let her say thank you. This is also an order. The emperor thought about his words. Killian didn't want to be emperor for her at all. This ruins a lot. This is not an order, but a request from his interlocutor Layla. She was radiant with happiness. She was very satisfied with Killian's words and actions. The charming young man noticed that the heroine catches everything on the fly. Like a diligent student, a worthy assistant, the emperor was interrupted by his servant. It was already time for him to return to the palace for his important business. It was sad. Killian said goodbye to the girl and thanked Tevez. See you soon, the girl said goodbye in return. Or it was worth answering thank you, as the emperor taught her. Killian laughed. He retracts his words. Layla's carriage started moving. The girl apologized to her maid. She promised to show her the capital, but it didn't work out. Michelle only saw the green path, but she was interested anyway. By the way, can she ask a question? Of course, let the maid ask. But that blue-haired gentleman has a higher title than Layla. Of course, Killian is the emperor, so her countess title didn't even come close to his. Well, of course. The emperor himself shouted, "Stop." The maid just saw her lover walk with his majesty. It's simply unthinkable. This cannot be a fantasy. No one will believe her. Layla started worrying about Michelle. She let her calm down. Besides the fact that the charming young man is an emperor, he is also called a murderer. The maid does not want to be imprisoned for slander, under any circumstances. She simply couldn't hold back. According to numerous dirty rumors, the bloody emperor killed all members of his royal family to ascend the throne. But the emperor did not look like a cold-blooded murderer. Moreover, Layla was also always the victim of vile gossip. Of course, there are some inconsistencies, but she really wants to believe Killian. She feels she can do it. The road was fast. The protagonist had already arrived at the estate and was getting out of her carriage. What is happening in the mansion? What is all this fuss? Why is every servant running around with some kind of packages? Something really happened. Inside, all service personnel were busy with a large number of dresses, colored boxes, and other things. This is what she generally knows, where all these boxes and things on the estate come from, and why there are so many in general. The butler bowed guiltily and replied that all those were purchases by the duke's mistress. What the hell? Even though she is pregnant with Phylum's child, she has no right to behave like the owner of this house. But she simply doesn't have the strength to object. And all these things completely covered the huge corridor, just for her. Not even for the duke, the servant nodded. It was exactly like that. But what she bought in such quantities is simply unthinkable. And stupid. the girl began to study the numerous purchases of the scatterbrain. Supposedly, she had no clothes with her, and that's why she had to buy the whole boutique. The main character approached and began to study the outfits. It is unclear why he shamelessly needs dresses with a narrow waist. They won't fit her soon. Layla asked to see the receipts, suggesting that everything was prohibitively expensive. 17 dresses, 19 pairs of shoes, a bunch of pendants and other accessories. That's what's needed to maintain the estate for 6 months. What an idiot. When she gives birth, all her dresses will go out of style. What is this idiot thinking? So take a deep breath. This is no longer the girl's business. Let the Duke solve it himself. Now she has other things to think about. Layla already put the situation behind her, and all thanks to the Emperor and his care for the girl. Besides, she didn't wait for the exam. Behind the main character, Michelle dragged a mountain of books in preparation for questions about where to take them. The rude Duke intruded into their conversation without hesitation. And what are these, your girlfriend's books? And why does Layla need so many books? What is she going to do with them and how to use them? These are not dresses. He bought it. It means he needs it. There are enough books in the library for the lady. Or he decided to return to his duties. Phil means, of course not, about the Duke's duties that she performed for him. So why all this? To prepare for the imperial exam, Phil chuckled maliciously. The best minds of the Empire will accept it. Layla has no chance. The Williot family estate has no chance with such a clan head. But the girl does. As always, the main character lacked self-confidence. The Duke kept mocking his girlfriend. Let the girl accept his advice, even if she doesn't dedicate her time, as he apparently does, to development. What an idiot. Layla will decide for herself how to use her time, even if she doesn't approach him with unnecessary advice. Well, she is stubborn, but Phylum is sure that the girl will never betray him in her life. It is he who tells her, as the Duke says. As a Duke, Phil has not yet learned to do anything, not even to speak, as the Imperial Ball demonstrated. What will happen if Layla passes the exam? Philion was furious. He hated that his opinion was ignored. Then the Cretan would fulfill all the heroine's wishes. But if the arrogant girl fails, she will apologize to her lover for everything. There is no chance to apologize to this fake and cheap girl, who simply has to take this exam. But the heroine will really be able to do it. She won't take risks in vain. But until she passes the exam, she won't know. There was no turning back. And most importantly, the protagonist did not want to let down the one who gave her this opportunity. Because of Killian's attitude towards her, his impeccable faith in her and his support, she will give her all. Tomorrow it would be necessary to return to the family estate, and things needed to be prepared. Since it was already necessary to return, the protagonist replied that she generally needed to stay in the capital. That's right. Michelle timidly pinched the folds of her dress, but the Duke ordered his girlfriend to be picked up too. What performance is this? What does Lord Kissa want from you? She already stayed in the capital. Preparations for the rainy season are coming, so let him return to the estate, because dragging the main character with him, she still has business here. There are only 3 weeks left until the imperial exam. She needs to stay in the capital and continue preparing. Again, the girl with her nonsense. She doesn't want to waste time on the road, and Layla hasn't forgotten that these days she must inspect the territory. Before the rainy season, the heroine always conducted checks to understand how her subjects lived. But this is no longer his business. The Duke is not eager to take the girl with him, but her absence can cause problems with the mages. Of course, they know Cruton is in front of them, but then the whole family will suffer, and she will leave herself. No, since she has more important things to do, let her stay. You just can't conduct the check, and that's it. What a bastard. He doesn't give a damn about living people upon his return. He will have a lot of ducal business to do. So much work has piled up, a lot of paperwork, and there is no one to do it. Layla immediately realized that this monster was trying to get rid of her again. Good luck to him with that. And since the girl doesn't want to say anything more, the Duke is absolutely empty and will hurry to sort out the papers. Well, what a bastard Layla is. They hinted to her in plain text that there was a lot of work in the office, but the main character doesn't understand any hints and is incapable of anything when there is less. He is a Duke. He shouldn't bother so much with paperwork. Why couldn't he leave everything to Layla as always this time? Then a brilliant scoundrel appeared behind the back of the pseudo-Duke Phylum. He is sitting here very seriously. There is a lot of work to be done. Perhaps his mistress should help her beloved with his work. Phylum did not expect to hear this from her. That's how you should treat the Duke, but it's not worth it. Cecil isn't even a citizen of the Empire, but she really wants to be one. If only Layla were half as kind as Cecil, what's wrong with her? Indeed, the mistress hated everything related to her rival. The Duke shouldn't say her name in front of her. This is something the lady can definitely help her dear Duke with. She is very noble and intelligent. Tell Michelle not to worry. Her mistress will finish inspecting the territory and will return to the capital immediately. And what is Phylum doing in his girlfriend's carriage? He is now traveling with his pet reptile. The Williot Duchy carriage started moving, and a tense silence reigned inside the carriage. The Duke exhaled. He wanted to talk about something with the girlfriend. She knew it couldn't be otherwise. This is the only reason this idiot is traveling in the same carriage as Layla. And not with Cecile, he himself wouldn't want that company. They need to talk about the preparation for the wedding process, and what a sour face the girl made when she changed her mind about marrying him. Or something like that. Of course I changed my mind and never wanted to, but it was impossible to answer like that. The girl was forced to say that it was not so at all, but she did not move her tongue at all. Why does this happen every time? It's harder, isn't it? It's simply unexpected, that's all. And what did the main character expect? Phil said at the wedding that they would get married. Suggests before winter in October. How soon? How much time do you not want? But there is nothing you can do about it. It would be suspicious to delay it, all right. But on the other hand, once the heroine receives her title, she will stop worrying about her position. She will choose her dress when they return to the estate. But the bride doesn't have to prepare for the wedding herself. And who then will help Layla prepare for the wedding? Countess Tevisa or something like that? No, Cecile. Cecile said she would be happy to help the girl. She is still a princess and understands it. The Duke was completely stunned. There are great doubts about the good character and purity of intentions of the cheap actress. Why suddenly help her? The Duke's heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the area. He ordered the carriage to stop immediately. Then Phillies furiously got out of Layla's carriage and slammed the door shut. Because she was a witch, only in the fallen kingdom of Mules did mistresses have the right to participate in the wedding. But they live in the Cardan Empire. They will simply laugh at the Duchess for such speeches. Phillies is completely stupid and understands nothing. The Countess would be better. Such an arrogant and selfish Layla. Phillies opened the doors of Cecile's carriage. The girl was already waiting for him. It seems not everything went very well, because the mistress delighted in the Duke's anger towards Layla. She couldn't delay any longer. She had to break through immediately, but Tevessa simply doesn't care. They are just thoughts aloud. The mistress apologizes profusely. The Duke replies that Cecil is right about everything. It's time to remind Layla of her true place, who is legitimately the master here, and who is just an addition. That's right, Phil says everything. It's not right for a mere countess to look down on the Duke. It's unacceptable in his kingdom. The lady perfectly manipulated this brainless donkey. Everything is going according to her plan. Layla is finished. The carriages arrived at the Williot Duchy's family estate. The service personnel were already greeting their masters. As this scoundrel traveled in the same carriage as the Duke and came out arm in arm, everyone decided that she was the lady. The main character was called by the male mage. He asked the girl to lend him a couple of minutes of her attention. Of course, something has happened, but the mage still hasn't come. He wants to discuss some issues related to the rainy season. But this no longer concerns Layla. All questions are for the Duke. Yes, everyone knows it, but they still want to know his opinion. Here the conversation was interrupted by Phil. What did the wizard want from Lady Tevessa? Did the nobility not understand that he was the Duke here or what? The male simply wanted to ask the lady a question. It concerns preparations before the rainy season. And why did he turn to her? Why didn't the wizard go directly to the Duke? Or did even his subjects look down on Phil? Layla covered the male mage with herself. It's not his fault for his master's complexes and stupidity. He just wanted advice. Surely the advice of someone more experienced was needed. Duke Williot understands everything perfectly. Therefore, speak for the last time, although they shouldn't even think of arguing with Tevessa about matters concerning the duchy. A couple of days later, the main character still couldn't manage to talk to the lady. But it was necessary. Even if there was a rift with the Duke, she didn't care. The Duke, with a bored look, asked what was troubling the merchant about his conditions. Yes, everything was in order. Well, at least pretending to be interested in the problems of his subjects could be worse. It was as if a stone had been lifted from my soul, because this idiot could have avoided this trip and show his disdain for his subjects. Then a child started pulling the main character's dress. The girl greeted him and told him how small he was. Layla knelt down to make the child more comfortable. The baby wanted to say something. She nodded. The child asked the Duke to help them with their family, but the Duke was behind him. And he was angry. The main character turned everything into a joke, honey. The real Duke is right behind you. Even the children didn't perceive it. The child turned and saw an unpleasant young man in expensive clothes and a stupid mine or my. Assuming Mina means appearance figure mind me here. He is not fit for the role of savior, is he? The Duke is actually this aunt with a beautiful dress. The girl is very kind and caring. She will help them. After all, the Duke is someone who always takes care of his subjects. His mother immediately took the child in her arms and ordered him to be quiet. The woman begged for her son to be forgiven. He is still just a baby and doesn't know what he is saying, but it's okay. She and Phylum will definitely try to help them. Then the Duke told Layla to shut up and return to the carriage. Phil, as the owner of these lands, will solve it himself, but the lady is very tired, so let her rest in the carriage. The Duke got into his girlfriend's carriage. The girl was already tired of his idiotic statements and oppression. As for what happened with the local residents, the Duke immediately expected that it was not his business, that she shouldn't interfere. And by the way, regarding the wedding, the girl is against her lover preparing her for such an event. Therefore, Countess Tevessa, whom he hates, will prepare Layla for the wedding. What a weirdo. He knew he was cruel to her. And what's wrong? The girl isn't happy. She wanted it so much herself. Not a mistress, but a countess, that's great. This idiot is trying to drive her to a nervous breakdown and subject her to his control. The damn idiot. Layla needs to leave earlier to prepare for the exam, so she hasn't abandoned this idea yet. She hasn't even thought about it. Even if we assume that the girl passes this exam, then she will find out what to do with her duties as a duchess. Seriously, the girl has no time to deal with the duchy's affairs as much as the empire's affairs. He doesn't understand. The work in the royal palace is different from what she did. The workload of the emperor is much greater. The Duke pointed his disgusting finger at his girlfriend. She definitely forgot. Phylum laughed sarcastically in her face. Layla's job is to take care of herself, her children, and the estate, and that's all. If Lady Tevessa suddenly dares to neglect her duties, the Duke will not tolerate it. In fact, she was right about the role assigned to her, the same thing her beloved Duchess told her. But now it sounded so noble and grand. But now I grit my teeth and want to strangle the Duke. A few days later, Layla was resting in her room. She was incredibly tired after studying so much for the imperial exam. And besides, there were still wedding preparations. Only little things remained. The rest she would do from the capital, and the Countess would help. Countess Tevessa was already acting as if she had become the Duke's mother-in-law. Williot, it was simply unbearable. The vile woman despised everyone all the time, threatened, raised her voice, and made everyone hysterical. This woman climbed absolutely everywhere. There was no peace in her, and it is scary to imagine what will happen after the marriage. But now only the preparation for the imperial exam remains. The rest is behind. Nothing is left. The protagonist planned to return to the capital tomorrow. Her personal maid promised to prepare everything, and her lover likes sweets. Layla raised her eyebrows, and that's why Michelle asks, generally, yes. It's just that her maid and other girls prepared sweets in the morning. Maybe Layla wants them too. Yes, of course. The girl pulled out a pink lollipop. Layla hadn't touched sweets for a long time. We could treat ourselves. The protagonist put the fragrant and shiny sweet in her mouth, her favorite strawberry flavor and smell. A pleasant wave of warmth and light immediately spread through the main character's body. But well, it's just candy. Although it wasn't just any candy, Layla now had a warm association with it. Killian loved these candies. The handsome young man always ate them when he was sad in his soul, and shared them with the girl to cheer her up. Strawberry candies, how delicious and pleasant. Layla loves them now because they have become a precious memory for her. Michelle suggested that her mistress try a lollipop with a different flavor, but Layla refused. You don't really like his sweets. Not at all, they are simply wonderful, but Layla needs the dress to fit her well. The girl loves strawberry sweets the most. The main character's thoughts no longer revolved around sweets. The maid is glad that Lady Tevessa liked the sweets, and her mood clearly improved. It was time to go to bed, because tomorrow the girl had trains and a hard road. But the main character couldn't sleep. The girl heard a terrible roar and immediately froze. It's impossible. Not from here. Where is this terrible noise coming from? Layla jumped up from her seat, refusing to believe it. It was really true. that the protagonist put on her robe and ran to the window. But not this. The rainy season has started prematurely. What should she do now with the road? She has very little time left. The next morning, the protagonist asked the driver if they could leave. No way, it was too dangerous. The driver apologized to the lady. She had nothing to apologize for. It really was very dangerous. In these weather conditions, driving on local roads, a heavy carriage, and unstable, amounts to suicide. 9 years ago, it was in such weather and under such circumstances that the Duke died. And the Duchess of Wiliot, the maid, was worried about her mistress. If everything was fine with Layla, everything was fine. It's just that a lot of things had accumulated. When could the suitor take Lady Tevessa to the capital now? It was urgent. But the man didn't know how to answer. The rainy season is somewhat unpredictable. But according to the latest forecasts, the girl will only be able to reach the capital in 4 days. And there are only 8 days left to prepare. There is very little time, but there is nothing to do. You can't argue with nature. 3 days have passed since the first rain. The weather did not improve, which means the girl couldn't leave on time. The girl was nervous all day, as if sensing something bad, and it happened. The maid announced trouble. The protagonist immediately returned to the past, where she was also informed of the death of her adoptive parents. Lady Tevessa had a panic attack. She immediately began to suffocate. The girl almost lost consciousness. Michelle immediately ran to the heroine's bedroom, who was horrified by her mistress's condition. And how to help her? The butler was already standing by Layla and trying to wave a towel at her. The girl was struggling with her panic attack, and the protagonist succeeded. She took control of her fear and regained her breath. A disaster occurred. The river flowing nearby overflowed and flooded all the surroundings. But how could this happen? The river banks were always reinforced before the rainy season. The main character immediately goes to the Duke. She doesn't care that he is angry. We are talking about people's lives. In the hall, Lady Tevessa met a worried male mage. He was very glad that the girl was here. The main character was already aware that the river had overflowed. It was simply terrible the losses there were. The ruthless river flooded all the coastal rice fields. Many residents simply drowned or were washed away by the current. People were suffering, something had to be done. The entire duchy could now be left without a harvest. Everyone was waiting for orders from their stupid lordship. It was tedious to restore the bank immediately. They told the Duke to stop talking nonsense, and Lady Layla forgot about this. But the main character was ready to tear the Duke apart in front of everyone, even if she only spoke, that the Duke should close it immediately. It was about saving people and massive famine, and the Count was a minute away. If we start rebuilding the bank, it will only get worse because the rain doesn't stop. How can this idiot not understand? And what will the smart miss tell you to do with the crops? Why does she say to evacuate people when his fields are more important? The steak is completely rotten. Fields can always be resown, but people will never get their lives back. Who is she talking to? That Lord Roy immediately call the guards. We have to save the people. Phil didn't even have time to open his mouth. All carriages, carts, and coachmen will be needed. They will be necessary for those who cannot walk on their own. The maids must prepare a place in the annex and immediately call a doctor there. People will need help. Later, the girl is ready to endure any punishment for going against the Duke. All responsibility for future consequences rests with her. The main character bowed in fulfillment of duty. Let the great Duke show mercy and allow others to save their subordinates. After a clear arrangement of actions, with the feeling of having completed the mission, the girl quietly left the Duke's office. Phelan had, as always, a dull expression on his face. He didn't even have time to understand half of Layla's words. Meanwhile, in the annex of the Wiliot estate, the rescued people were already regaining consciousness. They were wrapped in blankets and examined by a doctor. They say Lady Layla sent the carriages, so everyone felt calm. The girl would quickly become a duchess, but because the river overflowed, they usually always reinforced it before the rainy season. All inhabitants of the duchy had already heard rumors that the Lord was preparing for this year's rainy season. He threatened Miss Layla and forbade her from interfering in his affairs. Why the hell is this idiot bothering? Everything should be managed by the lady. To Layla, everyone knows how outstanding and wise she is as a manager. While this arrogant and ignorant Duke was not on the estate, everything was fine for everyone. The lady even made his duchy one of the richest. A hired spy overheard the conversation of the grateful residents and relayed it word for word to his Duke. Insecure, envious, and weak, The Duke became enraged upon hearing this about himself and slammed his fist on the table. How dare this scoundrel dishonor his lordship so much? His status, to stain his reputation. Bill Reptile. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting at her desk sorting documents. And accounting. Why was the budget reduced so much this quarter? The wizard male replied that it was an order from Duke Fillion Williot. Moreover, Duke Williot strictly forbade everyone from telling Lady Tibbs this. The wizard male is not to blame for this. Fillion had to sign the corresponding new budget documents on time. But here they are. The main character began to carefully study the new report on the property embezzlement. Fillion did not spend money on hiring mages to reinforce the banks. It was entirely his fault, so many deaths and so much damage. Whether he or she doesn't know how much volume is in the river, Phil replied to the advice that it wasn't scary. Blatant lie, not even Fillion's father had this information. Layla stumbled upon this accidentally while analyzing the causes of the drought. It turned out that this Quan was destroying the Annam, so the young lady reinforced the banks with Dorian stone. It was expensive, but definitely better than a flood and death. And in the end, thanks to the stupidity of the new manager, the damage and expenses are several times higher than the reduced budget. He saved the idiot. Bravo. The main character asked where Duke Williot was now. The girl did not want to explain things to him or see him at all, but for the sake of the future destiny of all residents, their children, and their deceased parents, she had to bring him to his senses. Of course, the idiot was in the training room. The only thing he liked was brandishing a piece of sharp iron. What does this reptile want from him? Layla took a deep breath. The girl went over to talk to him about how to prepare for the rainy season. This is due to the fact that the Duke did not hire mages to strengthen the riverbanks, as a result of which a cataclysm occurred on his lands. The Duke immediately froze. On which land? What did the girl just say about his land? Is this really true? Yes, on his lands. And what is wrong here? Layla has not yet become Williot. Since when does the lady hold the title of Duchess? Phil slapped the lady's documents with his hand. This is his land, his job. What the hell? The upstart is messing around everywhere. All the important papers that could save the lives of his subordinates were scattered on the floor. The idiot didn't even care about the lives of other people, only what they thought of him. The scoundrel is simply trying to prove that she is better than the Duke, that she manages his affairs better than he does himself. The insolent woman has no shame. The Duke knows that Layla is spreading dirty rumors about him. Phylum warns one last time not to meddle in his affairs. If she disobeys, she shouldn't count on mercy. The Duke will have to take forceful measures to protect himself, his reputation, and his estate from Lady Tevessa. And then the girl seriously thought about what would have happened if this warning had been the last. If the main character were given no more chances, how would she behave? And what would Layla feel? The main character stared thoughtfully out the window. The ruthless rain kept falling. The maid said that after the terrible flood, the neighbors began to compare Layla to her stupid Duke. Almost everyone would prefer Layla as their manager, instead of Phil and Williot, which is not surprising. It was more convenient for this cretin to believe that it was rumors from Layla, and not the real opinion his subjects had of him. The young people, who had known each other since childhood, had lost the last of their mutual trust. But why is he in such a hurry with the wedding then? Although it doesn't matter, on the duchy estate, nothing was important to the main character except the exam. Finally, the weather cleared up. The girl asked if there were any free carriages left. Right. Everyone participated in the evacuation. They left her alone, but during pregnancy, walking a lot is harmful, and the Duke and his lover took her away. There were only 5 days left until the exam. It was necessary to leave immediately if Layla wanted to participate. In general, the main character can go in one carriage, just to arrive on time. But all the carriages were also occupied. And what should a girl do? She cannot miss the opportunity of a lifetime and disappoint her emperor like this. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the emperor's personal assistant announced that participant number 171 out of 200 had arrived. His Majesty, or Bear, seems dissatisfied with something again, because the personal assistant is not allowed to go home. Of course, the emperor will let his assistant go home after the exam, but Bear will have to go back to work afterwards, even if he doesn't want to. Killian CPL carefully studied the list of examinees. Layla Tevessa's name was not listed among the participants. Duke Williot's fiancée, although in the application documents for those wishing to take the imperial exam. The girl's name was unambiguous. Clearly something was wrong. Layla was not one to leave things unfinished. She sees it through to the end. The best experts in various fields will participate in the exam. Why is His Highness so interested in this girl? Maybe Lady Tebezza was simply scared, but the Emperor disagrees with his assistant. The girl is clearly not shy. The personal assistant noticed that his Emperor was noticeably worried, and Bear offered to find out why Layla Tebezza did not attend the exam. They won't be able to get the information before the exam, and after passing it, it won't make sense. The exam starts in half an hour. The personal assistant was about to enter the hall, but the Emperor stopped him. His Highness, the new head of the Cardan Empire, wants to go to the hall and look for potential assistance. The great ruler of the empire, Cardan, got up from his desk. It would be easier for him to influence the situation on the spot. The Emperor and Bear left their office and slowly walked towards the examination hall. Killian Seppel really wants to personally attend the imperial exam, but he cannot do it. Of course, His Majesty can do anything, but then the examinees might get nervous. But then they are not fit for the position of personal assistant. Beer sighed in resignation. Well, His Majesty has standards. They will never hire anyone. The personal assistant, with a dejected look, invited his Emperor into the hall. Killian stepped forward. All the examinees crowded in the hall are ordered to greet their great Emperor. Killian Seppel, His Majesty carefully examined everyone who wished to receive this position. As expected, not a single woman. It is not forbidden for women to hold government positions in the empire, but there has never been such a case in history, which is why it was believed to be forbidden, which is why Layla gave up. Then the exam starts in a few minutes. Everyone is asked to take their seats for the exam. The Ron Mail announced that it was necessary to close the palace doors now. It was simply impossible to wait any longer. The Emperor waited until the last minute. Killian could not be wrong about Layla. He was very enthusiastic about her. Only 1 minute left, which means she won't come after all, and then a woman's voice is heard from behind the door. Layla Tevessa stood in front of the Emperor. She was here already. The girl arrived in the last minute before the exam started. The poor girl tried to catch her breath. She ran long and fast, fearing to miss the opportunity of a lifetime, the opportunity to change not only her life, but also the lives of the Empire's residents. The Emperor and his personal assistant watched her with interest. She was clearly dressed in a hurry. Inside, the Emperor rejoiced with joy for the girl, but he concealed it. She was still here. Layla had finally made a decision. Bear straightened his back and took the sheets with the list of participants. So Lady Layla kisses you, that's right. The girl nodded modestly. Layla. She no longer had hope of taking the imperial exam, but she didn't stop trying. The curious immediately left the hallway. The same Lady Tevessa heard that Wiliot's fiancé was going to take the exam, which means the rumors were true. But why does the future Duchess need this position? It seems she has problems with Duke Wiliot. And besides, the girl is the illegitimate daughter of a count. The Emperor, upon hearing this, pounds the wall with his fist. Silence. The Emperor will not allow Layla to be treated with disdain. None of the nobles were near her. She is the most worthy of them all. The exam has already begun, so there can be no conversations among the examinees. Everyone must take their seats. Layla was very embarrassed by her lateness. She asked Bear if the girl could participate now, and Bear nodded affably. The personal assistant politely accompanied Layla to the hall where the test was taking place. The exam is already starting. Let the lady take an empty seat. The men immediately started whispering. Layla was the only woman among all of them. She still couldn't face the reason why she had come. Lady Tevessa did not receive proper education, and this exam will be the most difficult in history. The result will be obvious. The exam passed. The time came to check the results. The Emperor held Layla's exam sheet in his hands. The personal assistant was somewhat proud that Lady Tevessa had the highest and best result among all applicants. Of course, His Majesty knew that Layla was incredibly smart, but for the girl to be the best is unthinkable. Killian wants to see her answers. The Emperor began to carefully study the main character's answers. The commission praised the girl so much that they became hoarse. This is simply unthinkable. Brilliant answers. It is very difficult to give such a detailed answer in such a short time. Lady Tevessa answered every question magnificently. No one even expected such answers. The personal assistant was radiant with happiness, which meant that the young lady would do a hell of a job with the paperwork. Such a sharp and brilliant mind will definitely achieve hellish work in the royal palace. Only someone like that will be able to achieve it. Ver was anticipating. He didn't believe anyone would pass this exam, but there is so much talent here. Quickly give this girl to your assistant. The emperor punished the young man with his gaze. Lady Tevessa does not exist at all. Ver did not express it that way. It's just that the personal assistant is delighted with Layla and wants to quickly see that talent in action. According to the emperor, the assistant simply wants to hand over his work to Layla as quickly as possible. The girl coped with all difficulties perfectly. The emperor was not wrong about her. Where is Layla Tevessa now? The emperor would like to speak with her personally. The young talent is waiting for Killian downstairs. As expected, the personal assistant thought that, when His Majesty saw the girl's work, he would want to communicate with her personally. Therefore, the personal assistant had the courage and initiative to ask the young lady to stay behind. And Beer really did well. The emperor was glad that the assistant took care of the personal meeting. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the protagonist was tormented by anxiety about why she was asked to stay late. The emperor sat at the table with the girl. Layla looks wonderful. The heroine apologizes for her inappropriate appearance during the exam. His Majesty was pleased to have the opportunity to meet the girl in person. It seems something happened on the day of the exam. Maybe Layla will tell you what happened. It would be inappropriate to talk about a fight with an idiot. All carriages were used for the rainy season. Lady Tevessa was extremely confused by the questions and tried to find neutral answers. The main character decided to leave on foot, but on the way, she met merchants who took the girl to the royal palace. It is really possible that there wasn't even a carriage on Duke Wiliot's estate. You could have ridden a horse. Layla doesn't know how to ride astride. Why is it so? The main character was not taught to ride a horse when she was a child. The countess didn't teach the girl anything specific, not even the alphabet. The emperor noticed that her question echoed painful memories in Layla's eyes. Be that as it may, the young lady did an excellent job on the exam. Moreover, Layla got the best result. This is some kind of joke, just another joke about her. It definitely cannot be true. The best result is probably some kind of mistake. There can be no reason why a girl wouldn't believe so much in herself. The main character really wants to say that the commission, the personal assistant, and His Majesty are wrong. Not at all, the girl didn't want to offend anyone. It was for this reason that the emperor decided to appoint Layla as his personal assistant. I can't even believe that the illegitimate countess will become the emperor's personal assistant. Killian asks to accept his congratulations. Tears of joy appeared in the girl's eyes. Layla was incredibly grateful for this opportunity. The protagonist dreamed so much of getting rid of the prejudices that said women have no place in public service. And now she has become the emperor's assistant. But if Phylum would allow the girl to work as an assistant, what was Layla thinking? The heroine cheered up immediately. Perhaps first, the main character will have to return to the estate, of course. Layla needs to pack her things. The fact is that the heroine will have to ask Duke Wiliot for permission. But why should Layla do this? This is a young lady's life. Why does this cretin need permission? But Duke Wiliot is her fiancé, so what? How is that possible? The girl was amazed by such an answer. The Duke himself asks Layla when she does something. No, of course, this has never happened before, quite the opposite. Phil considers the heroine's opinion useless and unnecessary. This cretin simply relies on his brilliance and the truthfulness of his judgments. Others have no right to speak. Of course not, this one only ever does what he wants, neglecting the rest. The Duke never thinks about the consequences of his stupid actions, so the main character has to protect him. So, to summarize, why then doesn't Duke Phylum Wiliot himself ask his fiancée for permission? Perhaps because Phylum is the heir to the eminent Wiliot duchy family. But his father, who preceded this idiot, Duke Wiliot, always considered and respected his wife's opinion. Moreover, Duke Wiliot was not obliged to do this. Traditions and foundations did not dictate it. It was natural for him, and this unfortunate cretin doesn't even allow himself to think that his fiancée might have an opinion. In his heart, the girl always knew it and always closed her eyes, believing this was normal due to his blood. The emperor saw that the main character was again lost in thought. The girl was overwhelmed by various thoughts. Layla apologized and will be more serene from now on. Does this mean that His Majesty will still see Lady Tevessa? The girl hesitated. She asked in person. Or like the emperor and his assistant. The emperor got up from his seat. 1 month would be enough for the protagonist to go to her estate. Layla was inspired and thanked him for his understanding. It's nothing much. In the future, the main character will help her emperor in many ways. She is worth it. The protagonist was simply beside herself with the happiness that tore her apart. For how grateful she was to Killian for everything. The young man was truly incredible. Such people simply do not exist and never will. And such a man believes in her. This is priceless. His Majesty, leaning over Layla, Killian will make any decision that is convenient for the girl. But the great emperor really needs the young lady's help and will wait for her return. The main character returned in the royal carriage to the unfortunate Williot estate. The emperor even lent the girl a luxurious dress and his carriage. What kind of gentleman is this? Why does he treat the girl this way? Why is he so amazing, like a fairy tale hero? The emperor himself said that he needed the main character's help. This is simply unthinkable. Obviously, the only way to repay all of His Majesty's kindness is to agree to become his assistant. The pleasant thoughts were interrupted by the coachman's voice. He opened the door and announced that they had already arrived. Layla's soul grew heavier and unpleasant. She faced an unpleasant conversation with Fillion. In the hallway of the Williot family estate, the main character was greeted cheerfully by the maids. And finally, the lady returned. Well, as things were here without Lady Tebessa, the lands were gradually being restored. Everyone was truly waiting for the lady. Michelle suddenly blushed and started crying. She had already heard rumors that Layla had passed the exam, and better than everyone else. Yes, the heroine was simply lucky. Luck had nothing to do with it. Everyone knew that Layla was exceptional and incredible. The main character believed more and more in herself and her strength. After all, she did it with her own hands. None of that. It's all of that simply nonsense. The conversation was interrupted by an angry idiot. Fillion congratulated the girl through gritted teeth. She passed anyway. He didn't even think she would pass better than anyone else. Again, hatred and envy in his eyes. This is so important to Layla that it was stupid to expect this cretin to share the moment with her. But still, this monster at least couldn't be rude on such a happy day, which means Layla decided to become an assistant. Perhaps he wouldn't even ask his fiancée for permission, but when Phylum asked his girlfriend for permission, and the Duke had to ask Layla for permission. Of course were they engaged. His father, Duke Williot, always consulted with his mother. Phil laughed sarcastically. Again, the girl was offended because he was looking after his mistress. This has nothing to do with that. It's just about this cretin, since Layla decided to become the emperor's assistant. So be it. The Duke will not tolerate such disrespect towards him and his family. We are talking about his reputation. And the arrogant upstart is always trying and pretending to be better than him. Although this is not true at all, let her leave the Williot estate immediately. She will not become the mistress of his house. All the staff froze in horror. Many had tears in their eyes. Everyone adored Layla and despised the Duke. Michelle approached her master, dirty monster. How dare you humiliate her if you decided to kick out the one who saved you? Or admit that he was wrong. He was wrong that she received a position on her merits. The expulsion is equivalent to a breach. Well, so be it. The main character no longer doubted for a second the accuracy of her decision. Phil was shy, not expecting the girl to stand up for herself. The main character straightened her back with pride, and looking him in the eyes, said that she would not marry Duke Williot. This question hung in the air like a sentence over Layla from the day. This lesson brought the false servant into the house. But then the girl didn't even think it would be her, and not this cretin who would break off the engagement. Michelle was already busy packing her mistress's things. What should she do with this beautiful dress in case she takes it with her? The main protagonist didn't need anything from here. There wasn't a single warm memory here. Except for her parents, she should throw it away. But what to do with this wonderful hairpin? It was a gift from the Duchess, and Layla keeps it as a keepsake. Then, the beloved mother herself wove it into the hair of young Layla, and said that the girl suited it very well. And the protagonist looked confident, and promised that she would treasure this gift for the rest of her life. But the girl has finally spread her wings, and will no longer live for the sake of others at her own expense. Let the maid waste it all. Layla mentally apologized to her adoptive mother, but she simply can no longer ruin her life further in the name of her son, continuing to poison everything, and everyone around him. And besides the idiot, there is now a vile liar who is openly poisoning her life. Seeing a box with 2 bottles on the table, the girl remembered that Countess Tebessa would have to tell her that there would be no wedding. The girl remembered with horror what her unfortunate stepmother tried to force her to do. The main character told her maid to immediately throw this abomination out of her sight. Let this idiot deal with it himself. Michelle clenched her fists. She decided everything and would follow her mistress. Layla got up from her seat, although the owner doesn't even try to dissuade her. She herself has the right to decide who she works for. But the main character will not be able to pay her personal maid as much as the Duke. And Michelle doesn't need the money. The maid only wants to repay her generous mistress with the same devotion, just like any of the residents here. In fact, all the service staff are very grateful and attached to Layla. 5 years ago, during a year of shortage, Layla shared supplies from her personal reserves with everyone. If it weren't for her, many would have died. Therefore, it would be an honor for the maid to repay her generous mistress with the same devotion and kindness. The robe idiot was looking out the window. Does this mean that Layla is really leaving? Of course, she has done a lot, but he will not apologize to her or ask her to return. The butler entered her room and asked what to do with Lady Tebessa's things. Layla ordered him to throw everything away. The Duke angrily pulled the curtain. This upstart thinks it will last long. She will come back anyway, don't throw anything away. Have her take everything to the pantry. This trash will still approach the Duke crying and beg him to take her back. An opinion expected from an idiot. No one will seriously believe that some illegitimate daughter of a count would give up the chance to become a duchess. All the servants mourned silently. None wanted to let go of the lady who had done so much before them. The butler assured that Layla would return. The betrothed were scolding her. It was like cutting water with a sword. It seemed he was confusing something. Be that as it may, only Lady Tebessa is worthy of the title of duchess. And one must be a complete idiot not to consider that. Only she deserves to become a duchess. The servants' conversation was interrupted by the vile liar Lady Cecile. As the servants call her, she will now be their mistress instead of that runaway. Call her by her title. The head maid looked at the fake with a disdainful expression. What a pitiful creature. And what about the boxes they ordered taken to the pantry? They contained Lady Tebessa's things. The Duke's order. The brat realized that her Duke did not want to let this upstart stay, and thought that, after all, they had completely fought. Well, let her give these things away immediately. The servants refused. What is it? How dare they ignore his orders? These are Lady Tebessa's things. Some maid dares to contradict her mistress. The lady is not a mistress at all, and the maid's name is Sarah. Truly, these idiots have to repeat 10 times how it was possible to appoint an ignorant person as head of the maids. A mistress is not suitable to hold a candle to the mistress. The head maid kept defending her mistress's things. What loyalty to this upstart? And they were ready to spit in Cecile's face. The mistress was simply furious. Not even the servant cared about her. And why was this happening? The butler nervously exchanged glances with the rest of the servants. They have no other choice. The man froze obediently. There were no other options. Otherwise, the liar would have told the Duke something. The head maid clenched her fists angrily. If not, her position sharpened this fool by the hair, as she was not well brought up. The mistress greedily attacked the belongings of others. What a shame. She was definitely a princess once. There are doubts. The scoundrel began to rummage through Layla's things. She completely dismissed her servants. But nothing. What kind of bottles were these? Meanwhile, in the royal palace, His Majesty was busy with documents. The servant reported that they were waiting for him. Killian Seppel froze in bewilderment. Lady Tebessa, the main applicant for the personal assistant position, returned. That something happened. Not even 2 weeks have passed since her departure that the girl rushes in. The main character really decided to give up her position. Why did she return early? The Emperor was very worried. Killian paced nervously around his office, trying to guess what Layla came with today. His Highness stood by the window and worried again. What's wrong? He cares about the girl more than himself. Lady Tebessa swam majestically into the office, greeting the son of the Empire. The girl was beautiful. The sparkle in her eyes, nobility in every line, the direct and open gaze, the soft smile. And kind. The Emperor froze in silence. How beautiful Layla is. And a simple dress suits her much better than all the frills. His Majesty invited the main character to sit at the table instead of standing. The girl nodded obediently. The Emperor pushed a cup of tea towards the girl. He assumed the trip would take at least 3 weeks. Layla had returned a long time ago. The heroine replied sadly that she returned to the capital yesterday, and because the duck arrived early, she didn't even have time to rest. The girl only wanted to give an answer as quickly as possible, which means the Emperor will still receive a refusal. And Layla has already decided everything. Yes, that's right. The protagonist thought about it and decided that she wanted to become His Majesty's personal assistant. The Emperor exhaled. Killian had never worried in his life. A weight off his shoulders, this is incredible news. Killian Seppel rose satisfied from the table, approached a beautiful chest, and took something out of it. Then he returned to the heroine and put an imperial pass in her hands, with the help of which Layla will be able to move freely around the palace. The Ron Mail, Ver, will help the heroine with the preparation of her documents. Layla already knew him. Layla was ready to start her duties tomorrow. The Emperor was in shock. The girl had just arrived. First, she needed to settle in. And the girl must stay at Duke Wiliot's mansion, so she doesn't need to settle down. The main character did not stay at the Duke's estate, Wiliot. The Emperor was surprised how this happened. What happened? It was clearly written on the girl's face that something had happened. The Emperor needed to figure it out. And where the young lady stayed then, let His Majesty know. Countess Tebessa does not have a mansion in the capital. The main character stopped at a tavern, after which the noble lady stopped amidst a Friday meeting. And delinquents? Why couldn't the house be rented? Duke Wiliot's fiancé hardly had financial problems. The girl blushed. The Emperor realized that Layla had been forced to live in a tavern because she had no money. Don't joke about such things. Clearly, something serious has happened. Let the heroine allow His Majesty to help her. No need. This is not true at all. The Emperor believes that his personal assistants should work and live in comfortable conditions. If this does not become a burden for His Highness, Layla will be very grateful to him. There will be no problems with housing. Just let the main character work conscientiously and remain loyal to the crown. Layla didn't even know what to say or do to show her joy to the fullest. The main character and His Excellency turned around upon hearing approaching footsteps in the hallway. Apparently, an assistant was walking towards them. The personal assistant, the male bear, entered the room and brought the Emperor a personal contact for Lady Tevessa. The assistant brought the documents very quickly. And what else would be left for him if the boss put Bear to work? The Emperor does not understand who he is talking about, but he will definitely reprimand him. The main character was surprised by the simple and free manner of communication between His Highness and his personal assistant. Bear really hopes so. This is how a personal assistant should communicate with his Emperor. They are clearly close. After all, Killian Seppel is not just an aristocrat. Layla smiled at his thoughts. He is special. The Emperor is who they usually write about in books or create legends about, true strength. And a kind heart, the Ron Mail handed the girl a personal contract and ordered her to read it and sign on the last page. As the protagonist carefully examined her contract with the crown, she felt invaded by a bunch of emotions, although she didn't show it. At that moment, the Emperor asked Bear to find out what happened to Layla. And Wiliot, everything was clear to the girl on every point of her obligations to her empire, and her ruler would rather start. Meanwhile, an urgent meeting was held at the Wiliot estate. The restoration of the territories is in full swing. Thanks to Lady Tebessa, the supply should be enough until the end of the year. But next year will not be easy. The fields will flood, the harvests will be destroyed, mages will have to be hired. Otherwise, famine cannot be avoided. If the Duke is concerned about the budget, no, it's not about the money, but about his mistress Cecil. Let the advisors and ministers of the duchy not involve money here. Phil is guided solely by personal motives. All the present duchy advisors froze in silence, regretting what the Duke just said. It's just that his mistress is very afraid of mages since childhood, which is why Duke Wiliot does not want to hire them. When the lying brat demanded her wish be fulfilled, she asked that mages not be allowed on Filian's property. Because before, when the mistress was Princess Muley's, mages kidnapped her. And they tortured, that's why it's not talked about. Everyone present looked at each other. They understood that it was a poorly thought-out lie. However, without the mages, everything was doomed to failure. What if the lady gets so scared of the mages that she loses the Duke's son? So what? Therefore, until the mistress gives birth to an heir, there will be no mages here. People will have nothing to eat, the houses will flood. In general, the Duke is aware that if nothing is done, they will turn against Phylum with protests. Phil hit the table with his hand. This idiot makes the decision here. The Duke is the only one here. The rest are all subordinates. Phil sees that there are many dissatisfied people, so anyone who disagrees with this can go to prison. In the capital, the royal carriage with the main character stopped at a rich estate. The male bear helped the girl down. So this is where she will live now. Simply a wonderful place. The girl is immensely grateful to His Majesty. The emperor is simply a wonderful person. What generosity and kindness. Male Burr froze with an inquisitive look. Killian Seppel, who intimidates his personal assistant and tries to kill him with paperwork. He is a wonderful person. Male Burr shook his head, never mind. The assistant handed the girl the key to the new mansion in a single copy. Inside, the estate was already furnished. From Layla's new house to the palace was only a 10-minute drive. It seems the Ron male said that all that was needed was that, when he returned to the palace, he would send a horse here. Layla thanked Bar. There was much more here than generally needed, but the girl thought there was nothing wrong with the fact that she didn't know how to ride a horse. Like all aristocrats, but it wasn't like that. Male Bear recommended that the girls learn to ride horses, as they would have to travel a lot for work reasons. Layla definitely doesn't need anything else. She can help with her luggage under no circumstances. Vern is not a servant and doesn't have much luggage. She will carry it herself. Well, then the Ron male will rush back to the royal palace because, as always, he has a lot of work. The main character went out onto the street and accompanied the emperor's personal assistant to the carriage. How wonderful everything is here. The girl is finally truly free. She will do what she loves. It is said that Lady Tebessa and Duke Williot broke off their wedding. It has not yet been officially announced how this happened. If it wasn't reported, then Lady Tebessa was the initiator, and Duke Williot continues to prepare for the wedding. What an idiot. The emperor suspected something similar because of Layla's behavior and her financial problems. It's even better. This cretin always felt offended and angry with life. That's why he poured all his anger and poison into the battle. He was even afraid of her. And here it is. Bear can find out in more detail. It's not worth it. The main character will tell you herself if she wants to. And most likely, this will happen very soon. However, everything is going wonderfully. In the capital, the girl will be calmer. The idiot won't pester her, and the emperor will take care of Layla. Meanwhile, in her new mansion, the heroine began to embroider again. She hurt her fingers. But it turned out clearly better. The girl announced to Michelle that Layla wanted to give a gift from the bottom of her heart to His Majesty for his generosity. A personal maid suggested to Lady Tevessa that in this case, she should embroider a handkerchief with her embroidery for Killian Seppel. When a duke's handkerchief fell at the emperor's feet, the girl was embroidering for the first time in her life. It was a great idea. Layla thanked the maid for the good advice. That is exactly what she would do. The protagonist worked on her embroidery with great dedication, and there was still a lot of work ahead. The white embroidery should depict the imperial coat of arms with a blue dragon. The heroine got up early specifically to finish it as quickly as possible. The main character felt that she had finally settled here, and His Majesty probably had a lot of work to do after the coronation. And with this huge mountain of work, the emperor is helped by only one ram. Delrond, while the girl rests here. Well, Layla cannot and is not used to sitting like this, hands folded. Knowing that there is work for her, the girl resolutely got up from her seat. It would be better if she helped them with the paperwork. It would be much more useful. The next morning, the girl was already dressed in full regalia in the palace, but apparently the emperor had not yet arrived. It was customary for the heroine to start work early in the morning. The maid offered to wait for His Majesty in the lobby. There was always so much work on the duchy estate that the girl only had a couple of hours to sleep. All the servants were very worried, and so they took care of her, asked her to sleep more. And they brought her healthy herbs. It feels like Layla left there without saying goodbye to anyone. This will have to be fixed. They were together for about 10 years. Tears appeared in the heroine's eyes. Her soul was very heavy. A man's hand lay on her shoulder. The emperor had already arrived. His Majesty apologized. He had something to deal with, that's why he was late. He didn't want to keep the heroine waiting. The main character thought about what time the emperor arrived. It means he saw her tears. Since he handed her his handkerchief, she immediately felt much better. But still, His Highness saw Lady Tebessa shed tears. Now Layla was ashamed to even look him in the eyes. It was still very hot inside and overall good. Killian always had that effect on her. His Highness tried to talk to the embarrassed girl, to encourage her so that she could finally breathe. After all, the girl is now legitimately pursuing her dream. Layla shouldn't forget this for a minute. The main character became excited again. His Majesty called her, and she immediately cheered up. The emperor asked the girl if she really liked the cup so much that she had been looking at it for half an hour without even looking at Killian. Layla apologized. She has nothing to apologize for. But of course, it's sad that the cup is more attractive than Killian. This is not true at all. The main character was immediately inspired. The emperor is very attractive. Killian smiled and started laughing. How easy it is to embarrass the heroine. It's simply adorable. The main character didn't understand whether she said something unnecessary or not. The emperor was moved by Lady Tevis. What exactly did the girl want? She didn't like the mansion. Of course she liked it. The house is simply incredible. Layla is grateful to the emperor from the bottom of her heart for allowing His Majesty to temporarily live in this property. So what's wrong? The main character heard from the Ron Lord that he and the emperor have a lot of work. After all, Layla came to the capital and passed the exam so that the tweet would be useful to them. And for the state, that's why the girl became embarrassed. Layla wants to know how she can help them, but the emperor gave the girl a week to get used to it. The protagonist had already settled in and was ready to start her duties. The truth is, she can no longer sit around and engage in routine hobbies. She is going crazy. The protagonist is ready to start right now. She really misses the work and reports. She loves her job. Apparently, Layla is still a workaholic. So be it, first they will have breakfast. The girl didn't understand anything at all. It was a great honor to have breakfast with the emperor. He made her sit next to him. Usually, the heroine didn't even have time for breakfast. But here is a personal meal with the emperor. Maybe it's better for the lady to change seats. The Rond male entered the refectory hall. How bright the sun is today. It's blinding the poor young man. The main character saw that Bear was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. He really had been working all night. Wow, why did that ITV come today? Layla still has a week to get used to it. His Majesty replied that the girl insists on starting work today. That's right, Bear squealed with joy. The personal assistant immediately flew towards Layla and gallantly offered her his hand. Then let's begin. What happiness! The Ronda male has so many tasks for his young assistant, a pile of papers and books, that the emperor looked at him with a stony face. The protagonist had already started to get up and begin her duties. His Majesty urgently asked her to return to her chair. The emperor cast an angry look at his assistant. The emperor and his personal assistant sit down to breakfast. The Rond male nodded his head. Like breakfast, of course, food is needed to get energy and energy to work. Bar gallantly pushed my lady's chair back and let the girl enjoy her meal properly. The food here is fantastic. The Rond male himself sat down at the table in a chair opposite the main character. Apparently, these two always have breakfast like this. How surprising. The personal assistant happily examined the food on the table. Everything looked simply incredible. Layla realized that it would apparently be very strange if everyone sat at opposite ends of such a long table. But there was no one else here. The royal table was laden with exquisite dishes. Everything looked like a masterpiece by a skilled craftsman, and the smell was captivating. By the way, Lady Alran sent another love letter to the emperor. The girl had definitely set her sights on him. The personal assistant must under no circumstances stop reading His Majesty's personal letters. These two did not talk about work at all, and absolutely on equal terms. The emperor said it would be better for the assistant to go blind from the lady's letters than for him to do so. But His Majesty simply cannot do without the eyes of his personal assistant, and he will regret it himself. It's nonsense. The two young people had breakfast in a relaxed atmosphere, like close school friends. When Layla had dinner with her assistants, everything was completely different. A very oppressive atmosphere. The atmosphere, which deprived me of all appetite and general desire to live, was simply a circle of hell. Lady Tevessa doesn't like something. It's all Ver's fault. He's saying all sorts of nonsense here, but what did he say? They both apologize anyway. They are happy with Layla's company. Both young men handed delicious dishes to the girl. The embarrassed lady simply couldn't refuse such courtesy and attention. It really wouldn't hurt to eat something. The personal assistant was thinking hard about something. Looking at the emperor, Ver turned to the heroine. Since Layla is now officially an assistant, Bear will address her as Madame Tebessa. Hopefully, I can start working with the distinguished Madame Tebessa as soon as possible. How polite the male is, and what's going on. His Majesty is jealous of Bear. Of course he is jealous. It's just that the male opposes the dream and devotes all his time to work contrary to Killian's persuasion. Such a thing cannot be found. The girl was enveloped in warmth and care. It was very unusual, but she absolutely loved everything. Meanwhile, the scoundrel ordered one of the maids to find out the contents of Lady Tebessa's bottle. What does her mistress say? She has a cold. Medicine means everything turns out perfectly. This means that with the help of one bottle, she can get rid of a child, and with the help of another, she can get pregnant. The brat had heard about this, but wasn't sure. She was already planning to sell these bottles, but here they are very valuable. It turns out the ex-fiancé wanted to get rid of her lover's child, but she herself was not so holy. If her lover had known this earlier, everything would have been revealed, and Filion would have immediately forgotten about thinking of this upstart. But not all is lost. Which of these vials contains the means to get rid of the child? The bastard was simply furious because she wasn't considered anything. Everyone idolized Saint Layla, but nothing. With these magical bottles, the relationship between the Duke will be put to a final end. And the upstart, this place is hers alone. If this idiot doesn't live up to his own decisions, she will help him. In the red vial, this is accurate information. Yes, the blue one helps. The red one interrupts the pregnancy. In fact, it's the other way around. The bloody final chapter, in which Cecile will become the main victim, and the protagonist, who will receive the title of Duchess. First of all, the new assistant needs to remember where her office is. It is next to the Emperor's office. Personal assistants work from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Since they are close to the Emperor, there is no need to worry that they will get lost. It is true that one often has to stay late or arrive early, of course. All overtime hours are paid. Since the male beer often accompanies the Emperor, his work is paralyzed. Layla wanted to help the poor man. Maybe she could take over some of his responsibilities. The girl would try to provide him with the greatest benefit possible. The Ron male has no doubt that the young bear was looking forward to continuing to collaborate. The doors of a luxurious study office opened before the girl's eyes. Inside, there was rich decoration and furniture. Personal assistants also have an office in the outer palace, but they usually work in this one. The Ron male showed the girl her personal workspace. This is where she will work now and spend time. Layla can't even believe it. Her wildest dream has come true, and here is her desk, simply fantastic. Bear gallantly invited the lady to sit at his desk to reconcile, so to speak, in case anything was missing or needed. The girl went to her new desk, where matters of national importance would be conducted. It was incredibly comfortable and very cozy, as if the workplace was waiting for the heroine. It's wonderful, since the girl has looked around and is quite comfortable. Then it's time to start with the first task. A whole mountain of documents appeared in front of the main character. Wow, the amount of work is truly real. Male bear simply radiated happiness. First, you need to put all these documents in chronological order. Layla was impressed by the scale after that. These documents will need to be sorted by region, and these by precedent. If you suddenly forgot to stamp some documents, you will have to go to the department. But then the Burr male will take care of this alone. If something happens, the girl will surely handle it. Layla will handle it. Everything is fine. The lady shouldn't leave the castle yet, so the male will go to the department in person. Layla nodded. How much time is allocated for this task? It would be great to finish it today, but not to overwork. Whatever the main character doesn't have time to do before 6, the male will finish. No, Layla is used to doing her job completely, but then the girl will have to stay late. This is not scary at all. The heroine doesn't like passing her work on to others. As is well said, Beru already likes it a lot. I can't even believe there are 2 of them in this hell now. The male unintentionally became a witness to another piece of gossip about how a girl could pass an exam better than anyone. Even the scholars wrote worse ones. They say that at the imperial banquet, it was precisely this person who openly congratulated His Majesty. Probably the emperor himself suggested the answers. Wow, this person seems to have a fiancé, and the emperor was not mistaken. He did not find an assistant, but a mistress. Vulnerable and useless men cannot forgive a girl for her success, as if she had taken it away from them. Everyone talked only about Lady Tebessa. As expected, she became a real sensation. It is impossible for this dirt to reach his ears. Perhaps Duke Gilton should intervene before the emperor does something bad. They are not related. He is Killian to him, like a grandson. Lord Gilton himself thought about this, but it is too early for open action. For now, it is only observation. Perhaps it is worth reasoning with the boy. You will have to watch him, but that is only for now. But it is impossible to leave a young man on the throne without control. Men must be prepared to take radical measures. The emperor repeats once again that Lady Tevessa cannot work all night. The girl is already overloaded with work all the time. Let him take care of himself, but the Ron male always works this way, but he is still a man. Killian immediately backed away. He didn't mean any of that. It's just that men are much tougher. The protagonist would be much more useful if she were much tougher. That's true. Layla is already helping the palace a lot. Although she doesn't forget to rest as she pleases, the girl has to leave. What's wrong? The Emperor was worried. It was as if there was a wall between the main character and Killian. What did His Majesty do wrong then? During the walk, everything was different, so free and open. Perhaps the point is that the Emperor calls the male by his name, and Lady Tebessa addresses the girl. The Emperor stopped the heroine, wondering if he could address Layla by her name from now on, if she would feel comfortable. The girl was very surprised by such an impulse and did not know how to react correctly. In his office, the head of the empire, Cardin, was working on his documents when a knock was heard on the door. Let the personal assistant in. Male Bear entered his emperor's office with a pile of papers and was surprised. Wow, standing in front of the emperor was Lord Hilton. The man is the captain of the town's knights. Bear immediately sketched a radiant smile and wished the serious captain a good day. How difficult it is with this governor. They have known each other for 7 years, but practically do not communicate. The emperor heard a report from his subordinate, after which he ordered the investigation to continue. Killian still won't give up and doesn't stop his search, even though so many years have passed. Lord Hilton said goodbye and began to leave His Highness's office with Bear following him with his gaze. Male Bear approached the emperor's desk and asked if he thought the captain hated him. This is not true at all. It's just that Lord Hilton is not interested in the Rond male. And isn't that worse? Of course worse. His master is still conducting his investigation. After all, more than 10 years have passed, and there is hardly any evidence left. What the Rond male wanted from His Highness, Bear brought documents for him to sign. In general, His Highness has already been busy with paperwork. There is still a lot planned for today. Let the male leave the documents on the desk. The emperor will sign them as soon as he is free. The personal assistant happily threw an entire mountain of documents for signing. If it were up to him or the emperor, someday there would be less. No, this is his punishment. Tomorrow Lady Tevessa will give a report, as she has only been working for a short time. Although Layla only recently started working, the quality of her work is much better than those who have been working here for years. In addition to speed, a nice advantage for the personal assistant was the girl's workaholism. And this cannot be cured, it is simply a miracle. Another new assistant always completes his work and does not delegate it to others, valuing his time. Since the emperor and the Vera male are going to a banquet in honor of the victory, the male asked Layla to take care of the report. That is why Layla is overworking. Killian called her by her name again. The formalities are resolved. The formalities remain, but the girl is doing very well. The emperor is happy to hear this. He looked out the window. The girl is missing out on such a wonderful time because of overwork. And why does His Highness call Lady Tebessa by her name? And what is not allowed? But the emperor calls the male by his name, and Layla is also his assistant, which means Killian must address them in the same way. The Ron male felt uncomfortable. He tried to help the girl. At least the emperor knows what rumors are spreading about her. Killian rolled his eyes. It is true that rumors are spreading throughout the palace, that Lady Tebessa is cheating on her fiancé with the emperor. That is why the emperor must address the girl appropriately in public, so as not to endanger her reputation. Somehow the emperor didn't think of that. Although Layla is strong, she is still a gentle person and vulnerable, and these rumors can upset her. Aristocrats are a ruthless and bitter audience, especially when they are hurt. Killian wants to protect Layla from this. The emperor does not want the main character to cry to Killian. It is unbearably painful for him to see her tears. His Majesty orders all scoundrels to be sent to a correctional camp. Killian is joking, right? The Ron male said goodbye. She still has a lot of work to do. It's time for her to return to her duties. The emperor is quite kind to the main character. He calls the girl by her name. You must watch him. The day had come when the girl would give her first report. Layla was terribly worried. Is it really necessary for her to recover immediately? The girl will handle everything. The butler invited the lady. Excitement is not her help. She has become the best. Everything written here was fulfilled according to her conscience. In front of the imperial office, numerous uniformed maids lined up like marshals. The clerk wished Layla good luck when reading the report in front of His Majesty. The girl would definitely manage. The butler was named Rachel. She introduced Layla. The girl came with a report. She let them both in and left the door open. Rachel followed the young mistress. How can Layla be useful to His Majesty? She grabbed the documents. The main character looked expectantly at Killian. What kind of meeting did she organize here, and why were there so many spectators? There was a crowd of maids behind the main character. They asked the butler to stay and open the office door. What is happening here? The Emperor has a very serious expression on his face. Layla is uncomfortable. The Emperor ordered the butler, Rachel, to repeat what she had just said when she entered the office. The butler immediately disappeared. Without understanding what was happening, Lady Tebessa went to the Emperor with a report. Rachel immediately apologized, Madame Tebesu, but nothing bad happened. Layla didn't even notice. The Emperor asked the butler to be more attentive to his words in the future. Since they are in the royal palace, something like that will be said again. The Emperor will not let this go. It can be heard even from the hallway. Killian will do everything possible to ensure that everyone present, and not just, starts taking Layla seriously. And not just perceive, but also respect, as this is the least the protagonist deserved. After a severe reprimand, His Majesty asked for the report prepared by Layla to be handed to him. So the girl needs to calm down. She simply has no right to make a mistake. She needs to recover. Why did Layla use this particular method of classification in point number 4? She justified her choice next. How does the heroine assess this problem? According to the information presented, everything is like on the estate. According to the main character, the biggest difficulty is caused by point 3. The Duke's work is not very different from the Emperor's work. The head of the Empire Cardin should also pay attention to points 4 and 5, which will be very relevant in the period leading up to the banquets. Is something wrong with her work? Let His Majesty say it. The girl will fix everything immediately. If something is wrong here, then the authors of the textbooks should be completely eliminated. The Emperor was very pleased. Is this really a compliment? Of course, the heroine did a great job. I can't even believe this is Layla's first report. We can finish here. Do you have any questions? The girl should talk to Bear. He is free. Phew, the heroine exhaled and immediately cheered up. Well, with her debut, Layla managed everything. His Highness asks his young assistant not to forget to praise and cheer herself up, and not to neglect sleep. And food. By the way, the Emperor carefully clarified whether any rumors had reached the main character. Perhaps Layla became an involuntary witness to someone's envy or insolvency. What kind of rumors they are, it doesn't matter. The Emperor will be waiting for the girl for dinner. It was necessary to quickly address this topic so that the girl would not start figuring everything out on her own. The main character leaned back satisfied. Food really wouldn't hurt. She and the Delron male will definitely come. The girl smiled radiantly. See you soon, Your Majesty. The heroine was simply dazzling. It could be that the girl herself started talking about the Bari male. Apparently, they became very close. Why does Killian even think about this, and with such insistence, and does he really not like this thought? It seems that, after all, they spend time together constantly, and what an unpleasant feeling this is. A letter arrived at Duke Wiliot's estate from the royal palace, containing an invitation to a banquet. In 2 weeks, there will be a big celebration in honor of the victory. Will there be a reception again? And why are there so many? The Emperor just needs to resolve many questions. For example, on the issues of compensation for war heroes, the butler decided to teach the Duke why he is treated like an idiot. The issue of clothing needs to be resolved. The clerk can call a tailor. This time it will be better to go in military uniform than in formal attire. Layla was always in charge of preparing for any event. The idiot doesn't know what to do at all. The Duke always considered the girl insignificant and found nothing outstanding in her. But it turned out that managing the duchy requires a lot. Phil couldn't even imagine that managing the property was so difficult. Layla really had been doing all this for so many years. Is this fool really capable of this? It really was somehow better with her. If she weren't so stubborn, we would continue living like this. The butler froze with a stone face. I wonder if his master is even aware that others can hear him too. The Ron male wanted to clarify about the rewards for the heroes. At least they will be able to eat without talking about work. Bear fears there won't be time for this. It is necessary to resolve the issue of battle trophies and their distribution. What Layla thinks about it, this issue is not her competence at all. But if the Emperor wants to hear her opinion, the girl agrees that compensation should be paid to the families who lost relatives in the war. But there is another problem. In her opinion, it is advisable to address first what kind of problem it is. We are talking about the poor orphans. For children who have lost their parents, Everything around them is a threat. There is no suitable work for them, so they are doomed to hunger. But in the Karlan Empire, there are special payments for orphan children so that they have something to live on. In fact, legal payments exist, and orphans receive them, but this raises a big problem, since this does not solve the problem of orphans, defenseless children, in the long run. And with money, they become easy prey for criminals. The main character proposes opening an orphanage where poor children will be fully cared for. This is a really good and valuable idea. Great, let Layla do it, let her prepare a report. But His Majesty is not too rushed about this. After all, this applies to all ministries. Layla says the problem is really serious. If you prepare properly, the ministers will listen to you. Therefore, the main character needs to work hard. Her report must be solid and worthy. The protagonist felt panic about her report. It would depend what responsibility she would have if they built a children's shelter. Or not. She is really ready, but on the other hand, she herself wanted to help, and here the Emperor clarified if she could handle it. Layla really wanted to be useful, to help people more than anything else, so she would do everything in her power, even though the heroine has been entrusted with the organization of an orphanage for children. Her main priority is still a banquet in honor of the victory. Mailbur lamented that banquets could no longer be held and that a lot of money could be wasted. Poor Rond, he hadn't returned home for 2 days. He was completely overwhelmed with work, and the documents were not finished. The girl understood and sincerely sympathized with the poor man, while helping Baru in every way she could. And she couldn't. Usually, in such cases, the Empress took care of all the banquet preparations. But her place is vacant, so assistants work. It would be much easier for the assistants if the Karlan Empire had an empress. Mailbur told the girl to forget this idea. The emperor is not interested in marriage. Well, not really. The Delrond male immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The emperor simply cannot marry. This conversation did not happen. The assistant told Layla nothing. Bar's mind was simply clouded by lack of sleep. Not to work too hard, to leave work on time, the bear male immediately jumped out of the office. It felt like he had almost revealed a terrible secret. So now Layla knew that the emperor did not want to marry, but simply could not. But why? After all, in such important matters, it would be good to rely on someone you can trust. The emperor, who is immensely kind and affectionate, and also very attentive to others. He will be an excellent companion. His Majesty will always support his chosen one's views and fight for them. It's simply ideal. And what does the main character think? She is completely overworked or something. What a pity. The girl already suspected that, in addition to justified reasons, there were also personal reasons for such thoughts. But this was unacceptable. Therefore, you must immediately drive that heresy out of your head. Work always helps a lot with such things. Baroness Wizard said she would help with the banquet preparations. And how are the wedding preparations going? Countess Tevessa continues to ask questions, but somehow, is it wrong to continue preparing for the wedding without Lady Tevessa's consent? This is not a topic for the butler to discuss. Of course, all the service staff will be very happy about the return of their mistress, but not at the cost of her happiness and freedom. Why think about it? Layla will come back anyway, it's obvious. The butler can be free. The servant left the Duke's office and saw his mistress eavesdropping, whom the butler stared at as if he had seen a ghost. And how long has the lady been here? Why does this matter to the butler? The lady immediately became furious, but everyone saw through the scoundrel. Except for the idiot, and nobody satisfied her whims. To them she was a commoner with an ugly soul. The mistress herself understood this perfectly, but a plan on how to fix it had already matured in her head. Maybe the servant should inform the Duke that his mistress has arrived. It's not necessary. The brat bared her teeth and walked away. Why is this ass so stubborn, and still preparing for the wedding with the one who left as much as he could? The mistress was furious. This idiot threw her out. So, what kind of circus is she creating? Why then these loud statements? It was urgent to take concrete measures. Lady Tevessa would never come back here. Meanwhile, Layla studied the royal library, its construction, architecture, and layout. The main character spent a lot of time preparing the necessary documents. She needs to find what will work. The rest is for tomorrow. The girl had already worked too much, as always, and the emperor asked her not to do it 15 times. His Majesty entered the royal library. Killian did not expect to meet Layla here. What is the main protagonist doing in the Department of Royal Archives, and why was she relieved of her duties so soon? The girl only wanted to find information about establishing orphanages, but it is unlikely there is anything here. Previous emperors did not care about this. This means the emperor had tried to search for this information previously. Well, Layla is as insightful as ever. That's right, His Majesty really looked for that information 10 years ago, but found nothing. Is Killian sure he still has materials? The emperor can lend it to her if necessary. The main character will be very grateful and thankful for such help. It will save her a lot of time. The emperor has not been in this department for a long time. Everything there is stored in disarray and chaos. Many things are already outdated. This does not scare Layla. She will fix it. Wow, such a place exists in the royal palace. Yes, this is where the emperor keeps his documents. And there is much more that the heroine still has to discover in boxes like these. Documents and items are stored. And here are the documents. A whole box of information. The emperor handed a huge box to his assistant. All these boxes contain documents. They are not organized and are 10 years old, so some are simply useless. The emperor has not appeared here for a long time. This is enough for the heroine, but she still hasn't seen anything. These are not imperial documents, so the main character can safely take them home to look at them. Layla is very grateful for the trust. But how is it possible that something written by the emperor's hand is not considered imperial? Well, at the time they were written, Killian was just a prince who was ignored all the time. His Majesty said that perhaps the girl won't take it so seriously, but Layla cannot because of the similarities. The girl always felt her emperor very well. Just as he felt her feelings, everything was clear to both of them. Killian Sepel was born the daughter of a viscount and was illegitimate, but Empress Solia, who had no children of her own, raised him as if he were hers. But it would still be ridiculous to consider the emperor's feelings and the feelings of the count's illegitimate daughter equal. Still, the emperor grew up in a good environment, or he was ignored like the maid. They humiliated Layla all the time. Look at this girl's face. Countess Tebessa hit her again. She cannot be so insignificant that she leaves home. An illegitimate child born from the count's affair, with one of the many maids who were in his hands. This one is the product of betrayal. Born while the countess was staying at her parents' mansion under the pretext of recovering. But the daughter was a good tool to conclude an alliance with other families. Which is why Count Tebes abandoned the girl. That was the beginning of hell. You must stop thinking about that. Now she is the emperor's personal assistant. She will not return to the county. On sheets with various information, the protagonist found bloodstains and why children cannot choose their parents. And in general, how can you call monsters who treat them cruelly parents? Those who do not acknowledge their children should have the same binding condition as parents. If these do not comply, by touching these pages, soaked in the emperor's blood, the girl felt all of Killian's unbearable pain. Meanwhile, at the Williot estate, the mistress has gotten involved with the duke, who leaves for a banquet in honor of the victory. On the way back, may he return with Lady Tevessa if possible. Phil was surprised. Philin did not think that his mistress would be the first to talk about Layla, which was a pity, because they became very close friends. As the brazen liar said before, she considers the lady her family in general. So, well, it's not right to do that to her family. Layla will become the adoptive mother of his child. Cecile wants to get along with her. The Duke will definitely return with her. Actually, Layla is very kind. She will understand her mistress's feelings. If you explain everything, the mistress knows it. So let this ass return this upstart to the estate so that she is never seen again. The scoundrel was already anticipating the next event. Everyone here would respect her, and Layla would sink into oblivion. Stupid old folks, they had no idea who they were really dealing with. But they didn't need to know. Requests are arriving from all departments to confirm that the banquet will take place in a week. He will check everything and let Madame Tevessa handle the report for the establishment of an orphanage. This is very important. If the girl is suddenly late, then the medical center will also be organized late. Layla thanked him for his concern, thanks to the girl. She and her personal assistant managed to finish the work early. And in general, if it weren't for the main character, the Rond male would be afraid to even think about what would have happened to him. Well, what Bear says, the girl is very grateful for the help and attention towards her. And her work. Then, with the permission of Bear's personal assistant, she will continue preparing for the organization of the shelter. Male Del Rond was moved by Madame Teves's courteous and humane treatment. Still, this girl is somehow special, and this is manifested in everything. The male recently began to notice this. In the hallway, Bear met two gossips. One of them bumped his personal assistant with his shoulder. The girl received a compliment from her personal assistant. He probably thinks she is like them now, an aristocrat. In fact, these upstarts are always very stupid. The personal assistant humiliated these monsters with a steely gaze. The nobility often addressed male bear this way. He was already used to such ignorance from imaginary aristocrats. The personal assistant didn't care about rumors. They were and always will be. The main thing is who she really is. But Layla is another matter. Although she has risen so high, this attitude from the nobility is new to her and probably difficult. You can't leave it like that. These vultures will simply peck at the poor girl, trying to extinguish her talent. The personal assistant, as always, sorted out His Majesty's numerous papers. Now it was more pleasant to do. After all, now he wasn't working alone in the office. The girl really helped him, and it relieved the aftertaste of the exorbitant workload. When Bear casually mentioned that he also secretly did not belong to the aristocracy, the girl was impressed. So the Ron male obtained his title only thanks to his skills. She is very proud of him. The Ron male thought Layla was very strange, but he liked her, and maybe even something more. The Emperor's personal assistant shook his head. This was neither the time nor the place for such thoughts. The Ron male knew very well where his thoughts were leading, so he had to keep his head busy. At that moment, the protagonist was in a hurry for herself. It was important not to let the orphans down, and do everything possible for them. The girl lost track of time while searching for the necessary materials to quickly return. And report. The first step is to gather materials and prepare a report on how much needs to be done. But Killian is the most important. Layla hurried with all her might, but then the girl unexpectedly stumbled. And disgustingly, the protagonist immediately fell, and all her documents scattered across the hallway. Whatever it was, running so frivolously through the sacred imperial palace, Layla's documents had someone's heel on them. The girl began to carefully examine her attacker. Nothing outstanding rottenness. And cowardice, the usual ensemble. In front of her stood a lady not burdened with intellect, with a venomous smile. These vile girls, where the main character could see them, she definitely already sensed this rottenness emanating from them. Of course, these three little snakes were the henchwomen of Countess Sophia Brisantina at the ball. Everything is in order, but the Emperor's personal assistant is worried about something. The document on which the awful step was given must be presented to the Emperor, and since the lady allowed herself such behavior, the assistant will be forced to inform His Majesty that it is her fault. Layla is trying to take revenge for a mistake the lady made, because the girl can rewrite the answers and not send them in this form. The heroine would like to redo it, but the report is needed now and urgently. Although she can ask the Emperor for forgiveness and redo the document, then the ladies hurry ahead to His Majesty's office to beg forgiveness for their vile act. And vile, how dare these cowardly parasites make such a provocation, if such a trifle had already caused them panic? But if the alpha of these vultures sincerely apologizes to their mistress, then no one will know about this incident. The friends began to push the instigator. This scoundrel was named Fox and Bode before the main character, Lady Fox, asking for forgiveness. Now let them leave here. Layla needs to collect and prepare the documents normally. The ladies will continue to see who wins, and as soon as the fake assistant dares. What does a fake assistant mean? The main character looked at the scoundrels inquiringly. Then, behind her back, the heroine sensed someone's presence. Someone was breathing down the girl's neck. The main character immediately turned around. In front of her stood a majestic and serious man with a military bearing. Judging by the military jacket with military orders, a captain stood before the girl, and he handed her his documents. Layla reached out for the document sheets and attentively studied her assistant. The serious man responded to the heroine with the same attentive and apologetic gaze. This man, the main character, has definitely seen him before. The man always accompanies His Majesty. The girl thanked the young man for his help and asked if his assistant would allow her to ask his name. There was an awkward pause of silence. The man carefully studied the girl. The main character looked expectantly. Then, the man finally introduced himself as Lord Hilton. Layla is very happy to meet him and grateful for his help. Thanks to Captain Hilton's help, the main character managed to arrive on time to report to the Emperor. But it is necessary to find out why those unpleasant girls said Layla is a fake assistant. The war has just ended, and taxes are already increasing. How absurd! They want to strip the last clothes from a naked person. Layla agrees with the Emperor, but it is still necessary to raise taxes. His Majesty didn't think the girl had left, but why? All this is due to the budget. The budget was spent in larger quantities than expected due to providing assistance to families with deceased relatives. Even despite winning the war that lasted 6 years, the current state of the treasury is far from normal. But due to the numerous taxes, the condition of the residents also wants the best. The emperor froze. Then the beautiful Killian carefully took the main character's hand. The girl froze, rooted to the spot. The emperor noticed a wound on the heroine's cyst when Layla managed to hurt herself. This hadn't happened since the morning. His Majesty carefully and gently took the heroine's hand to examine her wound carefully. The main character immediately withdrew her hand. But it's nothing special. She will not report that he scoundrel stepped on her with his heel. The girl says nothing about what happened, but Layla stood firm. Still, she made a promise. The girl was just in a hurry to get to her report. Her legs got tangled and she fell. That's all. This means the emperor is to blame for everything. The young man apologized, but Killian says this is not true at all. It is her own fault. That's all. Because the girl was flying like crazy and wasn't looking at her feet at all. The heroine has nothing to apologize for. The emperor was angry with himself. Layla got injured and ran straight here, instead of treating the wound first. His Majesty knelt down, took out a bottle of medicine, and asked the main character to roll up her sleeve. But the girl could do it herself. If Layla doesn't want Killian to do this, then the emperor can call a doctor. The heroine was burning with shame and embarrassment. Both options were too great an honor to say if it hurt. There are also traces of blood on the skirt. Layla also injured her leg, maybe she didn't pay attention. Then he let the girl lift her skirt too. The protagonist, so embarrassed to the limit, shouted what she should do. The emperor immediately realized how terrible it sounded and blushed. Killian wasn't talking about that at all. Killian covered his face with his hand. Well, what is it? The charming young man did not want to offend Layla or embarrass her. Yes, Layla understands everything. Everything is fine. Let His Majesty not worry about this. The emperor took the girl's hand. It is not up to him to talk about this, but one cannot simply forgive someone who apologized for such things. She must be angry with him or something. But His Majesty did not do this with bad intentions, so why the offense? And how does the heroine know? The emperor sighed and lowered his head. It was clear that there was something painful inside him. He apologized for raising his voice. Killian just wants to convey that it is difficult to understand if there is malice in a person. Or not, he will take care of the rest of the reports. He will let the girl take care of her wounds. Layla felt ashamed of such a wrinkled reaction. What went wrong? Maybe she can fix it. After all, the girl did not come to Killian empty-handed today. She tried with all her might. The main character asks the emperor to give her some of his time and allow her to do something. In addition to the reports, the protagonist would like to say something else. The girl accidentally touched the young man with her hand. They both froze. There was an uncomfortable, intense pause, each looking into the other's eyes trying to find an answer. Layla wanted to give His Majesty not only a report, but also something else. The emperor started coughing. Too close, the girl is too close. The main character wanted to give a gift to His Excellency. What is this, a gift? Layla wanted to express her gratitude for everything she has received from the emperor so far. Killian doesn't remember at all doing anything to deserve such a gift. But the heroine does remember. There are many things, in fact. Life would not be enough to fully compensate for the heroine's gratitude. Therefore, the girl earnestly asks at least to accept a gift from her, Layla. Maybe it will go. The protagonist quickly left the office and exhaled. This was the first time she gave a gift to someone other than Phylon, but this was not heartfelt. The heroine did not give gifts even to her deceased adoptive parents. Layla tried and worked hard on it, so she dared to hope the emperor would like it. Meanwhile, Killian retreated to his office with a gift from Layla and began to carefully unwrap it. Yes, this is a hand-embroidered scarf. The emperor looked at it with interest and pleasure. Layla's skills improved enormously. Killian felt great warmth in his soul. The girl embroidered a blue dragon with her soft hands. The emperor's office was full of numerous letters from girls who wanted to become Killian's partners at the banquet. There are even more. Let Malebear eliminate them immediately. His Majesty is not going to choose a partner. So what about that person? He should also be expelled, the emperor thought. He should ask Hilton for advice. His Majesty wanted to know how Madame Tevessa got injured this afternoon. Rachel can find out. The masculine voice of Captain Hilton was heard, and everyone present began to look for him. Meanwhile, the gentleman confidently climbed through the window and entered the emperor's office. He knows the reason. The captain was dressed in camouflage, as silent and deadly as always. The butler was surprised how Captain Hilton climbed up here through His Highness's window. They are on the 5th floor. The captain approached His Majesty. Killian ordered his butler to leave. They needed to talk. The gentleman bowed to his emperor, that the captain should not hesitate to tell what happened. It bothers him. The girl continued studying the royal library. How much knowledge is stored in it? The main protagonist continued thinking about the scoundrel's words. She never knew what they meant, so Layla became worried. While the young assistant thought about the vile ladies, Burr took the books from her hands. The personal assistant took a stack of books from the girl. Why did he take so much? Is it difficult? He will report. They don't care in the office. Lord Delrund asked if all these books are about institutions for children. Or not. Yes, the information they contain may be needed. If there are so many of these books, wouldn't it be easier to read them in the library without carrying them? Easier, but the Imperial Library will close soon. Finish work on time, which means wonderful work a librarian has. The girl closed. By the way, the male can know the meaning of the reptile's words. The male is always aware of absolutely all events in the palace. The girl asked if Layla could ask his colleague something, of course. Let her ask whatever she wants. During the day, the main character heard something strange from one of the court ladies. That girl called Layla a fake assistant. The girl wanted to know if the male knew what that meant. How to put it this way? As the lady knows, Layla became the first personal assistant to the emperor in history. And apparently, the noble aristocracy never managed to accept the fact that a girl occupied such a position. It is not beneficial for them to admit their own inferiority and recognize her as an assistant. But she passed the test herself. Some believe the exam was rigged, but the heroine did nothing of the sort. Bear knows it. The Ron male, His Majesty, and the scholarly minds who developed this exam do not believe so. The girl's answers captivated him. Everyone wanted her to join their department, but other aristocrats do not think so. Layla is already managing quite well, even if she doesn't pay attention to those who, due to their own incompetence, try to pull others into the shadows. Let the heroine also continue to fulfill her duties. Then even these fools will understand that they were wrong. Does the male really believe this? Of course, he went through this himself. They admit it, the girl will see it. Barr suggested moving faster. His hands were about to fall off. He could return the books to Layla, but not so much as to return them. Madame Tebessa heard rumors that there were rumors about her among the aristocrats. Some ignoramus dared to insult Layla. Fortunately, the rumors that the girl is the emperor's mistress have not yet reached. But it's only a matter of time. It is necessary to limit the access of nobles to the palace, especially to the part where his office is located. This will not stop the rumors, but at least until the banquet. It is clear that Layla will always be a topic of discussion, but at least they should be afraid to provoke the girl. His Majesty has a plan, of course. If these idiots do not recognize such an amazing girl, then they will make sure they have no other choice. Speaking of business, a conflict has arisen between the regions of Khan and the Kingdom of Natcha. We need to think about it. The Khan region is an island of pirates. That's right. And the Kingdom of Natcha has a powerful navy. This has happened before, but it wasn't as serious as now, as Khan made successful demands. Killian began to carefully study the documents on this issue. Well, her advisor was right. The encounter with the Kingdom of Natcha has dragged on. Pirates from the Khan region are sitting quietly or doing similar things. The emperor's head was already spinning from the endless discussion of the same topic, and he needed to exhale. So why is the light still on in the personal assistant's office? It's already so late. Lord Delrond was dying at that moment during long negotiations, which means it definitely couldn't be him. It is possible that the protagonist has not finished working yet. She is not worried about herself at all. It is also impossible. The emperor silently and quietly slipped down the corridor to his assistant's office. Indeed, Layla was sitting at the desk. I wonder what the girl is doing with such intensity. Killian wondered what the young woman was so passionate about late at night. After which His Majesty silently and quietly like a shadow crept up behind her and began to read the content. His Excellency leaned over the heroine and took her book, reading aloud the title about how to raise a worthy child. Killian remembers exactly that he ordered the girl to write a report on childcare institutions. That's why she reads everything about education. A childcare center is a place where children are cared for until they grow up. so knowledge of parenting principles can come in handy. But it is not too late to look for that information after the creation of a childcare institution has been approved, or the main character does not believe that her written report will be unconditionally accepted. Even if the report is not approved, the recommendations can be useful elsewhere, in churches or something like that. That's right, since churches have now taken on the role of childcare institutions. The idea is correct. In fact, it wouldn't be bad for employees to have some kind of benefit and educational guidance. Anyway, it's too late for any work, so let the girl prepare and go home immediately. Layla simply didn't keep track of time. She had no intention of staying late and apologized. She worked hard. They don't apologize for that. However, let the girl keep in mind that if she overdoes it and collapses from fatigue, there will be no one responsible for it. Therefore, the only one who can take care of the girl is herself. Layla understood everything. The emperor escorts the heroine to her carriage, but Killian is just as tired as she is. It is not necessary. His Majesty really liked the gift the girl gave him, that scarf with an embroidered blue dragon. That is why the emperor wants to kindly respond to such efforts and labors of the girl. The young people walked down the corridor. Layla completely agreed. The girl was always happy with Killian's presence and conversations with him. His Majesty wants to show Layla something. He pulled a paper out of his inner pocket and showed it to the girl. The main character began to examine the emperor's paper with her eyes, what was in front of her. It didn't look like anything else. What's wrong, Ailey's Tiordi? Apparently, these are surnames, but why show them? Let Layla choose one word. Any word that pleases the protagonist, but hurry up, their carriage is approaching. So well, then the main character chooses this word, the word aster. And the girl knows what it means. In the ancient language, the word aster means star. The girl also knows the ancient language. It's unthinkable. Layla only knows a few words. Layla is incredibly smart and her word fits perfectly, so let her stay. And what is it for? The girl will soon find out for herself what luck they had. They arrived exactly at the moment the carriage arrived. Well then, the emperor thanks the protagonist for her help and wishes her a happy journey, beautiful as always. Thus passed the next working day of the heroine in the royal castle. And it ended with a personal conversation with Killian. It would always be like this. Meanwhile, Duke Williot, who arrived, was welcomed at Duke Gilton's estate. Fillion was satisfied with this invitation, the luxurious dining room table, the noble owners of the estate. Duke Gilton seated his guest at a huge table, and then the child dropped his table fork. Duke Gilton froze and stared with a dead, steely gaze in his direction. A young woman in a yellow dress immediately flew to the baby and began to apologize in horror. The child showed disrespect to the guest. The child needs to apologize to the guest for his rudeness and tactlessness. The child apologized fearfully. Duke Gilton is apparently harsh in his upbringing. Fillion said that Wax should not apologize. He is still a child. Duke Williot is so generous that Gilton thanks him for forgiving his grandson. By the way, there are rumors that the Duke's marriage to Lady Tevessa has broken up. Because it's true, no. Well, of course, the Duke can find out who is spreading these dirty rumors. And ridiculous. Are we talking about her reputation? This is a brazen lie, which means the rumors that Lady Tevessa is the emperor's mistress are also lies. The rain has intensified, which means those working in the royal palace must hurry and finish their work. The emperor approached his window and saw the light in his personal assistant's office again. It has only been one day since the emperor asked Layla not to work too hard. It is hard to believe she is alone again. Apparently the main character doesn't understand hints at all and should tell the girl directly. The emperor entered the personal assistant's office and found no one in it. But the light was on. What nonsense. The girl left and forgot to turn off the light behind her. Very suspicious and not like her. His Majesty walked further into the room and began to look around. He heard someone crunching behind him. Killian began searching for the source of the sound around him. He wondered if it was Layla or an uninvited guest. The emperor turned around and saw the frightened heroine under her own desk. What is Layla doing here? The emperor leaned towards her under his desk with a worried look. But the girl didn't hear him at all. She put her hands to her head and shouted something. Such a wise person is truly afraid of a simple sound. Poor Layla was sobbing. A panic attack was suffocating her. He let the girl open her eyes and look at Killian. The girl instinctively resisted. She was no longer here, but in her nightmares that were suffocating her. The image of her adoptive mother passed through the protagonist's head, hugging her and calling her his beloved daughter. On that fateful afternoon, her beloved adoptive parents were preparing to travel, suspecting nothing. They promised to return soon. And then a thunder roared, which became a ruthless harbinger of death for the heroine. And Pain, the main character, hated thunderstorms. It deprived the girl of everything, which is why she is now trying to lead her to suffering. The bastard always shouted at Layla. How long could she cling to memories and be afraid of thunderstorms? She is not a child. Then, after so many years of sacrificing herself, offering herself completely on his altar, the bastard threw her out, and so many years later, the protagonist is suffocating again in her own cold solitude. It became unbearable for the girl to be blinded by what was happening, who she was. And finally, the girl opened her eyes. The Emperor asked if the girl wanted to sleep. Her mind was hazy, but she felt Killian's touch. The Emperor's touches were incredibly warm and pleasant to her heart. The girl pressed against his chest. The protagonist would really love for that warmth to always be there. She no longer wants to fall asleep alone under the roar of thunder. Can a girl be selfish now? Layla asked His Majesty to sing for her. The Emperor didn't even know whether he should really sing or not scare the girl further. What a bold request. Apparently Killian does not want to sing. The Emperor smiled. The girl even changed to you. Killian stroked Layla's hair and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. How is she suffering? It hurts him. Horrific thunder rumbled outside the window. It rained heavily. The Emperor held the girl in his arms and sang a lullaby, and never before had she felt so protected. The main character didn't even suspect that such power resided in a common children's lullaby. And ordinary. Layla would have loved to listen more, but she was mercilessly falling asleep, and she was exhausted. The girl fell into a deep sleep, which she deserved. Well, Layla made the Emperor nervous for her. But the interesting thing is that they hung the main character in such a way that the girl smiles like this while sleeping. The protagonist was lying on the sofa, sleeping peacefully, and the Emperor's jacket covered her. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her seat, completely waking up from her sleep. Layla has completely lost her mind. What did she do, and how dare she? What a pity. She ruined everything. The main character will now be unable to look His Majesty in the eyes out of shame. How horrible. The young woman should look into her Emperor's eyes exactly the same as always. She has finally woken up. The girl fell asleep so tormented and woke up much earlier than expected. Layla apologized. How could she allow herself to fall asleep in His Majesty's presence? How shameful. The girl shouldn't even worry about that. Everything is fine. How does Layla feel now? Simply great. Fantastic. The protagonist nervously nodded her head and began to smile. The Emperor approached the heroine, carefully studying her gaze and general condition. Well, the main character looks quite normal. She should return to the estate and rest. The young people looked out the window. It was dawning. The girl spent the entire night at the palace. Michelle would kill her. How can it be that the protagonist cannot go home? She has a lot of work. It's also impossible. The girl simply needs to rest today. She has survived and is exhausted. Then Layla will go home, and the Emperor will dismiss her. Killian will take the girl home before Layla completely tortures herself and frightens him terribly. The Emperor was worried about the girl, wow, but her audacity made him nervous and distracted him from his affairs. Layla was sitting on the royal horse's saddle, clinging to the Emperor. It wasn't worth taking her. Killian had to make sure she went home and didn't return to the office, and also personally persuade the young woman's servants not to even think about letting the girl go to work today. There is no need for this. The heroine really won't go to work today. The Emperor believes her. The young people had just arrived at the girl's estate, and the Emperor bravely helped Layla dismount the horse. The morning was simply wonderful, and what company Layla had. Even in her wildest dreams, the girl had never been so close to him. Killian repeats once more that the girl shouldn't even think about accepting the job. Layla nods. The Emperor kindly laughed at Layla. The main character always responds positively to him. Here the young man's gaze became serious and cold. Something was clearly attracting him. He became tense. In the shadow of the trees, near the entrance gate to the heroine's estate, the silhouette of someone watching the girl was visible. The enraged Duke Williot stared near his house. His eyes radiated blind rage. The sun hadn't even risen, and Layla was already at work. Michelle felt it positively. The maid didn't say that she simply hadn't returned yet. The personal maid has already been questioned by Duke Williot, so Michelle doesn't know when the girl will return. Why did this fool choose such a small house if he found out? His reputation would be affected. The fool hadn't changed. As soon as the Duke sees the main character, it will be necessary to get rid of this house immediately. How much can Filna be disgraced? How can one be so selfish and irresponsible? There is not enough evil. The selfish jerk was about to leave, but then he heard Layla's voice, and immediately turned at the sound. What the hell is going on between those two? Did Lady Tebessa really become the Emperor's mistress? The girl had never looked toward Phil. Her eyes were sparkling, and there was a smile in them. What a bastard, how dare he laugh, and have fun not with him in case someone sees. Then His Majesty heard a crunch, and sharply turned towards this idiot. The Duke immediately hid behind the door column, barely catching his breath. He should not be seen. Killian thought for a moment, quickly looked around and smiled with satisfaction. His Majesty thanked the girl, told her to rest, then majestically saddled his horse, and said goodbye. The idiot heard that His Majesty addressed the girl simply by her name, and not Lady Tevessa. The protagonist is absolutely happy and walks calmly towards her estate. What a wonderful morning! The vile monster immediately jumped up when he saw the Emperor was gone and called Layla. Then a crunch was heard behind the Duke. Someone was here, like a shadow in front of the idiot. The Emperor's loyal warrior appeared. Captain Hilton, Lord Hilton is here to convey his Emperor's words to Duke Williot. With a sword in his hands, Captain Hilton, at lightning speed, brought the tip of his sword to the throat of the cowardly jerk. He immediately allowed him to stop lurking around Layla and leave her alone forever. Philin immediately drew his sword, since when is the fiancé forbidden to visit his girlfriend? The Emperor makes scandalous demands. Hilton used to be an assassin. No one could compete with his strength, and the idiot only recognized strength. What would happen to Duke Williot if he refused to comply with such a demand? Hilton's resolve was unshakable. In this case, Williot will answer for violating the imperial decree. Well, since it's the Emperor's order, nothing can be done. He angrily sheathed his sword. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to see them. He is fighting with the royal guard. He will be immediately disgraced. Do we have to pretend that the Duke retreated and then take revenge at the imperial banquet? Layla will definitely be there. The captain stared intently at the idiot. Hilton will take him to the estate. This is not up for discussion. Layla will surely regret this humiliation. She will regret everything and beg to be taken back. Meanwhile, Michelle was furious with the hostess. She told the girl that her ex-fiancé had come. The personal maid was even more enraged by his arrival than by her mistress's absence. This no nothing but not this. Layla doesn't want to return to the place of destruction of her soul and heart. The estate always suffocated the heroine. It was a terrible prison from which she couldn't leave before. And there, even her favorite work became torment and an eternal justification of its usefulness. The main character was in the royal palace in an imperial uniform. Layla felt very unusual in trousers in public. Both young men saw Layla approaching, and both were fascinated by her in this form. His Majesty greeted his assistant with satisfaction. The Ron male made a respectful gesture to her. The main character was late. The girl apologized. She had to stay a little longer at work, and she couldn't leave without finishing. The girl tried to curtsy, but it turned out awkward since the girl wasn't wearing a dress. The Emperor asked what it was, just that the girl had put on an official uniform for the first time. It was a little unusual. This form seems so natural to the girl that there can be no doubt about her comfort. The girl chilled with happiness. The support didn't hurt her, and His Majesty always felt it. Well, since everyone is ready, it's time for the three of them to go to the hall. The Emperor walked down the corridor, and behind him were his personal assistants. In front of them, the servants began to open the doors to the hall. The Emperor called Layla, telling her to let the girl be mentally prepared. The hall was simply huge, gleaming with luxury and grandeur, a large crowd of nobles and members of the aristocracy. There was a silent surprise on the main character's face, how many people there were, and she would be at the epicenter. Then the girl noticed among the other guests a man she knew. It was Andante Tevessa. The man was the second son of Countess Tevessa. His father was involved with women, and his older brother was involved with gambling. But Andante treated those around him kindly, which made him stand out in this poisonous family. This man even treated his servants with respect, and was always kind and attentive to them. And then, for some reason, the main character thought that Andante was someone who could be trusted and not be afraid. But how wrong the girl was then. This degenerate gave Layla the opportunity to reciprocate his family's kindness by inducing her to have sexual intimacy. The girl begged him not to touch her, asked Andante to leave her alone, and called others for help. But the terrifying screams of Count Tevesa's illegitimate daughter never bothered him. Because of her refusal of the second, all the Countess's children began to condemn the girl, and to call her ungrateful, and the person spat in the face. After this event, her entire family estate began to hate Layla, and she became an even greater outcast. And today's royal banquet was dedicated to those heroes who brought the empire to victory. The main character recovered. Layla simply cannot ruin everything because of her painful past. Not only her life is at stake, but also that of those she can help. The emperor raised a glass to those who are no longer with them. The crowd roared in approval. The guests greeted their ruler and raised their glasses in memory of those who died in the war. What is this geek doing here? Andante actually studied at the academy during the 6-year war. Moreover, the girl knew very well that the Tevesa County did not receive any invitations. They were distinguished by no feats, except in hell. A man's hand lay on the girl's shoulder. Layla immediately jumped up from her seat. It was just a look. The Ron male apologized. He didn't want to scare his colleague. It's the girl's fault. There are so many guests here that she is nervous. Bar said the banquet hall was too crowded, so he planned to walk out onto the balcony. If Layla wants to, she can gladly walk with him. The male hadn't worn the dress uniform in a long time and also felt uncomfortable. Layla herself is wearing the same uniform. She also feels uncomfortable and infinitely confuses when greeting. But can the heroine use a man's greeting, an aristocrat's, and is it really possible to do so? The Ron male himself doesn't know. He just wonders if Layla can use a similar format. The young men laughed. A good and warm relationship began. The personal assistants ran out of shamanism glasses. Bear took care of filling them. The girl will stay on the balcony. She doesn't want to hide from Andante and Phylon. It's quieter here. In this case, the Ron male will quickly go get champagne and return immediately, leaving Layla to wait a little while. The main character was on the balcony of the royal palace, in solitude and silence. The cold air calmed him. Layla heard the sounds of heavy male footsteps behind her. Really, male beer had returned so quickly. But it wasn't his colleague who stood in front of the girl, but the unfortunate idiot Phil, and demanded a conversation. The protagonist was furious. She had nothing to talk about with this jerk. Get out of her way. But the vile monster did not give up. Phil roughly grabbed the girl by the hand. She wasn't going anywhere. Let her go immediately. Otherwise, he will regret it from the moment Layla became the emperor's mistress. What this idiot is saying again means it's true. If the girl denies it, why should she suddenly be His Majesty's mistress? Layla will no longer count to 5. Phil's hand will be cut off if he doesn't remove it himself right now. What this notorious and narrow-minded degenerate allowed himself to continue believing in gossip. The Duke, angry, opened his eyes and looked at his ex-girlfriend's face, which hadn't changed at all. If the jerk has nothing else to tell her, she is leaving. Don't let her return to the estate. Then he will let her be an assistant. He will let her, but nobody asked the idiot. In fact, his mistress will give birth soon. So what? Actually, his firstborn is Layla's business. In reality, she is his fiancée. She's already forgotten or something. The idiot lost his memory. Layla broke off her engagement with him. No, he said it in a fit of anger, because Phil threw her out. The jerk is very wrong. It's all over between them, that's it, because she became the emperor's mistress. Phil talked about the conversation, but keeps talking nonsense unilaterally about what the problem is. The Duke knows very well that the Count's illegitimate daughter won't let him go anywhere. So stop bragging. Since this stupid bastard doesn't believe it, the girl will prove the truth using her own methods. This jerk is already sick of the girl. He will pay for all the humiliation and finally realize that she is not his slave. The unsuspecting Ron male was heading towards the balcony with 2 full glasses. And he froze. The main character dragged Duke Williot by the hand across the entire noble crowd. Her grip was like steel. Layla dragged this jerk right up to the emperor. His Majesty turned to look at them with interest, after which the girl disdainfully threw off her ex-fiancé's hand and now pays attention. Let her strive. Lady Layla Tevesa, officially and publicly announces her divorce from the Duke. A whisper of surprise swept through the banquet hall. All the guests immediately began to discuss this scandal. The Ron male was horrified. What a disgrace. Where was His Majesty looking? What to do? The personal assistant saw that the emperor was not very concerned about the current situation, which made him smile. But the Ron male immediately put 2 glasses on a tray and ran towards his master. Delrund grabbed his emperor's hand at lightning speed. Killian must not worsen the situation. Killian doesn't understand what this is about. The emperor wants to intervene. When you get the assistant position, apparently you start reading minds. His Majesty assured his personal assistant not to worry, that he wouldn't do anything. Beer exhaled as soon as Killian achieved what he had planned, only this was not enough. The emperor had to stop, and Killian understands that in this way, he brings all the rumors swirling around him. Rumors arise for no reason. The issue is desires and goals. Phil immediately started insulting the girl. How long will she remain so self-assured? The emperor will not be attentive to her forever. And if the emperor kept paying attention to Madame Tevessa, his Majesty intervened in the conflict. The effect was like lightning struck from the sky. If Duke Williot has finished his monologue, His Excellency wants to pick up his assistant. But Phil is not finished yet. The emperor immediately silenced the idiot, turning his attention to the girl. And to what Layla thought about this. Immediately there were rumors that His Majesty had resorted to his mistress, a fake assistant. The protagonist perfectly understood that if she took the emperor's hand, the rumors would get even worse. But she doesn't want to live like that either. Constantly fearing rumors is simply stupidity. She and the Duke are finished. Layla confidently took Killian's hand. The guests were either delighted or remained in complete stupor, and His Majesty admired the heroine's courage. Under the growing whispers of the curious aristocrats, 2 young and free people walked away. His Majesty confidently led the girl upstairs. This is the place destined for Layla, but His Excellency truly has a great knowledge of people. His personal assistants are the most capable. The main character didn't know what was happening. Killian took a scroll to see. Even the moment of the trophy presentation ceremony had not begun. It was for personal reasons that His Majesty ordered everyone to be silent. The emperor opened a long scroll and announced that, historically, all assistants received a title. Male Delrond approached the girl and suggested she kneel down and bow her head. Layla did so. The heroine knelt before the emperor and bowed. Lady Tevessa was awaiting the outcome. Not understanding what was happening, Vera pointed the imperial sword at Rachel. Male Delrond before the royal sword to His Majesty. With this sword and law, the emperor grants Layla the title of Baroness. Furthermore, for her outstanding services and unwavering assistance to his empire, the heroine receives Castle Aster. Castle Aster. This is really why Killian handed the girl a piece of paper with names in the ancient language in the hallway. With so much effort, so much support and praise, the heroine will never repay the emperor for his generosity. His Highness looked at Layla with pride. The young man smiled at her thoughts. They were never wrong about her. Why did the man decide to leave? Because he can no longer live in this mansion and advises his interlocutor to do the same. Why leave such a beautiful place as an estate for cheap hotels? The person leaving can no longer live here. Because Lady Tevessa broke off her engagement with Duke Williot, which was simply unthinkable. Moreover, the girl also received such a high position, along with a title and her own castle. It is simply the main character's naive appearance behind her. A brilliant mind is hidden and subtle. But what about Madams? The woman will definitely be very upset about her second son, or rather, she will be furious. That she shouldn't worry about this, her mother will quickly move away from this news, because others are waiting for her. Meanwhile, at the nightly meeting of hardened louts, of course, they actively discuss the young woman who had received the title of knight. It was urgent to point out to His Majesty the incorrectness of his actions. When they tried to convey this to Killian that time, the emperor replied that there are laws, for which a reason is needed to remove Layla from her post. Then it is necessary to emphasize the tradition that men now watch how a girl obtains a title. Men and women are different from each other. They should have different rights and opportunities. The 2 old chauvinists froze upon hearing their leader's voice, as in every haven of cowards. The minions only bark. The action is too bold for them. Gilton explained that if traditions are considered outdated, there must be a good reason. It would be best to simply listen to His Majesty, and then decide what to do with her in the end. Meanwhile, at his family estate, the humiliated and offended Duke lamented that he didn't even think a low-ranking girl could say no to him. How dare she break off her engagement with him in front of everyone? Phylan spent the whole week trying to convince everyone that it was all rumors. And then she left on the emperor's arm, showing everyone that the Duke was still a useless man. Filion threw glasses all over the estate. What everyone thinks of him now is that he is a duke and a war hero. You can't treat him like that. She must fix everything and lift him up, lay him at her feet, and all because Layla became the emperor's mistress. And how could this guy be better than the duke, except for the title? She abandoned the very duke, what an ungrateful bastard, but she had to kiss his hands her whole life. Phylum hesitantly got up from his seat and ordered the butler to prepare a carriage for him immediately. His eyes burned with hatred. The duke needed to correct the situation immediately so they wouldn't look down on him. The main character sat in her cozy mansion and admired her prize. She has now become a baroness, she has become herself. If she had known about this award earlier, although it is possible that Layla would have made mistakes. At that momentous banquet, there were two men at once who hurt and humiliated her, and both saw that she was not broken. Get all the bad thoughts out of your head. You had to think about what the girl should do with her title. Why is Layla leaving again? She was supposed to work only in the afternoon. The heroine will leave early. Then the maid will call her a carriage. The girl wants to take a walk. The girl left her mansion in the capital and closed the door. A familiar, hateful voice called her. What is Phylum doing here? Yesterday at the imperial banquet. They had a wonderful conversation and decided everything. Layla knew that he might come to her after the banquet, so her lordship wanted what a great mind needs. For her courage, Phil feels that the duke and his girlfriend have begun to drift apart, and this won't happen. The two are close people, they are a family, and this is the most important thing now. Let the main character give Phil in a couple of minutes. They just have to discuss everything. This is important. And what will happen if Layla refuses to deliver another dead-end monologue? She is not interested. Well, now there is nothing to do. The girl will have to be held by force, since she doesn't want anything else. Phylum had his faithful sword hanging from his belt, which killed many of his enemies. And he was not reluctant to teach Layla manners. The girl was not afraid of this idiot at all, but if they made noise, rumors would spread. And then she could set a trap for the emperor. And Layla, more than anything, did not want to cause Killian trouble, so she agreed to talk. Well, why did the duke fall silent? The heroine was in a fighting mood. He wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. In fact, Philion realized that all this time he had been indifferent to his fiancée, and he asked for her forgiveness. And since the duke is so noble that he accepted humiliation and admitted his guilt, the girl must return to the estate. The unexpected thing is that Phil died instantly, without even stopping. Of course, there are things he lacks, but they are not worth it. As the main character said earlier, she has no intention of returning to the duke's property. Her decision is absolutely deliberate and unwavering. Stop hanging your convenient fantasies on her. Phylum suffered such humiliation because of her. He gave in and continues to build a proud woman. How disgusting, but there is nothing to do. Phyle is incapable of anything. The property is dying. The nobility is humiliated. What should he do to get the girl back? There is no such thing that would make the main character return to her hell, so let Phil calm down. How can Layla give up her duke so easily? They have been together since childhood. Phil was the first to give her up. Yes, and the duke apologized, also for rudeness and indifference. Now they can come back. What is wrong with Phylna's head? The girl has already given him the answer 3 times that he should finally leave her alone. Something changed in the duke's eyes. His gaze became dead, empty, and ruthless. This was clearly a sign of trouble. After which the geek threw the defenseless girl against the wall with all his might. Layla hit his back painfully. What is this monster doing? He decided to go headless, at least to do something useful for society. Then Duke Williot asks the scoundrel for the last time if he is going to return to his estate. There was an expression of mania on his face, a muffled rage, and a firm decision. Phil had decided to beat the answer out of her. The protagonist has already gotten up after a strong blow, hasn't she? Layla is not going back to this degenerate. Something suddenly changed in the face of this jerk, and the decision he had made there immediately dissipated. Although he clearly was going to finish Layla. And what stopped him? Layla saw no reason. She expected this to be their last meeting. Duke and Duchess Williot loved the girl so much, but they couldn't even imagine that they were condemning Layla to eternal suffering. Her favorite service staff, who was always very caring and kind to her. Of course, the young woman cannot suddenly stop missing these people, but that doesn't mean she will go back. This is her path, which Layla herself chose, and the heroine will decide that she follows it without deviation. When the idiot's face suddenly changed and the decision he had made there dissipated, he felt darkness. Then, in the alley near Lady Tevis's house, the Duke felt a terrifying darkness for the first time. And deadly, these were the feelings evoked by the captain of the knights, Hilton. The shadow of his majesty, no one could compete with him. And the fact that the emperor's loyal personal wolf Carlin was attached to Layla for protection confirmed the conjectures. The main character really became the emperor's mistress, as everyone around her said. Hence his patronage. Of course, Phylum was castrated and did not get what he wanted, something he was not used to at all. Okay, the Duke gave the scoundrel too many chances. He had enough. Some dirty blood dared to contradict and cross the Duke's path. She would never be seen again. Then a servant burst into the Duke's room with urgent news from his family estate. Why is the butler bursting into his room so abruptly without even knocking? Phylum himself asked. What he asked was to ignore etiquette and report immediately at any time, without any explanation about when his mistress would go into labor. Cecile's labor has begun prematurely, so everyone at the estate is waiting at home for the Duke's help. Phylum needs to save his reputation, but he cannot leave the child alone. He had to leave urgently. The Duke grabbed his jacket and shouted at the servants to immediately take him by carriage to the estate. Meanwhile, the main character carefully and persistently studied the spines of thick books. The hand of a strong man appeared again in front of Layla's face. The girl was looking for a book on how a woman received the title. Why waste time on this when Killian himself, he can tell his personal assistant, in the entire royal history of the Cardan Empire, not a single woman has received an award. Layla. She became the first in history. Layla still couldn't believe it. The emperor really wants to make her a baroness, of course. Then there will be no ceremony. But the girl is sure that all the nobles will be against this. Titles are given by the emperor. What does it matter? There was concern and irritating thoughts on the main character's face. The emperor saw it very well. Killian understands everything. The girl is worried. All this is expected and normal. The emperor is nearby if something happens. And His Majesty knows exactly what is bothering his personal assistant and can help. By the way, he did not encounter the diplomatic conflicts of Cannes. The girl immediately pulled out the necessary materials. Apparently, the protagonist herself was looking for this book, of course. She found out about the conflict that was brewing, but the girl is not even responsible for this. Maybe then, the assistant collected the necessary information. Layla nodded her head in approval. Of course, he picked it up. The emperor kindly laughed at her. The charming lady generally knows what laziness is. What does her body depend on in this mode? Can the emperor see the data that Layla has collected? Of course, they are in the office. The young people returned to the personal assistant's office. The emperor sat down at Layla's desk and began to study her papers. While Killian eagerly read every line, Layla was noticeably nervous, afraid of embarrassment. Her work is incredible. Killian could certainly use it, but it would be better to use accounting materials. If we talk about diplomatic conflicts, these documents are perfect, simply fantastic. In this case, it is time for the emperor to go to a meeting. Layla helped Killian a lot today. He is grateful. And may the protagonist not forget to sign her new title of baroness. The royal meeting hall was filled with serious men, dressed in luxurious clothes. And silence fell. So, Cannes is an island located southeast of Hatton, a tiny place with a population of 20 people. This place is not marked on maps. Total anarchy occurs there due to the absence of a leader. Getting there is quite difficult too. Ships sail very rarely, so it serves as a lair for pirates. And to the east lies the famous kingdom of Natcha, consisting of 7 islands and possessing a strong fleet. There are huge differences between the fleets of the Khan pirates and the kingdom of Natcha, so conflicts cannot be avoided. And the kingdom, in turn, filed a simply absurd lawsuit against the empire that owns Khan. Well, one of the ministers read Layla's documents. Everything was presented brilliantly and intelligibly. This is the first case of a daring conflict due to Khan pirates. You can leave everything as it is. But if Khan takes the kingdom, then the territorial waters of the Cardan Empire will narrow. A delicate matter. He also didn't want to give up land or water. The emperor suggested sending a delegation. At this point, today's meeting can be considered closed if no one stands up. Then he has something to say. The same minister consulted with His Majesty whether he really intended to bestow the title upon Madame Tevessa. His Majesty looked at the questioner with an icy gaze. Address him correctly, Madame Tevessa. What is the problem with the emperor's personal assistant becoming a baroness? But women have never received the title before. Is there no law preventing women from receiving the title, or is it simply because it's the first time? Of course, but to receive such a title, one must have a set of skills according to imperial law. Therefore, Gilton doubts that Lady Layla can match. That's the reason. What is the reason for such doubts? The girl passed the exam better than anyone else if she is given a title for passing the exam. Then he must nominate scholars for the award. As expected, this is not enough for the toxic nobles to recognize and respect the main character. Killian understands that Yilton is categorically against giving her the title at all. If the girl proves her skills, he will prove his skills. Great, what does Lord Baldir think of these documents he read? The documents are perfectly prepared. Everything is perfectly explained. Baron Bear works hard. His results are astonishing. These documents must be handled by knowledgeable people. They cannot be entrusted to a girl who does not understand them. Men approach such tasks more rationally. This is not a superpower, but a girl cannot do it. Yes, what a lord. It means there shouldn't be any problems, right? These documents are not the merit of male Delrond, but are entirely written by Madame Tevisa. All the men present held their breath. This cannot happen to a woman. This is unthinkable. And now, what will the gentleman who rated the main characters' work as impeccable say? And ideal? No, well, if you look closer at the girl's work, then, of course, you can see quite serious shortcomings. Let the gentleman show where he found them. The vile liar no longer knew how to get out. Here Gilton intervened again. His Majesty trusts that Tevisa will cope with her title. Of course, hasn't this already reached the ministers after reading the heroine's documents? All the works were prepared excellently, and there is no doubt about it. But a more objective assessment is necessary. Of course, Bill Gilton wants to see visible results. This is exactly what the Emperor was waiting for. The main character will solve the problem with the orphanage. Then no one will be able to oppose her. Since His Majesty values his assistant's talent so highly, Gilton has a proposal. That the girl become a representative of the imperial will, an ambassador or diplomat. Layla opened her mouth. The Council of Ministers wants the young woman to attend a diplomatic meeting with the Kingdom of Nacha. If the ministers want to send a girl with a diplomatic delegation, she will become a representative of the will. His Majesty was no less worried than Layla and apologizes to the girl for such a burden. Killian told the girl to prepare to sign the documents to accept the title. And here is the story. Layla is very grateful. The Emperor did everything possible so that she would receive the status without any problems, but she is worthy of participating in the delegation. If the girl overestimates her skills and abilities, Layla will be disgraced for the rest of her days. His Majesty understands everything. Layla can refuse. The Emperor will not force her. What will happen if the main character suddenly wants to renounce that responsibility and withdraw? This simply makes the process of assigning a title more complicated, but Killian was in a hurry. Initially, the girl was supposed to receive it later. There will be no problems. Other tests and trials of the main character's abilities are possible. His Majesty had to hurry because the nobles were spreading vile rumors. The Emperor repeats that Layla is not obliged to accept his offer. She can continue working in orphanages. The Emperor wants the girl to refuse. To be honest, Killian wants her to agree. After which, they won't be able to say anything anymore. Moreover, His Highness trusts the girl. She is a truly unique person and will definitely not fare worse than others. The Emperor believes in her. If she wants to show herself, she must fight. Fear of failure does not fit her choice at all. Layla wants to do this and appease the pompous peacocks. She will do everything possible not to betray the Emperor's trust. So, due to numerous requests from the dissenting nobility and the girl's desire, Layla's name was added to the delegation list. But the position was granted not to the Emperor's assistant, but to her deputy. Only by giving the lady freedom can she conquer them all. This is the only reason for His Majesty's actions. She is so young that sometimes she loves the blind. The Duke humiliated the young man with an icy stare. The Emperor didn't even react to his provocation. Perhaps this time an exception can be made, but if His Highness loves her so much that he makes her Empress. The Emperor slammed the table with his hand. It seemed that Lord Gilton had forgotten how to hear in his old age. His Highness is not going to make the main character the Empress. He needs an exceptional assistant. But Hilton thinks this is not the only reason. It's his problems, not His Majesty's. This is the only significant and valuable reason for everything that is happening and will happen. Well, since the young man considers this true and believes in his words, then it is time for Lord Hilton to leave. The Emperor vigorously asked the Lord where he was going, to a separate palace. That's all. His Majesty should not delay Lord Hilton. That man was already waiting for him. He shouldn't be late. The main character had a day off today according to a strange schedule. The girl worked hard. Well, it is true that Layla deserved a good rest. And not just from work. Let her breathe after the moral crush. It's not the time now. Since the list of the diplomatic delegation has already been published, everyone says that she will be overwhelmed. Everything will be fine with the main character if she goes with her as ambassador. Male Delrond was worried. His Highness was also very worried about the girl, but he believes in her, and there is no turning back. Then the captain of the knights, Hilton, unexpectedly entered the office. The man looked exhausted and tired. Lord Hilton came to report that they had managed to find him. The emperor jumped up from his place where they found him. This place is always open. His Highness put on a dark robe, then we have to go. Layla wore an elegant pistachio-colored dress under a pink umbrella, as if everything was in order, and they could hide under the same umbrella. Michelle is fine, compared to the hellish and rotten estate of the Count. The maid is simply in heaven. The personal maid pointed to the side. Isn't this the alley with several merchants that she was talking about? Two young girls entered one of the elegant boutiques in the capital, and Michelle shrieked with joy. There were many people, everyone was bustling and crowded. It was impossible to distinguish who was a customer and who was an employee. One of the ladies, in a very threatening tone, shouted to the whole hall that people there do not touch anything. She urgently called the workers. Then, seeing the girls, the noisy woman greeted them and offered to help. The main character spends her time in this place for a reason. The girl needs a man named Kun. While the girl took care of her business inside, Michelle obediently waited for her outside. The protagonist handed several gold coins to her loyal and devoted assistant Michelle. You shouldn't stay in this heat waiting for Layla. Let the maid go to the cafe and buy herself something cold. The personal maid bowed gratefully to her mistress after all. How kind Layla is. Then the girl's attention was drawn to a man from the crowd. Michelle froze, anticipating who it was. In front of the naive maid stood the second son of Countess Tevessa himself, who tried to force Layla into intimacy. But Michelle had no idea who was in front of her. She didn't see him, and the lady said nothing. The monster apologizes for his lack of tact. Now he will introduce himself as expected. He put his hand in his pocket. Mersevka pulled out the silver coat of arms of the Tevez family from his pocket. His name is Andante. This will tell Michelle something. The maid immediately recognized the coat of arms of her mistress's county, which meant that this was Layla's brother named Andante. The maid apologizes for not recognizing the master. It's all right because the lady has never seen him, so everything is logical. If his mistress's brother is looking for Layla, then the Talyati girl definitely came to the merchants. Michelle bowed. Not at all. Andante has already seen his sister. And by the way, why is Layla here? It's the height of the working day. The main protagonist took the day off today, which means she has an important task. Andante Tevessa immediately thought so. He didn't have any particularly useful information, but it was better than nothing. The strange man handed the personal maid a huge bag with gold coins. She couldn't accept so much money. Let Michelle take it and not think about anything. It's about taking care of her sister. Layla takes care of the maid. The main character's birthday is in a month, and Michelle wants to buy her something worthwhile. The personal maid was immediately inspired. Her birthday was coming up very soon. She had to hurry, but only in this case will the assistant take this money and buy the best gift for Layla. How wonderful! Then let Michelle keep secret what she saw today about her mistress's brother. Why shouldn't a personal maid tell such things? Then the lady will start worrying about money. Moreover, Anton de Tevez himself is preparing a big surprise for the protagonist, and he wouldn't want it to be revealed. Michelle bowed deeply to the lying monsters like a servant in her game. Definitely, Neve Pryo is engaged in the export of goods and provisions to the kingdom of Natchez, which means Layla has finally made a decision. If the main character decided to go to a diplomatic meeting, then she has her own campaign plan. Andante scratched his head. Well, everyone wished the girl good luck. Andante Tevessa hoped that he would also get something out of this. And what brought the noble lady to such a place? Wow. How did this man know she is dressed in an expensive suit? No commoner could afford such a luxurious umbrella. So looking at the girl it is obvious, but everyone is so observant. Like Kun, the assistant in the hallway, and they didn't discover a noble family in Layla. The knight thanked the protagonist for the pleasant compliment, but attention is part of his job. So, why was such a charming person looking for the girl's Kun? He carefully examined the bags. Lady Tevessa was curious whether large quantities of grain were really exported to the kingdom of Natcha. even if Layla didn't even continue. The man was concerned about the fact that across the entire continent, there was a good harvest. But thanks to the large-scale purchase by Natcha, the losses were small. The Kingdom of Natcha is a realm where business is mainly conducted by its merchants. Layla thought, the girl needs to ask Kun a couple of questions if he can answer them. He will be happy to help her. The main character asks simple questions that the man doesn't worry about. He will be able to answer them. After the necessary conversation, Layla went out and exhaled. It took much longer than expected. Layla couldn't believe a whole hour had passed. She urgently needed to find Michelle. She was already tired of waiting. Then the girl heard a familiar male voice, which she had already fallen in love with. The emperor was in an alley, surrounded by dubious characters, claiming to be common people. And ordinary. They say that blue hair color is a characteristic trait of the royal family. Only the emperor, the prince, and the duchess are alive. The young man is not suitable for a prince. He is still too young, which means that the Emperor Cardina is in front of them. The girl pushed her way through the crowd. What should she do? She had to immediately pull Killian out. He had knights with him, but these scoundrels had swords. Killian could have done something wrong. He could have been injured. If this guy doesn't immediately say who he is, then the boys will simply kill him so he doesn't go where he shouldn't go. The main character almost lost consciousness from fear of the emperor. The girl covered him with her back. After a few seconds, the girl began to pretend to be his wife and drag Killian by the hand. What is her husband doing here? And why did he dye his hair blue? Layla said this would confuse people a lot. The main character grabbed her emperor's hand. Layla feared for his life so much that she closed him with herself without hesitation. The emperor froze in silent surprise that she was doing such a thing. He felt the girl trembling, but at the same time she covered him with lightning speed. Killian decided to play along with Layla. The young man sensually hugged the girl around her waist, but she loves the blue color that she doesn't like. Why is my dear so dissatisfied with her? It's not that she doesn't like it, but the paint is expensive. The emperor moved very close to the girl's face, but the main character likes the color blue. After which His Majesty pressed the heroine even closer to him. I like it very much. It's Layla's favorite color. The scoundrels in the alley watched the young and open couple with interest. Definitely, there were feelings between them. What a sweet husband, and such a young one. It's not that she is an unfortunate idiot. It's embarrassing that a man is like that. The three criminal personalities began to talk among themselves. Definitely, this was not the emperor. He was without an escort. Layla moved even closer to her emperor. She was very worried about his future fate. Here, the ruler of the empire grabbed his assistant's waist from behind and whispered his name in her ear. Since this happened, perhaps the main character will agree to help Killian finish his business. The scoundrels were convinced that that was not an emperor at all. This gentleman's wife would also go with them. It was thanks to her that Killian received the invitation. It would be sad if his wife stayed behind. That the girl shouldn't worry about her maid. Captain Hilton will escort her safely and save home so that she knows that the Lord is here. Well, it's time for adventures for the newlyweds. The emperor invited Layla to IR. With him, the young people followed the young men by taking detours through hidden alleys they knew well. At the end of the journey, one of the criminals asked the main character to hand over her summer umbrella, after which one of his escorts knocked on the door. It opened, and a hand came out. Someone's hand pushed a white envelope invitation through the door for a young couple, after which the entrance to the world of the Cardin Empire's black market was opened to them. What day? And it started with tea. When the emperor and his assistant entered, Killian immediately threw a robe at her. The heroine must not take it off under any circumstances. If they are recognized, the situation will become much more complicated. The girl understood everything. The young people put on hoods with dark robes and went to familiarize themselves with the assortment. The young woman immediately froze. She had never been in such a place in her life. She had only heard about it in secret. Just look at what's around. The rarest goods that cannot be found anywhere or are prohibited. They are really on the empire's black market. The emperor nodded positively. This cannot be. The emperor deeply regrets that Lady Tevessa had to go to such a place because of him. He will amend it. In turn, His Majesty promises that this campaign will not take long. Layla placed her hand on his. The girl carefully examined everything around her, but then something caught her attention, and she couldn't take another step. In one of the stalls, children were being sold, small and scared, and everyone walked past them. How is this possible? What are they doing? The emperor noticed that the girl was worried. Killian looked in the direction where the girl was pointing. Everything was clear. Layla was worried about the fate of the little ones. The children were sold into slavery. They were all skinny, hungry, and scared. They had no right to control their lives. Unfortunately, slavery in the Cardan Empire is legalized and thrives. No matter how harsh it seems, Layla took this very hard and close to her heart. Her eyes left a cut in the girl's heart forever. The young people will not be able to influence this. They must accept this reality and not let it pass. Would it be better to leave there and not think about the poor children? This is where you need to be careful and not stumble. Just a few minutes ago, the girl was wishing to find herself in such a place. But now everything in her soul hurt. Killian firmly took his companion by the hand and confidently led her through the narrow alleys. On the shelves there were many terrifying things: skulls, bones, objects for black rites, and alchemy. The emperor stopped right at one of these stalls. Layla didn't understand at all what they were looking for here. Behind the counter there was a twisted and hooded figure, walking slowly and menacingly towards its customers. Wow, what important people were in front of the seller. Under the cloak of the hood was a wrinkled face with dead eyes. The emperor immediately covered Layla with himself. The merchant knows him. Those who know, then know. Those who don't know, don't know. What did His Majesty need from this terrible old man? This merchant had the poison he needed. It was as if the emperor had said in the square that he was looking for a certain plant that was an ingredient of the poison. And the emperor also gave the girls a bag of seeds that the cart swindler had gifted them. The young man is looking for an odorless and colorless poison from the seller. More than 100 options for this type of poison come to mind. More specific information is needed. After eating it, a sweet smell appears in the mouth. The fingertips turn black. The poison does not react to silver. The merchant placed a colored glass bottle in front of the emperor. He has what you ask for. What about the others? The emperor would like to know the names. The merchant only sells information. Let the old man state his price. His Majesty will buy everything here. Killian threw a huge bag of gold coins. Let the young man come visit the old man if he can. What an unpleasant and creepy place. If His Majesty had already bought the poison he was looking for, why would he have to come back here? A wild roar was heard throughout the black market. The emperor's henchman was discovered, and all the merchant stalls began to be raided. But there are impressive guards in the black market. The emperor ordered the girl to go unnoticed and follow him. The voices were closer. It seemed they had caught His Majesty. What should they do now? Should they run? Maybe they don't have to flee the guards throughout the black market. Layla pressed her cheek against the emperor. The emperor put his arm around the young woman's shoulders. It was unpleasant, but everything would be fine. They would make their way through. The young people walked back through the alleys. The farther they walked, the more they felt like they were moving away from the entrance. The emperor approached one of the large oak doors and brought the iron ring closer. Layla stood up and looked around. The young people quickly ran to the other side and closed the door. The canal current was very strong. The mercenaries will soon catch up to them. What should they do? Dive? There are no other options. The young people are going into the water, but the main character doesn't know how to swim at all. Killian does. Layla must entrust her life to His Majesty's hands. Killian held out his hand to the girl. The shouts of the ruthless black market mercenaries were heard behind the door. They discovered the emperor and Layla. The main character trusted Killian and ran into his arms. The emperor did not expect such closeness, but he was satisfied with her warmth and touch. The emperor smiled. Now it was time to escape. Layla wrapped her arms and legs around her emperor. His Majesty took a deep breath and jumped into the cold water. The girl took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She was incredibly scared, but she believed Killian. It was cold and creepy, but everything ended in just a few seconds. How is that possible? The main girl was right in the ice channel on the other side of the city. In a second, they were already in the palace. What kind of miracles are these? This is His Highness's royal palace. It was just like that. Killian wrung out his shirt. How the emperor could move them here to the imperial palace so quickly is simply impossible. Layla now looks like a mouse that fell into the water. The girl can catch a cold like this. The emperor covered her with his robe. The girl dried instantly. What is it? His Majesty can use magic, but only water magic. Being handed over to the empire, the girl must know that the royal family inherited the dragon's blood. Thanks to this ability of the blue dragon, the emperor can go anywhere there is water. This is simply incredible. The girl was full of curiosity about what the young man felt and did at the same time. and it might turn out to be painful or pleasant. On the contrary, when abilities manifest, it is incredible. Layla approached her emperor, and he knows how to turn into a blue water dragon. Of course not. Killian coughed and apologized for the inconvenience suffered today on the girl's day off. The girl was worried about many things, but she couldn't blame His Majesty for this. It was time for her to return. But then the emperor stopped the girl and carefully took her hand. For some reason, Killian really wanted to do this. Layla immediately froze, expectant. The emperor wanted to know or do something else, and Killian also froze. His Highness continued to hold the heroine's hand and could not give a clear answer as to what he wanted. The emperor and Layla were too close to each other. Both were confused and didn't know what to do next. The main character called the emperor by name several times. The young man just stood frozen in silence. And then, finally, His Majesty told himself that he would really like Layla to stay longer. The emperor immediately apologized. He was very confused and didn't understand what he was saying. He didn't even understand why he grabbed her. The girl has some complaints regarding work issues. They can solve this today and now. Or Mail Delrond noticed some error in her documents. Layla will correct everything. It will just take time. The young people held hands. The emperor did not understand what she wanted. The girl understood, but didn't believe it was mutual. Let the protagonist forget about everything. Today is her day off. There are no questions for her. Layla did a good job. Let her go home and rest well before work. The main character turned inquisitively towards her emperor. And what was all this about now? The head of the empire, Cardin, gave a fleeting smile, trying to understand for himself what had just happened to him. Killian reproached himself for grabbing Layla's hand. What was he thinking, and what did he himself want from her? So the young man didn't understand anything. Layla gave him many new feelings. He was not familiar with Dorman before. It's a good thing the lady arrived safe and sound. Michelle was already all nervous. Everything is fine. The personal maid worried in vain for her. Layla just met her friend. When Michelle got home, Lord Hilton dismissed him. The knight looked very handsome with that silver hair. And while the personal maid was waiting for her mistress, none of that happened. Maybe she met someone. That young aristocrat asked to keep her presence a secret. She will do it. It is better to remain silent. Michelle replied that nothing suspicious happened, and that in general it was enough to just get through the cold. Let Layla rest in the room with her, and her maid will prepare a delicious and hot tea with a light snack. When the fateful day of the departure of the diplomatic delegation of the Cardin Empire arrived, Layla was very worried. The girl entered the office of the emperor's personal assistants, and Layla approached his desk. Delran was already gone. Apparently, Bear was preparing for a diplomatic meeting at the outer palace. The result was a general report, compiled from information from Kuhn, and from what was already available up to that moment. The flute will have the original, but the copy must be given to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Marquis Valdir. If the main character's forecast is correct, it will be very important during diplomatic negotiations. In front of the girl was Dylan Valdir, the Marquis's chief assistant, on the topic the girl was addressing. Layla needs to discuss with the Marquis the issue of a diplomatic meeting with the Kingdom of Natcha. Apparently, His Majesty sent the girl on an errand. No, this was her personal initiative. Marquis Valdir is not in his place now. The girl will have to go to him later. The assistant clearly despised Layla. Then the Marquis will be able to hand over at least the documents from the Emperor's personal assistant to his master. So be it. You can leave the documents. The assistant will give them to his master. This girl really wants to join his diplomatic mission. She really imagines herself as the Emperor's advisor. The assistant began to reread the documents that Lady Tevessa wrote there to Marquis Valdir. As the deputy thought, the documents are pure useless nonsense. What else can be expected from the girl? Let the assistant immediately dispose of this document, but it had to be given to the Marquis. His master is too busy a man. The assistant cannot give his precious time to such heresy. Madame Tevessa walked down the corridor of the royal palace and thought about her response. Burr's voice shouted behind her. The colleagues greeted each other, and Mail Delrond asked if the girl had just left the outer palace. Very well. The protagonist decided to take her report to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Beer immediately jumped towards the girl. How was she? If everything was fine, what did they tell her? What was going on? Everything seemed to be going well. What brought poor Layla to the Department of Foreign Affairs was that she was clearly unwelcome there. Everyone knows it. Layla found useful information that could help in the diplomatic meeting. She is working very hard. Of course, a girl needs to work twice as hard as a man, and even then, it won't be enough. Only then will other people start taking her seriously and respecting her. And she knew no other language of interaction. Here Male Bear sharply attacked the girl with furious shouts, urging her to be careful. Layla leaned her cheek against Delron's jacket. What was it? She struggled to breathe. What was coming? Male Bear became seriously alarmed and told the girl to shut up. But what was scaring her so much? There are wasps flying in the palace. So, what are wasps doing inside the imperial palace? And even in an entire swarm? His colleague cannot answer these questions, but there are a lot of wasps here, which means there is a wasp nest nearby. And this is no longer a joke to the wasps. Like a company of soldiers, they will defend their home to the end. Layla was afraid of bees and clung to her colleague. The male raised his hands so as not to embarrass the girl. The familiar voice of her emperor called these two. The young people had already lost all shame. His Majesty's assistants immediately turned around. Killian immediately assessed the distance between them and the contact. Anyway, what is this? Any personal claims should be made outside of working hours, but people are walking around. What are they doing in public in broad daylight in the royal palace? They have had such a relationship in general for a long time. Killian looked at the two of them suspiciously. He would never have thought that Layla would be pleased to see. The emperor will not interfere, but he will ask you to refrain from showing affection until the end of the day. What other manifestation of feelings? Has the emperor gone mad or something? Not everything is at all as he expressed. Layla didn't understand anything about what His Highness was talking about. She was scared, and the wasps were still nearby. Male Bear was furious. This is how dirty gossip arises. How the emperor is not ashamed at all. By the way, his personal assistant was fulfilling his civic duty. Instead of groundlessly accusing him, it would be better to solve the problem. Well, what happened then was he saving the emperor's personal assistant from an imminent threat. It's all because of those bees. They fly in an entire swarm. There are many of them. They are hungry and angry. And what are wasps doing in the imperial palace in general? Let His Majesty find out from his gardener. All right, the emperor understood everything. Killian waved his hand, saving the situation and his scared assistants. The entire swarm of wasps immediately fell to the ground. The insects seemed to go into hibernation with a click. The assistant thanked him for saving his emperor, but how did His Majesty do such a thing? Let the male immediately go to the gardener and tell him to take care of what happened. Someone could have been injured. The emperor has one thing to do with the main character, so let him follow His Majesty. The girl nodded. There was an awkward and tense silence. His Excellency asked, however, that of course they did not have a relationship with Ver. The emperor himself saw that there were wasps above, so it was simply a defensive reaction. Well, yes, there really were wasps flying there. Well, let's drop this topic. How the girl's day went, everything is fine. Killian is happy to hear this. The young man was clearly still, a little offended by the scene in the hallway, but he tried not to show it. The emperor called the heroine here because of the report on the orphanage. The girl addressed the topic very thoroughly. Yesterday, Killian studied everything and had several doubts. Layla will be able to dedicate time to it. His Highness looked up from his documents. So much time had really passed. Killian is delaying his personal assistant too much. It's okay, everything is fine. The main character will leave the capital soon. What are your feelings? Are you worried about something? To be honest, the girl is still stunned and with a slight tremor of excitement. This always happens, especially on the first trips. The most important thing here is to always remember one important thing. Although I have forgotten everything, Layla is participating in a diplomatic mission as the emperor's deputy. The main character immediately became much more serious and brave. The girl will not forget it. Well then, it is time for the young assistant of the emperor to undertake her first diplomatic journey. Captain Hilton entered His Majesty's office. The emperor looked out his window and was already waiting for him there. His master will have another personal assignment for his faithful captain. Hilton listens attentively. Let the lord secretly accompany the main character on a diplomatic mission like a shadow. Layla will fulfill His Majesty's role on this mission, so any negligence is a sign of disrespect to the empire. If someone suddenly decides to harm the girl, Hilton must act without hesitation. The bodyguard will have to get rid of this person silently and unnoticed. Regardless of their status, the personal assistant Bayer arrived at His Imperial Highness's personal office, and the young man found Kilton. Male Delrond said that if the emperor sends his faithful captain to look after the girl, then he is very worried about her. If the emperor is so worried and expects assassination attempts, then he shouldn't have sent her at all. It is his decision. And Killian respects any decision of the main character, but it was the emperor who pushed her to make this decision. And also that the heroine receives her new title as soon as possible, and Beru knows everything. By the way, His Majesty has completely forgotten. Killian found work for male Delrond. But the young man will not spend the night at home for 2 days because of this job. But for Burr, this is already the norm. This is the devil, beautiful, fragrant, and seductive. But give him your soul, you will be a slave for life. Wait, the orphanage is not the main character's business. Why did she hand it over to male Delrond? From this day on, Bear will be responsible for her cause, but then all her efforts will not be recognized. The emperor agrees with his assistant's opinion, but Layla herself wished for it, so there is no other option. The girl does not want the children to suffer because the trip is suddenly delayed. That's why her colleague should continue his work here. What a noble and worthy girl. Such feats, so much effort, and everything passes through her. The male will immediately start carrying them out. Male Bear will immediately start taking care of the orphanage. By the way, the assistant almost forgot. The emperor hasn't been to the annex for a long time. No, His Majesty wondered. That's right. This man said he was very upset that Killian visited him, and although Gilton doesn't leave there at all. Some duke comes to the man, not the emperor. Killian understood everything. He will definitely go to the annex in the near future. Moreover, this man really wants to know all the information about His Majesty's new assistant. It was still too early for such a meeting. They would definitely meet. But that moment had not yet arrived. The personal assistant has understood everything and is in a hurry to return to his hellish work. Let Bear wait. Another pile of documents flew into the assistant's hands for verification. The devil will be kinder. The emperor is definitely practicing new types of torture on him completely. And traitor, Bear automatically started scanning the documents with his eyes. He was in silent shock. What is this? Male Delrond held in his hands a pact to abolish slavery in the territory of the Cardan Empire, which was simply unthinkable. Meanwhile, the Duke, eager to see his son, has already hurried to his family estate. Inspired, Phylum jumped off his horse and asked his servants where his son was, whether it was a boy or a girl. And what about his service personnel? What's wrong with their faces on such a happy day? The butler hesitated. The point was that the man clearly could not finish the sentence. It was difficult for her. The Duke already felt that something was wrong. Let them immediately say where his son is, otherwise everyone will be punished. An employee of the shameful office is already here and is busy with his funeral. The Duke was pierced by a painful ray. This cannot be. This is definitely a mistake. It concerns his own son, and they want to tell him that his son has died. Everyone is very regretful, and it is difficult to say this. How could this happen? What happened to him? The servants wanted to comfort their master, but he just pushed everyone away from him. How could he be fine if his son died? Let them immediately bring Dr. Cecil to the Duke. We need to find out everything. He will not leave things as they are. The mistress's personal doctor greeted the sword of the Empire and confirmed the death of her son. Let him explain the situation to us. Labor started prematurely. It was very long, and the child was already stillborn. How is he dead? The doctor had previously said that the child was absolutely healthy. The doctor nodded. What then happened to the heir of the Wiliot Duchy? It would be better to understand everything in detail. The child was healthy, but poison was used, which caused the child's death. It is difficult to say, but Cecil was deliberately poisoned. It seems the lady took a drug that killed her child. Phil immediately jumped from his seat. This is an attempt and murder of his heir. Who dared? An investigation will be carried out to immediately summon all servants and representatives responsible for preparing food for their mistress. In the hallway of the family estate, there were already numerous employees. But the Duke did not think it was their fault. Then they wouldn't have been called. The Duke went out onto the balcony and told everyone to be quiet. There was a murder in his mansion. They killed his son. It wouldn't be necessary to organize such interrogations if the culprit had confessed personally. Have all maids immediately answer who has been acting suspiciously or different lately. Now any useful information will do. The reward will be appropriate. Here, among the large crowd of service personnel, one hand rose in the air. The redhead girl saw something. She doesn't know if it's important or not. It's not for her to decide. The maid saw the head maid sneaking into the kitchen with a strange red bottle. It cannot be that Sarah poisoned her lover and killed her child. Even the Duke doubted it. The crowd immediately began to whisper, by the way. It was Sarah who distributed food around the estate in a cart that day. The butler intervened at that moment. Everyone had known the girl for a long time. She simply could not do it. This information is very easy to prove or refute, so the truth will come out in any case. By the way, where is the head maid? Why isn't she here now, among all the other servants? Here a cautious guard intervened in the conversation. The guards managed to find a suspicious figure in the backyard. The doctor carefully examined the glass container inside. There was poison, which is used to terminate a pregnancy. This is exactly the red vial the redhead maid saw in the head maid's hands. Indeed, the Duke was simply stunned. It simply didn't fit in his head to raise his hand against the child. Upon immediately finding the accused on the estate, the guards immediately rushed to look for the alleged murderer and let the butler immediately take the Duke to Sarah's private room. They must conduct a search. The employee escorted his master to the small, neat room of the head staff member. And why is the door locked? How strange. It is usually always open, which means there is something to hide. Let them immediately open the doors with a spare key. All this is too suspicious. There is a lord. The butler opened the door to the head maid's room. There was no light inside. It was dark and depressing. The smell of blood, so well remembered from the war, flooded Fillion's nostrils, and his eyes popped wide open. The butler was the first to enter her room and almost lost consciousness. Even the experienced warrior could barely restrain himself. The first thing we could see was a military kitchen knife next to the icy hand, and the lifeless body of a maid. And then the whole body. Sarah was dead. Her body was cut with a healthy knife, blood poured from the wounds. She was dying in agony. The butler was very sympathetic to Sarah. She was honest and worthy, and had such a terrible death. The guards immediately came running. One of them stated that the death had occurred a long time ago. Since the blood had already dried, the body had cooled down for a long time, and the cadaveric end had arrived. Sarah's body had already been here for a long time. How is it possible that others do not notice such a smell of irritation? We need to find out who else was involved in this. Or did the maid commit suicide? Unable to bear the pangs of conscience, but all this is a lie. It's not about Sarah, but everything pointed to one person. Cecil began to come to her senses. The Duke leaned over her. She began to pretend to be a fake student who had experienced the worst tragedy of her life. Finally, the mistress regained consciousness. The liar's stomach hurt so much. That's all she remembers. With the child, everything is fine. The scoundrel was waiting for him. She already loves him very much. The Duke apologized. It was his fault. He could not save his son and Cecil's. Her baby died. They killed him. No, this is some kind of mistake. The mistress asks about her son. The Duke confuses everything. Her son really died. The actress began the central act of her bloody play. No, how could that be? After all, before dinner, the head maid brought her medicine to tone her up, because the labor was supposed to be difficult. Of course, the liar drank it all, trusting her servants. But after this drink, her mistress suddenly felt unwell. How can the mistress live now? It has lost all meaning. The dirty murderer has taken the air away from the Duke. Philem was moved by all his strings, according to a clearly planned scenario. His mistress was an experienced puppeteer. Let the servants take the corpse of this creature from his property and feed it to the wild dogs in the forest. This is the only end for the murderer. The butler obediently nodded, not believing what was happening, but realizing with his head that something in this story was not pure. The rest of the servants must take care of their lady if they kill her too. All heads will roll. The master left. He was waiting for this child so much. A naive donkey. The lady can get up now. Everyone is gone. It's as if everyone has left. Let the maid check it. They cannot destroy everything when the mechanism is already working. How tired the lady was of pretending to be a grieving mother. She even had to go hungry to create a bitter look. Cecile was simply magnificent. Everyone believed unconditionally. She already had a lot of experience, so they didn't stand a chance. And here is the payment to the devoted and faithful accomplices. The maid and the doctor did a good job. They will get more if they take care of the rest. When she becomes the Duchess here, everyone will be rewarded. Despite the fact that she is a ruined princess, Phyllis simply loves him madly, which raised doubts in everyone's mind. But the lady was sure that the wedding was a matter of time. Even the doctor, who visited them only a couple of times, did not see any feeling in the Duke. Where did so much confidence come from? After all, after such a supposedly terrible tragedy, Duke Williot didn't even ask about her health. Meanwhile, the royal carriages arrived at the unloading point. The personal assistant got out of her carriage. It seems the owner of this hotel was very surprised by the appearance of the woman. And what is wrong with everyone? Her interlocutor called the owner of the establishment. Something happened to him or something like that. Everything was fine. He was just surprised. Only double rooms were booked. No one informed his hotel about the lady's arrival. Apparently, the information was not entirely accurate because she is the only lady in the entire group. Because of these stereotypes, everyone thought it would be Lady Tevessa, but not a young woman in the position of deputy. His Majesty would have criticized everyone for such negligence, whether accidental or special. But he already has enough of his own problems. The main character asked if there were other rooms she could stay in. Yes, there is a single room, but it is very small and old. It's nothing. The lady will spend the night there. But there is almost nothing in that room. The lady will definitely feel uncomfortable. It's just for one night. No, that won't do. Gentlemen cannot allow a lady to sleep in a miserable room. One of the ministers intervened in the conversation. Moreover, His Majesty's guest, this bastard, just called Layla the Emperor's mistress in front of everyone. The Emperor announced that the main character would represent the Emperor himself on this expedition. It seems only His Majesty considers her a full member of the diplomatic delegation. The Marquis did not relent. He had decided everything. The lady would not sleep in the shack, and that was the end of the conversation. He will give her his place like a knight, and he will go to a single room. And how can a noble knight sleep in a terrible, damp shack? What other news is this? He will not do it. The minister gave him a hard look. Clearly Sepel had no other choice. Incredible, thank you, Layla. Nothing else needed to be changed. Everything was already decided. Layla was terribly uncomfortable. The Lord would have patience. The employee offered to take the belongings of the members of the diplomatic delegation to their rooms. It is truly a very miserable place for such a noble lady, but it is unacceptable for him too. Let the owner show his miserable place. It's a good thing the young man got enough sleep beforehand. The youngest one had bad luck. He fell under the hot hand. Anyway, someone would have had to do it. Thus, the diplomatic mission began. Everyone hates her. She causes nothing but trouble, and so far there is no benefit. The road will be long, difficult, and with many stories like this. A great start to a career. Hang in there, girl. Layla decided to at least carry her luggage herself, but they told her to sit down. The men would sort it out themselves. The protagonist has already suffered such neglect throughout her life, and then everyone regretted it. You shouldn't treat her like that, but how can it be? They already pity her with all their might. The heroine is clearly not the one who evokes pity. But all conversations lack meaning. They are real stubborn blockheads with limited perceptions. Well, then she will educate her. Her or evolution, everything always repeats everywhere. But she will change everything. Everything was like on her native estate in Thebes. An illegitimate son was humiliated and spoiled even by the mustards. Everyone considered the girl insignificant and helpless, a fool incapable of anything. Let the lady return to her carriage to rest. She clearly cannot bear the journey. Vile idiots, there is no point in wasting time with these degenerates. Time is simply material. The girl tried to read her manual, but couldn't concentrate. This didn't happen in the palace. Then something caught the girl's attention. Her eyes opened, she froze and listened. The girl couldn't even utter a word before the beauty she saw, which simply struck her on the spot. A fantastic landscape opened up before her. She had never seen anything like this with those colors before. This is the first time the main character sees the bright sea waves under the iridescent rays of the sun. People write poems about these beauties, paint world masterpieces, and carry them with them as pleasant memories for their whole lives. The transparent water stretched to the horizon. It was unthinkable. She wanted to see and touch everything. The Hatton Marquisate lives here, the head of a family of distinguished sailors. They say that a certain Armand Hatton is unrivaled in navigation, a worthy ally. This man controls the entire city, but no one says a word about it. Such is his influence. A stately and majestic young man greeted the imperial delegation at the Hatton estate. The man's name was Alder Hatt. He was the second son. The Marquis immediately shook his hand. They knew each other. The man immediately asked what the name of such a beautiful lady was behind his old friend's back. The main character introduced herself and was called the deputy of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Kingdom of Cardin. When exhibiting the Hatton mansion, The young Marquis gallantly asked for the main character's hand, but manners are not a guarantee of honest thoughts. Then Alder Hayton introduced himself to the young Madame Tevessa and kissed her hand. It was a great honor for him to meet such a beautiful lady. The main character immediately began to tremble. This Alder has the same crazy look as walking. The minister immediately called the young Marquis, not giving him a chance to delve deeper into the conversation with Layla. Alder approached the same official. The man wondered where Alder's father was. He had gone to the port for a while. Since a very important merchant ship was scheduled to arrive today, the Marquis expected understanding from the delegation. His second son invites the tired guests into the mansion to show them their rooms and let the minister accompany him. A man of excellent bearing, dressed in a black suit, approached the main character with a monocle hanging from his face. He informed the girl that Madame Tevessa's schedule was free for that day, but in the evening Layla will have to meet with other members of the delegation. Of course, the Marquis Armand Hatton's dinner is scheduled for something important. The girl asked the person in charge of the diplomat's schedule if there were any other items, but there were none. Layla wished the man well, and he continued with his business with a bored expression. A sweet maiden named Arilla immediately approached the young woman and was honored to serve such an important lady. The polite and radiant maid with a ponytail took Layla's luggage. She will accompany her to her room and let the girl follow her. The main character, along with the servant girl from the Katnov estate, entered a wonderful room, and spacious with panoramic windows. Arilla put her mistress's suitcase on the bed. Inside the guest bedroom, the girl could breathe very calmly. There was even a kind of joy. And then her attention was drawn to the view from her window. It is simply amazing. From the windows of her bedroom, the crystal-clear surface of the salt water could be seen. How beautifully it shone under the rays of the friendly sun. Arilla began to unpack her mistress's suitcase and discovered that she liked the sea. Layla saw it for the first time and immediately fell in love with it. Wow, apparently the beautiful lady spent most of her time inside her country, and there was no opportunity to see the coast. Everything was like that. In this case, perhaps Lady Tevessa would like to look at the sea before dinner. I would like to. But for that she will have to get permission. Layla immediately went to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and, to her greatest surprise, the man let her go immediately without asking questions. Since the central and nearest port was far away, Marquis Valdir will ask for a carriage to be prepared for him and a knight to accompany him. It's that simple. The Marquis is clearly not the type of person who can show unprompted favor. How much it will cost him later. It is true that you can go, because the main character asks again if a girl goes. And look at the sea, let her go look. Well, in that case, of course, the girl will go, because the sea attracted and called her. But her soul was very restless. Clearly something was wrong here. This harmless trip was definitely being protected against the heroine in the minister's hands. The ride turned out simply fabulous. The silver moonlight on the surface of the sea, majestic ships contemplating the sunset. Arilla was very glad that the lady had such a high opinion of the sea, that the locals are no longer so impressed by it. As her ladyship thinks, the girl managed to rest at least a little, of course, more than that. Thanks to the sea waves and the sound of the waves, all worries disappeared. That is the charm of the sea. First, the lady will ask for an opinion on her documents. She will not escape his insinuations. The main thing here is to cope with the mission. The butler announced that Marquis Valdir was not present now. Where could he be at such an hour? The servant knew something about where his lordship might be. As far as the butler correctly knows, his lordship is currently holding a meeting with other diplomatic envoys. And this is the price for the Marquis's generosity. A crowd of diplomatic representatives was leaving the meeting room. Lady Tevessa arrived just in time. The girl liked the sea. The protagonist learned that the foreign ministers had convened a meeting of all diplomats. Yes, the girl understood everything correctly then, because the Marquis decided to neglect the Emperor's deputy. In fact, the girl herself asked to go out for a pleasure ride. No one warned her that there would be a meeting. No one deigned to do this. Salmon conveyed the Marquis's instructions to Lady Tevessa in the afternoon. The person in charge of the agenda, named Salmon, did indeed step forward. He relayed everything word for word to Leon. A brazen lie. They clearly told her there would be no important negotiations before dinner. But Salmon remembers exactly saying that. The brazen liar was picked up by the rest of the vultures. Everyone saw Salmon approaching her and talking about the meeting. Baldir, with a radiant look, clarified what the lady would say now. This degenerate specifically addressed her this way in order to belittle her, while the rest enjoyed ridiculing the girl, with noble blood only tinsel. Apparently, the stupid lady simply forgot, as is typical of all ladies. Since the girl joined this mission on a whim of the emperor, everyone knows it. Let the upstart sit quietly until the end of the diplomatic task. And don't stick her head out, Valdir looms threateningly over Layla. The main character sat with a disgusting, sticky feeling inside. No one said this trip would be easy. Layla didn't know about the meeting. If this continues, the heroine might not be taken to the meeting with the kingdom of Nacha. In that case, Layla will disappoint His Majesty. If the girl had known it would happen this way, she would have refused. Leona, the king's own heroine for her mistakes, frivolity, and naivety, must sharpen her core and become one whom they dare not even look askance at. The ponytail maid brought the lady a letter from the imperial palace, a magical bluebird. What a small and good chick. A small bluebird served as a guide to the Emperor. Layla arrived at the Hayton estate normally. Everything is fine, but how are things with the emperor? Everything is as usual. It is raining in the capital. Like the weather, she greeted the imperial delegation. Today is a beautiful sunny day. The girl enjoys the views of the port and the horizon. Tears of resentment and powerlessness run down her cheeks. Why did the protagonist suddenly cry? This had never happened to her before. It's great that it's sunny there. The sea looks much worse when it rains. It's so good that the girl communicates with His Majesty, not through a full-fledged magical connection. And the emperor will not see Layla's tears. Then His Majesty's voice asked if the main character was crying, or something like that. Of course not. Does the heroine have any reason for this? Killian doesn't even know, for example, whether Marquis Valdir said anything vile or did anything inappropriate, or if the emperor also has psychic abilities or something. Layla was confused and didn't know what to answer, as the girl fell silent. Then His Majesty's words were true. Apparently, he forgot that Killian told him that Madame was his representative. Not at all. The protagonist remembers perfectly that she represents the interests here, and His Majesty's will. The main character is the deputy of the Cardan Emperor, as the girl herself thinks. She behaves accordingly. Well, let Madame Tevessa remember the purpose of her position, and most importantly, her powers. Here His Majesty's voice began to crack. Apparently the magical burden had reached its limit, but the Emperor managed to remind her of the most important thing. The main character returned the little bluebird and stroked its feathers. Killian. He meant that Layla could do whatever she saw fit. His Majesty expected such a reaction from the nobility and ministers, so he freed the girl's hands so that Layla would not feel restricted by anyone. But how can she prove herself if she isn't even invited to meetings? But it is much worse to fail the Emperor's trust. She cannot do this to Killian. He believes in her so much. You cannot return without trying something. There is too much honor for these pompous fanatics. It is necessary to successfully conduct diplomatic negotiations. Confidence and determination grew more and more in the voice, and the eyes of the main character. Layla is obliged to do it. The sun flooded the entire coast, and the port on the pier was a majestic one, and luxurious ship moored to starboard. The diplomatic delegation of the Kingdom of Nacha was leaving the ship. That was the day the girl was here for. In front of the delegation walked two people in luxurious black clothes embroidered in gold. The ambassadors had dark purple hair and eyes. Their appearance was similar to Layla's features. Marquis Hayton immediately jumped forward and greeted the important guests arriving on his lands. The head of the delegation thanked him for the warm welcome. A female voice called the main character. The girl froze in amazement, and they reached out a hand to her. In front of her was a confident and friendly girl with the form of the Nacha kingdom, named Diana Adrian. She greeted Layla. The girls were delighted to meet each other. They were the only women in the diplomatic organizations. Diana noticed that Hayton is truly a beautiful place. It evokes memories of her own kingdom in the girl. No one will argue about the beauty of this place, but the lands of Hatton are not the only ones. There are many beautiful cities in the Cardan Empire. Layla thinks that the capital Baluchi is different in this regard, and strongly recommends visiting it if the opportunity arises. Diana Adrian will look forward to a pleasant trip. Madame Tevessa will show her the city, of course. Aldor abruptly interrupted the conversations of two beautiful representatives of the political mission. What are two such beautiful ladies talking about? This monster unceremoniously got between the girls and noted with evident sarcasm that short hairstyles were rarely seen in the empire. It was very refreshing. Layla was surprised. Why the hell does this degenerate allow himself to be so rude? Lord Catton should not show his ignorance. Anyway, no one doubted him. Diana's voice was steely. This is how the imperial delegation is greeted. It is customary for Carden to harass ambassadors. All participants in the diplomatic negotiations instantly turned towards the girls when Aldor was harassing. What should he be called? Who taught the idiot to treat strangers like that? Marquis Hayton immediately intervened in their conversation, pulling his son away. And he apologized for his son's rudeness, instead of him to Lady Adrian. Diana accepted the Marquis's apologies, but the gentleman should address her accordingly. Either Madame Adrian or the Viscountess, but not the lady. Diana came here as a diplomat, or no one is familiar with trade etiquette. The Marquis understood everything and apologized to Madame. The protagonist was surprised by such firmness of character and confidence in her position, which was generally nonsense for girls of her time. Meanwhile, in the estate of the Duchy of Wiliot, the investigation into the murder of the Filian child continued. What the maid just said, let her repeat her words immediately. This bottle belongs to Lady Tevisa. How does the maid get this information? She is not Layla's personal maid at all. That day, when the lady was packing her things to move, the maid helped her with this. And she saw this bottle in her hands. The maid handed the glass bottle she was holding to her duke, the same as the one the lady had that day. Moreover, the maid rummaged through Lady Tevis's things, which were also in storage, and found it there. Meanwhile, at the Hayton estate, 2 representatives from the Kingdom of Natcha were talking. Diana didn't get too far on the pier. The master himself told her to find fault with everything. Besides, the girl didn't even have to do anything. This monster is just ignorance itself. Yes, but the conversation developed in such a way that it could have taken place without her. It doesn't sound very convincing. Marquis Hayton looks normal at first glance, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs Baldir is a complete idiot. With such an ignoramus, the Empire's days are numbered. With such a collection of pompous and narrow-minded idiots, there is no need to worry about the outcome of this diplomatic meeting. Diana is not sure about this. The man was surprised whether the Viscountess really initiated a person who could interfere with his plans. There is such a person in the diplomatic delegation, but we have to solve it. It is too early to say. Meanwhile, the main character was sitting at the table with hot tea and understanding what had happened to Diana. Simply an incredible woman, whom one can only admire. These are the qualities Layla lacks now. Such open confidence in every word and action, a decisive look, simply does not allow you to act against her. And that respect for her own status is absolutely legitimate, which is why the Viscountess does not allow anyone to neglect it. Then the maid Arilla entered the main character's bedroom. In her hands there was a large number of gift boxes. They were gifts from the Marquis. From which Marquis? From the degenerate Valdir, who despised the girl with every cell because she was a girl. Erie already clarified that it wasn't worth having the maid open the gifts for the mistress. The heroine can do it herself. Layla felt very embarrassed when they did something in her place, when she herself could do it. Well, we have to see what this bastard spat out once more. The girl opened the box. The maid took the lid off for her mistress, so she wouldn't be in the way. Both girls were stunned. Iria admired, Layla outraged. Marquis Valdir's gift box contained an excellent and luxurious dress with expensive embroidery. Thus, the cowardly bastard showed the girl her place, and that she shouldn't even dream of her position. This phenomenon wants to control Layla. He humiliates her secretly. He wants to overwhelm her with numbers. Because there are many more men here, what bold moves. There was also a note inside the box. Marquis Valdir asks to wear this dress instead of a uniform for tonight's dinner. After all, the geek added a special note to his dress, because he cannot ignore the orders of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The maid happily clarified whether the lady would try on her gifted dress. No, the girl won't. But the Marquis also sent matching shoes and accessories for this beautiful dress. Arilla will do anything to make the young lady beautiful for tonight's dinner. Wait, she talks too much. She is clearly nervous, the main character said with a steely voice. The maid followed orders for Marquis Valdir behind her back. That's not it. The maid immediately started to sweat cold, and it was thanks to this geek that Arilla invited Layla for a walk. The maid immediately froze in silent shock. She didn't count on the heroine guessing. She didn't do any of that. Well, everything is clear. What a helpful girl. How much did they pay her for such hard work? A real worker. Arilla immediately bowed. The maid apologizes profusely to her mistress because she didn't do it out of malice. Her ladyship simply said she wanted to show the young lady the beauty of Katona. But Layla had never been there. Well, of course, but the poor maid simply had no other choice by order of the Marquis. Layla understands everything perfectly. And the same situation with this note. The main character angrily clenched the note. Now she is angry. It's in the game. The protagonist looked with disdain at the gifted dress. Well, let's start taking the first steps in it. The girl took her cup of hot black tea and brought it to the gift. Then she poured the contents over the luxurious and whimsical fabric of the dress. The maid immediately shrieked that her mistress was dressing in such a luxurious gift. Oh, what clumsiness! Layla accidentally spilled her tea on Marquis Valdir's gift, and now could not wear it to the diplomatic dinner. Once the gift was done, the heroine left her bedroom and walked proudly into the hall. The protagonist truly forgot who she was. Thanks to Killian, the girl remembered and will not forget it again. No matter how cowardly and pathetically these parasites shine, no matter how they tremble before Layla, she is a representative of her emperor's will. Layla is the representative of the emperor, which means that any disrespect towards her becomes disrespect towards his majesty. And this cannot be allowed. The girl was filled with confidence that she was in the right place, and Layla was now responsible for her honor. And the honor of the emperor. Everyone in the hall froze. The Marquis immediately greeted the venomous Lady Tevessa. He immediately noticed that the girl was not coming in her dress. Layla is grateful to the caring Marquis for his gift, but it happened that the main character spilled tea on it during the meal. The girl is very clumsy and apologizes for such an inconvenience. The Marquis was shocked by the heroine's disobedience. Layla asks for forgiveness. How could this happen? Shock gave way to anger. Marquis Jayton turned around. Why did Valdir get so angry? The Minister of Foreign Affairs did not give up. But how dare she disobey? Natcha's delegation is about to arrive. Don't let that spoil the atmosphere here. Valdir clenched his fists in fury like a child, whose whims are not answered by his parents. He let the minister sit down and calm down. It was incredibly pleasant. And the minister's face was so angry that until now they had dealt with a degenerate. But one cannot deprive insignificant tyrants of attention. All the seats at the table were already occupied before the meeting. Only one place remained in the distance, otherwise the girl would have taken it silently. But not now. The main character slowly and calmly approached the place she would like to occupy in it. Viscount Malpin was sitting there. Layla stood in front of the Viscount and expressed to him that this place was for her and that Malpin should allow Madame to yield it to her. That is why this place is for Lady Tevessa. Let the Countess not have illusions about status. Of course, if you base it specifically on status, then it is higher. However, the main character came here as a representative of His Majesty's will. And his deputy, according to the law of their empire, the title of Cardin prevails over status, and a girl's title is many times higher than the title of Viscount. And this meeting should not be an exception, right? At that moment, the doors of the hall opened, and the diplomatic delegation of the Kingdom of Natcha entered the room. Diana Adrian immediately certainly froze at the door when she saw Layla in front of her. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Among the numerous pompous and uniformed blockheads, at the head of the table, and despite their disgusted looks, sat Madame Tevessa. The sight was amazing, and so bold that people will talk about it for a long time. Layla felt great. Diana Adrian looked incredibly astonished. Indeed, the girl did not give an impression of seriousness. Well, this place rightfully belongs to Layla. Whoever disagrees with this disagrees with the laws of the Cardin Empire. And I also disagree with the decision made by His Majesty and his will. And this is already high treason. Diana Adrian sat not far from the heroine and asked the girl if she would participate in the meeting scheduled in 2 days. Immediately, an overwhelming silence fell. Numerous pompous and uniformed ignoramuses were stunned and listened. Marquis Valdir began to clear his throat, intending to insert himself into the conversation between the two ladies and answer instead of the main character. But the girl did not give him a chance to try to intervene and be heard. That's it. Layla will be present. When dinner with representatives of the Kingdom of Natcha ended, the offended Marquis called the main character. What was the upstart thinking? Let Valdir explain to you immediately. The girl will continue to pretend not to understand. How can you come to a meeting on your own volition? Layla doesn't know that it is the Minister of Foreign Affairs who chooses who will be there and who won't. Of course, everyone knows it, and the Marquis insistently does not let anyone forget it. But the girl has an order from His Majesty, or the idiot decided to defy him. The Marquis had the pitiful look of a demonstrator with inevitability. he shouted that the girl should refuse the meeting. The Marquis apparently did not understand. Once again, the girl asks the injured blockhead, "Is the Minister of Foreign Affairs going to act against the will of his emperor?" The goal of the main character's mission is to participate in diplomatic negotiations to prove her skills. And the pathetic whims of an ignorant peacock are not taken into account. If Marquis Valdir is so eager to stop the heroine, let him immediately send a request and receive approval from His Majesty. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was removed from the race. Layla did an incredible job. Diana spoke about this girl. She is very worried. How interesting, but by her appearance, you cannot say that there is hidden power in her. Diana's uncle simply doesn't pay attention. So why, in this case, did the delegation of the Kingdom of Natcha agree to go to dinner? It was more profitable, wasn't it? And R was too boring. The main character has gone too far, and this will definitely become an obstacle, which is why Diana considers her an obstacle. The Viscountess turned to her uncle and calmly told him that she had not yet noticed Layla's interference. Whether this girl is a stone or a boulder, today they will forget it and check tomorrow. Meanwhile, the main character was thinking about a strategy to conduct diplomatic negotiations. Layla was not yet familiar with all the representatives of the Kingdom of Natcha, but it was necessary to pay close attention to Diana Adrian. It was necessary to think about all possible ramifications of the diplomatic debate in order to avoid falling into a trap. Diana is extremely intelligent. To the young representative of His Majesty's will, a servant from the Hayton house brought a bird. A messenger from the emperor. The feathered postman did not have much magical mana this time, so it was only enough for 10 minutes of communication. The blue feathered chick sat on the girl's desk, the Imperial Palace's communications department. You must state your name and position. Layla Tevessa, representative of His Majesty's Testament and deputy, wishes to speak with the emperor. The identity of the caller is being verified. Layla will be contacted later. Then His Majesty's voice sounded. What kind of uncertainty and confusion is in the main character's voice? She herself contacted Killian, but she did not expect the emperor to answer her so quickly. Well, it happened that His Majesty answered Layla, while next to the emperor there was a breathless signaler. Judging by the young heroine's calm voice, nothing bad happened. It is really so noticeable it is always noticeable. The protagonist is an incredibly sincere girl. Her face and voice always reveal her true intentions and feelings. Madame Tevessa contacted His Majesty for a reason. Negotiations will come very soon. She needs to ask something. The emperor was completely attentive. Killian was clearly happy that the girl's voice finally sounded confident. Finally, the right question was asked. How far could she go during a diplomatic dinner? His Majesty smiled. Clever girl. This is exactly the Layla he wanted to rescue from within. Exactly as much as she wanted herself. Thus came the day of the conference, with the diplomatic delegation of the Kingdom of Natcha. The ambassadors were already sitting opposite each other in the meeting room. The head of the representatives of the Kingdom of Natcha was holding a piece of paper in his hands. All they needed was the land of Khan Island. Marquis Valdir even made a grimace of indignation upon hearing such an outrageous demand. Natcha expects Cardin not to be offended by such a request. Here the head of the delegation's niece, Diana Adrian, also spoke up, adding that they only want to reclaim their lands. The Minister of Foreign Affairs clarified whether the Kingdom of Natchi really considers the lands of Khan Island theirs. That is exactly what it is. Diana Adrian got up from her seat, setting the desired tone for the diplomatic negotiations. And the game began. Natcha is an alliance. 700 years ago, this alliance was called Randall and consisted of 7 islands. Its leaders united, becoming the basis of the current kingdom. At the time of the alliance's creation, Khan belonged to Randall, and here is the proof. Diana Adrian brought proof to the diplomatic negotiations in the form of a document confirming her words. There is also the opinion of an expert that the seal belongs to the head of the Khan territory at that time. But there is no reason to consider the document authentic. They have evidence before them, so Natcha expects honesty if they want to question this. Let them prove that this document is false. Surely the political representatives of your empire know very well under what circumstances Khan approached Cardin. They say the head of Khan was seriously ill and bedridden. His uncle took advantage of the moment and sold the lands to the Cardin Empire, receiving his share. This story is very famous and comes up every time Khan mentions how long it took the Cardin delegation to reach Hayton. As far as the diplomat knows, the representatives traveled by carriages, crossing mountains, and villages which took 5 days. But from the side of the Kingdom of Nacha, the journey takes 3 days. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was stunned with bewilderment. The Kardon Empire neglected Khan Island, so the lands became pirated. It will be easier for the kingdom to take care of them. Moreover, the Kingdom of Nacha knows that after a long war, the empire is simply incapable of governing Khan. The minister roared, "This is a statement and contempt for Kardon. Not even sending a fleet will solve the deep-rooted problem without great expense and loss of life. Consideration for the safety and compassion for those living on Khan Island will be important. But there is no reason for the empire to waste resources and time on something like this. Nacha is not trying to claim ownership. They are simply trying to convey that this is done for navigation safety." The Minister of Foreign Affairs, who came here with absolutely clear intentions and has already begun to doubt them, let them listen to the kingdom. The main character said in a calm and confident tone that the Kardon Empire cannot transfer the lands of Khan to the Kingdom of Nacha. The ambassadors of both diplomatic delegations fell silent instantly and looked at the young representative of the emperor. The Minister of Foreign Affairs clenched his teeth in indignation. What the hell? She opened her mouth, but no one paid attention to anyone. That's why the empire still cannot give up lands to the kingdom. Layla understands that there must be good reasons for refusal. Of course, these reasons exist. The protagonist also brought materials that serve as justification for a fair refusal. Diana Adrian angrily took the girl's documents into her hands. Her entire delegation froze, waiting for her opinion. Nacha, member of the kingdom's diplomatic mission, nervously read every word of Layla's documents. The Minister of Foreign Affairs roared what kind of materials the lady brought. She thought so. This pompous monster didn't even look at the documentation that the girl prepared so diligently. And yet, these papers will change the course of these negotiations. As written in newspapers, the Randall Alliance is an alliance created by aristocrats from the Kardon Empire who settled there 900 years ago. The aristocrats ended up there due to a shipwreck and finally organized settlements. They're the Kardon Empire. It was the origin of the alliance. Therefore, the documentation and the right to own the lands of Khan Island are meaningless. It would be more honest if Nacha became part of the empire. How could Diana challenge this with anything? The representative of the kingdom, Nacha, was already openly nervous. In fact, the alliance was founded by the empire, but the situation is much more complicated. When the country of Kardon took Khan, which already belonged to the alliance, Salmon roared that Khan had come to the empire legally. The excited ambassador was referring to a legal proceeding that the Khan chief knew nothing about in general. It was an illegal sale. Salmon immediately faltered and could not squeeze out anything intelligible. A bunch of brainless cretins, and how much pomposity. Kardon at least understands the losses the kingdom is suffering due to pirates settling there, and it becomes increasingly difficult for them to trade with other countries. That is why the Kingdom of Nacha, with good intentions, wanted to take on tasks that the empire could not handle. The main character sighed calmly. So be it, the Kingdom of Nacha will receive Khan Island. Everyone turned to Layla. Here, none of the imaginary men were ashamed to show their emotions. Each of them did not understand at all what was happening now. Then the girl looked directly and openly at Diana Adrian. There was steel and firmness in her gaze. But in return, the Kardon Empire will cease all commercial activities with the Kingdom of Nacha until all pirates are exterminated. The entire opposing diplomatic group was paralyzed with horror. The main character now threatens the kingdom under no circumstances. As the Viscountess said, the empire faces a difficult post-war period. Perhaps Nacha wants to lend its ships to escort Kardon's ships. As this was necessary until the pirate problem was solved, the kingdom's delegation immediately fell silent. Diana Adrian was lost. Her entire group believed their success was just a formality. With such ministers of the empire, Khan would have been theirs today, but this girl. At first, the Viscountess considered this girl an easy obstacle to be pushed aside by her own people. But now it is clear what her appearance was hiding. The main character calmly and confidently continued her thought, but there is one more proposal. Madame Adrian immediately blurted out that her delegation was ready to meet it. The rest waited in fear and silence. The pirates have established a base on Khan Island and are interfering with both the local residents of those lands and commercial processes. Therefore, Emperor Cardan expects the Kingdom of Nacha to lend its naval power. That is, an offer an alliance with Cardan. What is the benefit for the kingdom? If Nacha helps get rid of the pirates, then a trading base will be organized in Cannes that they can use. To compensate for the damage their country has suffered, the grain export tax will be reduced for 10 years, and the purchase limit will be increased. All members of both diplomatic missions stared fixedly at Layla, the grain exporter, where this information came from. The Kingdom of Nacha is forced to import half of its food products, since its production is affected by unfavorable conditions and climate. It was for this reason that the kingdom so eagerly tried to seize Khan Island, that they had to have a base there to use it to import goods to other countries. The main character punished all participants. No one dared to whisper a word. No one expected such cold and indestructible strength in her. But it was enough to read the documents to not show incoherence now. And these are political luminaries. What a pity. Diana Adrian was boiling with anger. This girl understood from the very beginning why the kingdom needed Khan. The uncle saw that his niece had nothing to answer and tried to focus on the stupid Marquis Valdir. But Madame Tebessa did not allow this to be done. This question is for the representative of the emperor's will. Are you willing to accept His Majesty's offer? The diplomatic negotiation table of the two political delegations was empty. The meeting was over. The Marquis, of course, could not admit his uselessness. What was the point of Layla ridiculing the ambassadors? The girl is glad that the Marquis appreciated her skills, but all materials on this topic were personally handed over to his assistant Valdir. The Minister of Foreign Affairs shouted at the young assistant, "This girl is not telling the truth. Let him answer immediately." The young man turned white with fear, but generally Layla really delivered these documents, and the main assistant labeled them as useless and threw them away. Everything darkened in the Marquis's eyes. A cold sweat ran down his face. He opened his mouth in surprise. His assistant Dylan, Valdir, was incredibly angry with his son and disappointed in him. But the Marquis would not curse him, as he adored his hereditarily stupid son. Well, it seems all misunderstandings between the Empire and the kingdom have been resolved, so it's time to say goodbye. The main character turned around. The Viscountess stood in front of her and smiled. Although they lost, recognition and respect were visible in her eyes. The personal assistant assumed that the kingdom needed Khan to open a trade route, but he didn't think they would go that far. How did Madame Tevessa guess everything? The emperor didn't know. They had very little time. The man of Rond roared that he needed to know all the details, his passion for new knowledge, even under the yoke of labor. It was impressive. Bear suggested simply burning all these mountains of documents. The emperor laughed. This would not lessen the work. His Majesty received a feathered messenger loaded with magical mana and received a call. Hilton was patrolling near Layla's mansion. The captain reported that Duke Williot had appeared at the house. Curiously, this idiot forgot again after a public refusal. The captain did not know. However, this idiot is extremely aggressive and makes a lot of noise. He promises to forcefully enter the building if the girl does not come out. The emperor supposed that this cretin would do something like that, but this simply goes beyond all limits. What to do with the Duke? You must call the guards to stop the madman and then continue monitoring the territory. His Majesty ordered to find out how things were going in Layla's mansion. There should be an impeccable security system there. As a personal assistant advances in the orphanage, the paperwork is so well organized that it is a pleasure to work with. Here are the documents on the current progress. Everything is great, but His Majesty does not receive the temple, who is worried that he will stop receiving donations from the Empire. The issue is very delicate. We will have to closely monitor the situation. This will be resolved when Layla returns. The man of Rond really wanted to do everything before the girl arrived, but it turned out to be a difficult task. Therefore, we will have to finalize the issue of the protagonist based on the results of her return to the capital. His Majesty felt Layla's absence in an unusually melancholy way. He waited for the girl to return to fill the void of this place. There were many clearly defined feelings within the emperor, but Killian could not yet comprehend them. Everything needed time. To be honest, without Layla's participation, the negotiations would have been unbearably boring, but never fun. Layla made a big impression on the first day, so now, even without the girl's presence, the negotiations are going well. Diana wondered if Madame Tevessa really wasn't going to continue showing up at diplomatic meetings, but the protagonist just smiled in a good mood. She already got what she came here for, and the formality can now be handed over to the hyenas. Let Lady Tevessa think again. If word gets out that the Minister of Foreign Affairs disgraced himself in front of another country, it will affect the empire's image. Therefore, it is better to keep Layla's action a secret. The girl has no intention of accepting such a thing. If Lady Tebesu is so worried about the assessment of others, then perhaps she is not worried at all. Her Grace Marquis Valdir will praise the girl in front of Duke Gillant, and everyone will win. Of course, this was delayed. Her fame will now go beyond the borders of her empire. The girl has already given her answer. It seems the lady does not care about the reputation of her empire. There is no patriotism in it. Again, he humiliates her and calls her lady. But it's all right, soon all these idiots will come to an agreement. From the beginning, it was necessary to approach this issue responsibly and familiarize oneself with the materials that were prepared in advance. Layla will not change her mind, so let them hand over the 6, and this issue will be categorically closed. The man jumped up from his seat to try to stop the departing lady. Lady Tevessa, lady, may she remember this well. Let the narrow-minded gentleman repeat this every day until he starts addressing Layla without mistakes. Upon leaving the door of the meeting room, the girl met the owner of this estate in the hallway, the Marquis of Hayton. The Marquis apologizes for disturbing the young lady and asks her to give him a little time. The 6 open their mouths. Of course, the owner of the estate knew that the heroine played a key role in the negotiations. Although the case was obviously lost, the girl said she was just lucky, but luck is only for those who have outstanding skills. And according to Marquis Hatton, the Cardin Empire is very lucky to have such a representative. He is impressed. Moreover, Marquis Hayton really hopes that the girl will continue to defend the interests of her state. The protagonist was very proud of herself for the first time. Someone other than the emperor and Burr recognized her. If a girl remains brave and confident, she will not deviate from the intended path, but she will be able to conquer many more people. The girl thanked Marquis Hatton with all her heart and soul for his honesty and recognition. The Marquis froze and carefully examined the girl. What was the country's reaction to her gratitude? Then the eyes of the owner of the estate opened, his eyebrows raised. Why is the man suddenly so surprised? The interlocutor apologized for his question and clarified whether the girl had an escort. And she did not have one. Marquis Hatton was focused on something and looking at the floor. Maybe this was due to his character. And how old will the girl turn this year? Dayla will turn 24. Well, the girl is still too young to give up after failure. We are talking about breaking off an engagement or something like that. For a proper person, this is considered tactlessness, but for nobles, it becomes a habit. It's foolish to take offense. Since Layla has no barriers to communication, the Marquis would like to introduce her to a suitable person. Well, that's all. That is too much to violate personal boundaries, Layla thanked, but she only follows her feelings. If she and the Marquis had already talked about everything, then the girl would already want to leave. She has plans, of course. The Marquis cannot distract such a serious person. The girl said goodbye and wished him a good day. The owner of the estate was very depressed because it was a great idea. His family clan could use such an outstanding person, a girl who was truly worth her weight in gold. Here the Marquis's eyes opened again. You cannot just give up. It is customary to fight for any treasure. The head of the Katona family called his butler, and the servant arrived immediately. Marquis Hayton ordered his servant to immediately find his second son and bring Alder to him. Meanwhile, the maid in the main character's room shrieked with delight and covered her mouth with her hands. How beautiful the young lady is. Her new luxurious dress perfectly accentuates her dark eyes and hair, as well as her fair, dappled skin. Iria stood behind her mistress and began to style her long hair. Her dress was perfect for a dinner. It was a gift from Marquis Hatton. The maid worked hard to create the right hairstyle for her lady's look. The hair was finished. The girl was confused about which jewelry her ladyship would choose to wear. The jewelry had already been presented by Marquis Valdir, so she didn't want to touch it. By the way, the protagonist put on a necklace with a spirit stone that His Majesty gave her. The choice was obvious. Layla no longer needed any other jewelry, only a necklace from Killian. The necklace with the magic stone was incredibly beautiful and perfectly completed Lady Tevessa's festive look. Then someone knocked on the door of the main character's bedroom. The girl got up from her chair. Who else was there? Alder Houghton entered her room in a luxurious festive suit. What is this obsessed idiot doing here? Madame Tevessa looked inquisitively at the uninvited guest. Something happened at the Houghton estate. In front of the main character, appeared a beautiful and delicate bouquet of fragrant crimson roses, dusty peonies, and meadow flowers. Not at all everything is fine at the Houghton estate. Everyone is preparing for a dinner. Alder Hatton came here to accompany the young lady. His father, Marquis Hatton, urgently told his son to accompany Layla. Marquis Hatton ordered his son to become an escort. His intentions are clear. He wants to set up the heroine with his second son. It will not be very difficult to guess his intentions after these words. He really believes that this worried idiot suits her. Layla does not think so. The main character persistently repeats that the girl does not need an escort at all. So Alder doesn't have to waste time in vain. Alder Cotton began to advance and approach the girl. Layla rolled her eyes and slammed the door in his face. The second son of Marquis Hatton looked with a stony face and a cruel gaze at the closed door. Then a cunning and menacing smile appeared on his face, which clearly portended something not good. Well, Alder Cotton will retreat for now, but this is not the end for the young lady. Then he threw the bouquet on the floor and walked away. A woman's voice cheerfully called Madame Tevessa from behind her. Wow, absolute beauty. Madame Adrienne looked at the main character with admiration. It was impossible to look away. If she were a man, she would fall in love immediately. The girl covered her mouth with her hand. Layla can say the same about Diana. What an impressive and daring dress she is wearing. Diana Adrienne will happily give something similar to Layla next time. The heroine is very grateful, but it is unlikely to suit her. What is the main character talking about? A dress like that would suit her even better. The conversation between the two beautiful ladies was interrupted by the male voice of the owner of the Hatton estate. Madame Tevessa is here. The ladies coldly greeted Marquis Hatton. The man noticed the elegant beauty of both girls. Marquis Hatton began to search nearby for his unfortunate son. He was definitely directing him towards Layla. The girl really came to dinner alone, that's it. Alder really came to see her. But she refused. Why did the girl refuse Alder? Did the clown again dare to be rude or do something bad? Diana flew to Layla, except that the Viscountess was the first to volunteer to accompany her. Then Diana asks for forgiveness. Alder was apparently rejected precisely by her, since the girls had agreed before. So everything is in order. Then let the main character agree to give her son at least the first dance at a dinner. Well, what is it? Usually the first dance at a festive event is danced with a relative or lover. But what if the main character continues to refuse? This can be considered an insult to the Marquis. Layla agrees. Marquis Hatton was very pleased with the ladies' consent. It was the right decision. He left and wished them a good time. Diana Adrienne was surprised. The girl clearly does not like Alder. All that is true, but it doesn't matter if she likes him or not. Of course she does. The girl is obliged to reject this idiot, but how can she go against the Marquis? Confident and calm, the main character is His Majesty's beloved. Layla froze. Madame Tevessa blushed and covered her mouth with her hand. What the Viscountess had just said was so inconvenient. Diana Adrienne noticed the girl's reaction. Clearly something was wrong. What happened? Layla doesn't know why she thought that. But Layla is a personal assistant. She and the Emperor do not have those kinds of interactions. Indeed, Diana thought that the whole time. The protagonist was annoyed and embarrassed. She did not expect Diana to be stereotypical. Layla will go greet the other guests and wishes the Viscountess a good evening. Diana Adrienne said nothing wrong, apparently. Rumors about her connection with the Emperor had already spread beyond Cardin. But here it is very important to understand why the Viscountess was so respectful and kind to her, because she respects her, or she considers her the Emperor's mistress. Layla's difficult and unpleasant thoughts were interrupted by a familiar male voice. And disgusting, this is where Madame Tevessa is hiding, and Alder was looking for her everywhere. So quickly, the girl escaped him to have dinner. Then the arrogant and pompous brat extended his hand to the main character. Layla barely suppressed her nauseous reflex. Let the girl honor Lord Alder and allow him to be her first dance partner. After which the vile bastard approached the girl and whispered in her ear that this time it would be better if she did not refuse. The main character took a deep breath and closed her eyes. This worried monster is right. If the girl refuses him, she will personally insult the Marquis of Hatton. Layla extended her hand. Live music played, and Madame Tevessa and the Marquis of Hatton's second son began to dance in the center of the hall. The worried bastard did not take his eyes off Layla. The girl dances wonderfully. Alder is not bad either. The pompous turkey is glad the heroine noticed this. Alder is really strong in dance styles. Then the hand of the small, unpleasant snake slid over the main character's shoulder blades down to her waist. Finally, the music ended, and the girl immediately broke free from this idiot's tenacious grip. And Bode, the main character, began to move away quickly from the annoying young man. Alder managed to call her. Doesn't Layla want something cool to drink after such a hot dance? Alder called the servant. The pompous idiot already had 2 glasses of golden champagne in his hands. How did he get to the girl? Alder did not give up. The girl was probably thirsty. Let her take his glass. Layla refused. The worried monster winked at the heroine and promised to leave immediately if the girl agreed to drink with him. The main character looked at the insolent man with contempt. Alder really promises to leave immediately after this. Clinging to someone is not his style at all. Alder glanced sideways at his father next to him, but Layla should understand. Although Marquis Hayton pretended to be having an exciting conversation with the guests, he still looked at his son. Therefore, Alder Hayton suggests that if there is no progress after dancing together and drinking champagne, then the father will be left behind. For the Catton family to be left behind by the main character, the girl will gladly drink. By the way, the Marquis of Hayton's second son heard a very fascinating rumor, and a delicate one about her. Layla, with a serious face, replied that she was not His Majesty's mistress. Alder was surprised. He didn't even have time to say anything. The girl is really very smart. The rumor definitely has no basis. It is all true. People are completely stupid because of idleness. They no longer know how to entertain themselves. Alder Hatton looked at the girl with an unkind and predatory gaze. Well, that's very good if that's the case. The main protagonist walked alone through the corridor. Her head was spinning. She really got drunk so fast. It seemed to the girl that she knew how to drink. It was too early, but in this state, she should have left dinner. If Layla leaves through the main entrance, the guests will notice. You must sneak out unnoticed through the back door. The main character opened the back door of the banquet hall, and a salty breeze immediately hit her face. The girl froze. Before her opened an impressive view of the bright, dark sea waves under the moon. The sea at night looked completely different, simply of fantastic beauty. How wonderful it is to see it every day. The heroine felt good and bad at the same time. The fog in her mind was consuming her mind more and more. Then the butler violated the girl's privacy, approached the girl on the balcony, and called her. Is everything all right with Madame Layla? She looks very confused. The girl covered her face from the blinding light. It was necessary to admit that the heroine was getting worse. Let the servant accompany her to her room. Of course, the protagonist already had difficulty orienting herself down the corridor. Her mind was foggy. What is wrong with her body? You cannot faint. You have to stay conscious until she is in her room. Captain Hilton was sitting on the roof of the luxurious estate, like a shadow, observing what was happening. The faithful lord told the emperor that Catton's second son was obsessed with Layla, that his intentions were unclear, and that his reputation was very bad. His Majesty immediately fell silent. The captain knew his master well. The emperor made a decision. Let Hilton watch over Layla and force the idiot to stop if he does anything wrong. What exactly will Hiltina have to stop? Absolutely everything that the girl will not like. The emperor decided to clarify by understanding that the captain must not allow the heroine's body to be touched without her consent. This worried monster was still at the party. Strangely, the vacation somehow dragged on too long. The emperor has a bad feeling. Keep your eyes on the girl. Captain Hilton understood everything. The imperial spy silently jumped from the roof of the estate onto the balcony to improve visibility. Captain Halting looked closely through the window of the banquet hall and began to look around for Madame Tevisa. But the girl was nowhere to be seen. How could he miss her? She was right here, before his eyes. There is a crowd of guests and staff around. The guests continue to relax, but Layla is nowhere to be seen. If she really went to the bathroom, but no one passed towards the main building, Halting would have noticed. But how then did the girl manage to leave the banquet hall without showing herself in front of the gentleman? If the main character really left through the back doors, then it is understandable why the captain did not catch her leaving. Meanwhile, the protagonist was lying on the bed. Her body had no strength left. She was weak and did not listen to her. The girl understood absolutely nothing, where she was, what was happening to her. Then the heroine danced at a banquet in the common room. Then she suddenly got drunk, and the butler accompanied her to her room. Apparently, Layla immediately fell asleep upon reaching the bedroom. Then a squeaky voice was heard. The girl was preparing to go to sleep again. The main character immediately cheered up. She was not alone in the room. What the hell was going on here? What ignorant dared to enter the lady's bedroom at such a late hour? Layla is mistaken. This is not her bedroom at all. This voice was very familiar to her, vile and shameless. The girl gritted her teeth. Is it really that worried lunatic from Hayton? How dare he? The lady understood everything correctly. This is his bedroom. How come this room is not hers? This cannot be. The girl could not go into someone else's room. But why is the main character in the Marquis's son's room? The girl remembers exactly what she asked the servant to take to her room. Layla apologized. The butler clearly ruined something. She asked to be taken to her room and not someone else's. The protagonist ordered her thoughts and got up from the bed of the Marquis's son. It was time for her to return to her room. But then the vile degenerate grabbed the main character's hand. And what does this monster allow himself to do? Then the scoundrel abruptly pushed the girl towards him, squeezing and twisting her arms tightly. What does this degenerate think of himself? Does he have nothing to lose, or is he tired of living? Let the girl be kind to him. After which the vile monster carelessly threw the girl onto his bed. Layla was still weak and could not fully defend herself. The main character is the Emperor's deputy. Aldor is completely stupid and does not understand that not only will his head be cut off. Aldor laughed heartily. The girl was really going to tell His Majesty about this, of course, to see his head fly off his shoulders. In this case, the main character will very quickly lose her favorite position. That's bad luck. Let the girl think for herself whether the Emperor will need such an imperfect woman. Aldor doubts that the Emperor will believe the girl's words, because it was she who entered the room of the Marquis's son. You can tell the Emperor. Together they will see who he will trust more, Layla's brother also said. That terrible day, Andante also tried to violate Layla and announced that he was not afraid of being caught. Because no one would believe him, it is possible that His Majesty will also act towards the main character, like all of them then, and not believe her. Well, the Marquis's son hasn't done anything yet, and Layla has already started crying. How absurd. No matter how much she pretends to be strong, the girl is just a child and is only needed for one thing. Then a pendant with a magical artifact appeared before the girl's eyes, and the spirit stone began to glow. The Emperor always believed Layla, in her words and actions, and he himself risked his position for her. Killian is nothing like all these pathetic monsters. He is truly special in every way. The main character activated the magic spirit stone on her necklace and launched the transformation. The first blow hit the geek's jaw. With the second blow, the girl threw the insignificant worm against the wall. The Marquis's son clearly did not expect this. Then a voice was heard in the hallway, which worriedly called out for Madame Tevisa. Evidently, they were looking for the girl. Madame Adrian and the Knight Captain Hilton burst into the vile monster's bedroom. The girl was saved. Movement began in the room of the owner of the estate. The butler was standing with a candle in front of his marquee. Strangers must not enter. The butler must ensure that there is no confusion. At the feet of his father, the vile and degenerate Catton, who had been tied up by Captain Hilton, he lay and shouted furiously. The Marquis realized that his feeling of being followed arose precisely because of the Lord. He never expected the legendary Hilton to visit them. So now is the time to explain what is happening here. Diana hugged the main character in a blanket. Hilton smiled at Aldor. The vile degenerate shouted to his father in a heartbreaking voice that the poor man had just been kidnapped and humiliated. His second son returned to his bedroom in the middle of the party, and Madame Tevesa was already lying there. After all, they drank and danced with her, so the monster thought the atmosphere was appropriate. But he was accused of violence. Layla shouted that she clearly rejected this scoundrel, but Aldor deliberately ignored her and mocked her. This geek deliberately tried to act against the main character's will. A blatant lie. The girl didn't have to go into his room if she didn't want to, thought the Marquis. This is a true statement. The girls looked at the owner of the estate dumbfounded. What is true here? The main character ended up in his son's room against her will. A servant carried her there when she was unwell, but the result was the same. The girl lay drunk in her son's room. Here anyone could take this as a proposal. Let the main character point out to the butler who took her to her son's room. In this case, they will interrogate the butler and find out his intentions. The girl could not remember her face. Layla cannot remember the face of this employee. Diana Adrian understood immediately. Poor girl. In this case, Marquis Hayton suggests taking everything as a misunderstanding, as there is no one to blame. Is this not the best option for the girl herself, as a noble lady would want to be involved in such a scandal? The little rat showed its teeth with satisfaction. He was confident in his inviolability and Layla's vulnerability. Diana was simply furious at what this idiot was saying. Let the girl not interfere. She does not know the laws of a foreign country. And finally, the main character realized that Marquis Hayton knew everything from the beginning. This slime acted according to his orders. It was the Marquis who planned everything, persuaded her to dance with the geek, drugged her, and dismissed the servant. There is no misunderstanding here. This is a clearly planned crime. And there can be no talk of peace until the entire family of pathetic degenerates sincerely repents for what they have done. If Layla continues to insist that Aldor is to blame for everything, and he blames her, the Marquis himself will be able to check that she is right. It is interesting how the main character decided to prove that she was right. Elementary. They will meet in court. It's very simple. The Emperor's representative will present his pardon and request to the Divine Court. The Divine Court is the last resort used to obtain confessions from malicious criminals. This trial is no different from mental torture. It is incredibly cruel, but at the same time, it is the most effective method. The Marquis humiliatingly called Layla lady. She is really willing to do such a thing for his whims. This seems like a threat towards his family clan. There wasn't even such a thought, but since this is the only way, she is ready. And the Catton family clan is ready to take responsibility for what they did after the truth is revealed. The vile degenerate immediately turned pale. He was not at all prepared to undergo torture. He is cowardly and weak. His father immediately silenced his son. If so, everyone will unanimously appeal to the Divine Court. Then, at the estate of the Marquis of Hatton, 2 horse-drawn carriages were waiting for their travelers. The Viscountess looked into the distance with a heavy heart and eyes. Today's incident was hard on her. Diana Adrian called Layla. She was very worried about the young heroine, who had been hit so hard. Madame Adrian approached the girl with concern. She would not dissuade her from her intentions. Diana wants to return safe and sound with Layla. The Viscountess has something to tell her upon arrival. Of course, the heroine received very pleasant words of support and affection in her direction, especially from the girl now. The doors of the Divine Court opened, and inside were white-clad officials waiting for the accused. Just let his son do everything right. The Marquis walked confidently towards the servants. Aldor had no confidence. He ceaselessly defeated his father, but the Marquis remained unshaken. Everything is fine. His son did nothing wrong. There is nothing to worry about. His confidence is confusing. Since there are a series of consequences after the divine trial, the ministers recommend resolving the conflict through dialogue here in the temple. If this had been possible, they simply would not have come here. The decision remains the same. Young Lord Hayton is of the same opinion. His father replied for the cowardly monster. Of course, then nothing can be done regarding the process of the divine trial. They will prepare everything. Only 2 will be allowed to be present. The rest must remain outside the temple. 2 young people were sitting in the hall of the sacred temple. The ministers stood beside them and ordered them to close their eyes. The protagonist took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Everything will be fine because it is not her fault at all. The holy minister told the young woman not to worry about anything. What else does this strange thing signify? The divine court is declared open. Layla closed her eyes, and indeed it seems the trial is starting. Thorn crowns and blindfolds were placed on the young people. The main character still felt nothing. And then the pathetic coward began to scream heartbreakingly. It is all Aldor's fault. Let everything stop immediately. What is wrong with him? The trial hasn't even started yet. The girl immediately stood up from her seat. The priest asked if the accused was willing to confess everything. Aldor Catton screamed heartbreakingly throughout the temple and assured that the monster would confess everything. That it was his fault. Aldor was drunk and did so many things, but he didn't know how to fix it, and that's why he lied. What nonsense. A vile worm crawls on the floor and asks Madame Tevesse for forgiveness. He is not prepared to live through all this torment. Aldor crawled to the girl's feet and bowed at her feet. Let her forgive him. The pathetic coward could not bear the pressure. Marquis Hayton stood frozen with a stone face. Captain Hilton did not allow him a single step. Having his own conjectures, the insignificant Aldor sobbed and shouted, his body trembling and shaking. The Marquis did not understand what was wrong with his son. And why was Lady Tevesse all right, unless she needed to undergo the divine trial? Indeed, the divine trial has not even begun. It is just that his son, a pathetic coward, was afraid of the pain and decided to confess everything. And now the main question, young Aldor, Did he plan everything himself or did he get help? The Marquis ordered him to stop. His son is now in shock. So, what continues the divine trial? Layla needs proof, but this isn't it. Alder will tell everything. The vile little snake screamed, sobbing that he would not be responsible for the actions of others. He was not alone. Marquis Catton immediately ordered his son to shut up, to close his mouth immediately, or he will end up like this. The girl got her way, admits the Marquis. His son is guilty, and this is where they will end the situation. So be it, the main character understood the truth and scared the culprit to death. And his father will remember that Layla must not be touched. The main character wanted to clarify something with the priest. The temple servant nodded approvingly. What happened to the vile monster before the divine trial? Alder, of course, is a pathetic coward. But there was something else. The priest smiled kindly at the girl and said that he would not reveal this secret to Madame Tevessa. But he can afford to add that the main character is accompanied by a very good gentleman. In the royal carriage, the bewildered Layla and the focused knight captain, Hilton, rode in silence. The protagonist decided to turn to her savior and thank him because the captain protected her the whole time. After all, Hilton did not save the girl for the first time. The knight captain reproached himself and said that this time he did not have time to come to the rescue in time. The knight captain asks the main character for forgiveness for his mistake. Hilton bowed his head in front of her. Layla raised her hands in surprise, so the captain apologized. Hilton saved her so many times, and this is the most important thing. His Majesty ordered that anyone who touched the girl without his permission be executed. Layla froze in shock. Emperor Carden really gave such an order. The captain shook his head approvingly. But why go so far? We are talking about depriving a person of life. This would already be murder. The main character began to recall that day. Captain Hilton was already ready to draw his sword. But Diana stopped him. Layla would not want anyone to die despite the injustice. This is too much, so please, Captain, don't do this. But this was an order from her emperor. Hilton disobeyed him anyway. The knight was worried that he was discrediting the honor of his Majesty. The girl sincerely regrets that Hilton had to go against the emperor's order because of her. But she will not change her mind. Besides, the girl sees that the knight captain himself does not want to kill people. Halden nervously froze. The captain immediately covered his face with a gloved hand. His eyes burned from what he was doing. The girl froze, alarmed. The main character had already asked her savior for help, but he refused. At the hated Houghton estate, the girl was immediately greeted by Arilla. She had already heard that something terrible happened at the party. She felt very sorry. The maid was waiting to hear an explanation from the young lady about what happened. But how could she tell Arilla such a thing? Layla smiled in a good mood. Everything is fine, just a small incident, but it will be difficult to silence this topic after so much noise. When the main character returned to the Marquis's estate, Hat himself immediately ran out to meet Layla. The parade of hypocrisy begins, but in front of her was the instigator of this whole incident, who was willing to sacrifice his son. Marquis Hatton apologizes for his son. It wasn't always like this. They will teach him a lesson. By the way, the Marquis really hopes that Layla will keep this incident secret from everyone. Let the girl keep this misunderstanding secret, even from the Emperor. Of course, because there is always a reputation. It would be great to show the true face of the Hayton family geeks. But then the heroine herself will be criticized. It will only get worse if His Majesty is famous. So be it, Layla will remain silent. This terrible day finally came to an end. The perpetrators were identified and punished in their own way. How tired the protagonist is. How much more will she have to endure the blow? How much more pain and humiliation will she have to overcome? The girl definitely wouldn't be able to sleep today. She didn't feel safe, and her feelings gave her no peace. Apparently, she won't be able to get enough sleep for a while, but everything has just started to get better. But why can't all these vile and despicable people just leave Layla alone and just give her a chance to live? The protagonist was sitting on her bed. Layla looked very ill. Her eyes were worried. A maid entered her room with a tray. Layla's bedroom light was on all night, and the lady couldn't sleep. After something like this, it's impossible to sleep normally. The conscience reacts to every whisper, taking it as a threat. Arilla put down a tray. There was a cup and a teapot on it, and the maid prepared delicious tea. And strong for her lady. The tea was made of chamomile, so it was supposed to promote pleasant sleep. The aroma was fresh and light. The main character immediately remembered the main maid of the estate after the Duke's death. And the Duchess, she prepared chamomile tea for Layla to overcome her insomnia. Williot's maid always lit lavender candles and fluffed the pillow before bed when something bothered the girl. The maid did her best to help the heroine sleep. She will have to write to her upon arrival in the capital. Then someone knocked on Madame Tevez's room, and a familiar female voice was heard, which could only belong to one person. Viscountess Adrienne entered Layla's room. The heroine was surprised, and the maid immediately hesitated. Diana sat in the chair next to Madame Tevez's bed. How did Layla feel after yesterday? The girl hadn't had time to tell anything yet, and Diana was very worried about her. Aldor admitted everything was fine. The Viscountess is glad to hear this. The girl was really inspired and looked relaxed. Since this matter with the scoundrel is closed, will the main character be able to devote some time to the Viscountess? Diana was truly worried about Layla, but there was another reason for her visit here. Adrienne bowed her head and apologized for her thoughtless and offensive words. She did not have that opinion about the girl at all. Layla didn't immediately understand what it was about. So many events happened yesterday that she couldn't even fit them all in her head. So the heroine was really upset by Diana's trust, but not anymore. In a difficult moment, Madame believed her, so everything is fine. The Viscountess was looking for information about Madame Tevez before the trip. Everyone said that the girl had become the Emperor's mistress. Layla is just the Emperor's personal assistant. With such fantastic skills, it's no wonder. It's a pity that they already have to part. The girls just started talking. They will see each other again. Diana was thinking hard about something. The main character looked at her inquiringly, and there was an awkward pause. In fact, the Viscountess would like to tell Madame Tevez something else, so that the heroine has something to think about. In the kingdom of Natcha, sexism has given way to equality. Diana Adrienne is a living example of this. In her state, anyone capable can take a place in government. Talented people are supported, both single and married. It is very difficult for Diana to leave such a brilliant mind to someone who doesn't even want to acknowledge her. The Viscountess took Layla's hand. The main character never thought about moving to the kingdom of Natcha and finally spreading her strong wings. Layla was completely confused by such an offer. She had never thought of moving from her country in her life. She loves her empire, so she is forced to refuse. Diana expected that answer from the girl. She didn't think for a second and immediately refused. It was simply necessary to kidnap the main character and take her with him to the kingdom of Natcha. Then the girl would be appreciated. The day of the departure of the diplomatic delegation from the kingdom of Natcha had arrived. Cargo ships were already waiting for their travelers. On the shore of the port, 2 representatives of different states were standing on the pier. The girls said a warm goodbye. Diana Adrienne really liked Layla. She left her here with heavy thoughts and offered her a hug. The Viscountess squeezed Layla tightly, really hoping the girl will be happy and appreciated. The main character is a person of exceptional intelligence and honesty, so the girl deserves the best. In addition, Diana asked her to think carefully about her proposal. As long as she was alive, it would be valid. The girl was completely embarrassed. They didn't praise her at all, but there was such an attitude that they called the Viscountess aboard the ship. Well, it was about time for her. Matters of national importance would not wait for her. Time was up. Madame Adrienne winked at Layla, not to be sad and to remember her more often. The girl will achieve a lot. Diana Adrienne waved goodbye. The Viscountess promised to write to the Emperor's deputy. The main character said goodbye to Diana and remained frozen in a silent stupor. What was it, and why was it so pleasant to her soul? The girl spoke about what kind of person she really is, what she deserves, and what she will never tolerate again. In her life, there were too many situations where she was humiliated, trampled upon, and hurt. So this became the norm for her and was taken for granted. Of course, the prospect of finally being completely free and rid of constant oppression is attractive. Diana Adrienne's proposal was very interesting, but the first person the girl thought of was not herself. All her thoughts revolved around Killian. It was unbearable to imagine never seeing him again. Then the girl realized that after that night of judgment, in the Temple of Divine Judgment, she no longer saw the captain. Lord Hilton accompanied the girl in a carriage for the last time on the way back to Hayton Manor. But His Majesty ordered the captain to accompany Layla, which means he must be somewhere nearby. Perhaps the girl simply does not notice him. That is the essence of his profession. She went out onto the balcony. The main character decided to call Lord Hilton, and the knight captain immediately jumped from the roof like a gust of wind. The girl froze in amazement. Yes, he is. They are actually on the 3rd floor. The lady called the captain. Layla timidly replied that she wanted to ask the gentleman if he told the emperor what happened yesterday. Captain Hilton replied that he had not yet, but in the future, he most likely would have to. Of course, if His Majesty starts asking questions of the young man, then Hilton will not lie to him. Layla lowered her head. The captain will not violate his loyalty to the emperor, and rightly so. In that case, let Hilton allow her to tell His Majesty everything herself. The captain froze, questioning. Therefore, Madame Tevessa asks the captain to keep this information until she communicates it herself. Lord Hilton thought and felt, but Layla understands that she won't be able to wait long, because it's not an easy request. Well, if Layla has no more questions for her bodyguard, then it's time for Hilton. The girl grabbed him by the robe. In fact, the girl had one more request for him. Let Hilton stay in her carriage on the way back. This is why the girl cannot tell him the truth, that she wants to save the gentleman from suffering. So it would be more convenient for Hilton to protect her. The main character was with Captain Hilton in front of Marquis Valdir. He wouldn't mind her company. The once pompous and venomous boor replied in an absolutely lifeless voice that he should do whatever he wanted. Layla thanked the Marquis and was about to leave his office, but Valdir called her. The Marquis couldn't help but poke at the girl. The rot couldn't be extracted, as Layla thinks, because the Emperor assigned his captain to her. His Majesty was worried about her safety and justified himself. Everything is true, but this could have been done officially, but His Majesty did not say a word to anyone. Perhaps the girl can guess why this happened, smiled venomously the Marquis. Who knows, maybe soon she will have to bow her head to Layla. The girl blushed. The captain looked at the Cretan with contempt. Baron Bayer clarified whether His Majesty was too worried about his personal assistant. Too much concern. Delrond added that when he himself goes on a business trip, the Emperor doesn't worry about him at all. Killian never accompanied his faithful captain. He didn't ask for daily reports, but she is a girl, and it is easier for her to face problems, especially when all the vultures from the delegation are hostile. Who knows what these hyenas will do? But the personal assistant doubts that his ministers have dangerous thoughts and intentions. He really hasn't changed Baron Delrond's opinion, even after Duke Williot's sickening attacks. This scoundrel knows that Mrs. Tevessa is not at home, but he keeps approaching her every day and threatening her. This idiot insisted that there was a good reason to behave this way. But how could Layla do such a thing? It was probably a trick. Let Bear continue investigating and finding clues. Of course, everything must remain secret. The Emperor was thinking about something. How strange it was that His Majesty had not yet received a report from his captain. Meanwhile, the main character was returning to the capital in the royal carriage. Accompanied by Hilton, the girl was paralyzed with fear by what was happening to the captain. His face changed so dramatically. The girl held in her hands on her lap a beautiful box of fresh cookies, and aromatic, which she decided to share. But the knight captain, with a steely voice, announced that this very cookie was filled with poison. The girl froze in horror. Stop, Hilton himself did not taste these cookies. What will happen to him now? He needs to go immediately to the temple, where they will help him. Everything is fine. This poison is not a threat to the captain's life. You cannot take it like that. The girl was very worried about the brave knight. Hilton's body had been accustomed to poisons since childhood. How is that possible? The main character takes a deep breath, believes the captain, but he is obliged to tell her if something bothers him. As a result, the fresh cookies in a beautiful box were poisoned. But what kind of geek dared to do that? This box was brought on the trip by her maid, with a ponytail named Erilla. But why would she poison Layla? And in general, it is unlikely that the maid would do such a thing. It could be anyone. Marquis Valdir or Catan, his vile son, there are really too many options. The knight captain announced that the girl should be as careful as possible, since they did not know the identity of their enemy. From now on, Lord Hilton will taste all the girl's food first. The main character looked at the captain in shock. Layla asked the captain 1,000,000 times not to taste her food and not to poison himself. Layla did not want the gentleman to hurt himself because of her. But the knight captain keeps testing every dish. Previously, there was no poison in this dish. Layla only liked the fact that she didn't have to eat with other people. This is necessary to detect poison. The simplest way to detect poison is silver. But there are many poisons in the world that cannot be detected this way. These types of poisons can be noticed by color, taste, or smell. For example, there are also other ways to detect them. For example, giving questionable food to another person and not touching it yourself simply sounds terrifying. The main characters and the knight captain's meal was interrupted by the sharp male voice of Marquis Valdir. The vile bastard stood in the doorway and waited for the lady to be free. Something happened. Marquis Valdir waited until the girl was free because he wanted to talk to her alone, and where he wanted to have the conversation. The hotel reception will be empty. There you can talk safely. 3 people walked down the corridor. The captain did not lag behind Layla. Valdir ordered the bodyguard to stay in the corridor. He had to talk to the girl alone. The captain flatly refused. This is impossible. The girl could be in danger at any moment. The pompous Cretan shouted at Hilton that he saw a threat in the Minister of Foreign Affairs himself. Let the knight captain reply immediately. He was serious. Layla was trying to protect her captain. How dare a commoner ignore the orders of Marquis Valdir Vala Notitia himself? Who would have thought that a true legend and a great warrior is a common and ordinary commoner? The knight captain caught the main character's surprised glance and, embarrassed, he looked away. Valdir once again hissed at Hilton to stay in his place. The captain refused. He had orders from His Majesty. The Marquis was furious. The vile snake hated his words being ignored. Valdir did not argue further. He turned around and ordered the knight captain to do as he pleased. Freshly brewed tea was served for the main character in the hotel's reception room, recommended by the owner of this hotel. Halton looked disapprovingly behind the girl. Well, he is right. If she wants to drink it, then he should be the first. Since Marquis Valdir could have poisoned the unfortunate cookies, it is better not to touch this tea. So why is the girl here? Marquis Valdir put on a serious and focused look and began to clear his throat to clear his vocal cords. They will start with the fact that this is not his personal opinion, but that of those below him in rank. Well, another game has begun. Everyone says it would be better to transfer all the credit to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. That is, the credit for the diplomatic meeting with Natcha. Well, everything is clear. Layla did nothing about it, and this vile monster decided to strike first. This will be difficult. The Marquis is one of those who steal others' merits for his own benefit. What nonsense. He does this for the Empire. This is exactly what the girl is talking about. The girl also wants to pay tribute to everyone who tried for the good of the Empire. But too many people were watching her, including the diplomats from another kingdom. Layla might opt for a small lie. But in this case, the truth will only be a matter of time. And it was then that it became clear to everyone that the Marquis was trying to take credit for the merits of others. The Marquis pursed his lips angrily. The heroine is not entirely clear about his concern for the reputation of the Empire and the Ministry, but Layla has a proposal. It can be stated that the Ministry deliberately opted for abstinence to provide an opportunity to reveal the abilities of the Deputy Emperor. A cold sweat ran down Marquis Valdir's face. Well, that's a really good idea. Then there will be no problem. Layla is present as a representative of the Emperor, so everyone respects her infinitely. But the degenerate has already forgot how he humiliated her and tried to put a brake on her wheels. Vile and pathetic hypocrite, since the Marquis stopped trembling for his own hide. Madame Tevessa returns to her place. Of course, the Marquis does not dare to stop His Majesty's aid himself. Valdir waved his hand at the girl with satisfaction. This room is too small, the ceiling is too low, and this house is too far from the road. Bear worked hard. Day and night, I reviewed all the materials and prepared lists of suitable buildings and properties. But everything was wasted, roared Baron Delrond. At least the Emperor understands how much his assistant tried to prepare all this. He will have to try even harder. Madame Tevessa does not have a large family. Is this place not suitable for a girl? Killian is sure that Bear will find a much better one. Delrond was already at his limit and looked angrily at the Emperor. All right, that's enough for today. Dinner time. Today His Majesty will eat in the annex and Bear too, so let the Baron prepare properly. His Majesty will really go to that very man. The Emperor looked at his assistant over his shoulder. The Baron understood everything correctly, so Delrond should not hesitate. They simply cannot be late. Ver noticed that His Highness had not appeared there for a long time, so he would certainly be welcome there. He really hoped. Then a rustling was heard in the foliage. His Majesty and his personal assistant. They immediately turned towards the sound. Then a blue-haired boy suddenly jumped out from the bushes and shouted, trying to scare the young people. Then the boy rushed to hug his older brother. There was bewilderment on Killian's face. And Bear tensed up. The blue-haired boy then gave a warm and gentle smile and ruffled his little brother's hair. The baby's name was Sepel Usilvidia. He was the crown prince of the Cardan Empire, and Killian's younger brother. And finally, the day has arrived for the main protagonist to return to her already native capital. Her carriage has already arrived at the palace. The Baron of Rond was already coming down the palace stairs to meet the girl with exclamations of joy. The girl got out of the carriage and turned around. She also finally met Bear and returned. The personal assistants had not seen each other for a long time. It seemed like an eternity had passed, but Layla was fine. The main character looked quite normal, which could not fail to please the assistant. His work did not burden Bear much. The girl really hopes that the Baron has not worked too hard during her absence. But he froze. Baron Delrond nodded obediently. In no case, ordinary working days at the royal palace for him. Then the radiant Minister of Foreign Affairs appeared in Layla's carriage, whom Bear looked at coldly. The entire diplomatic delegation was already standing in the conference room in front of His Majesty, with Layla and Valdir at the forefront. The Minister of Foreign Affairs immediately stepped forward and announced that all members of the diplomatic delegation had arrived sound and safe. The helpful Salmon immediately flew towards the vile Marquis. Valdir prepared a report on his meeting. His Majesty humiliated him with a steely gaze and said through clenched teeth that the Minister of Foreign Affairs had begun to forget the laws of his country. Since then, in the Cardan Empire, the status of the Minister of Foreign Affairs is higher than that of the Emperor's deputy. The main character was also frozen. Of course, the girl had the right to report on the negotiations, but instead of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, she felt a little uncomfortable. Marquis Valdir made an offended and humiliated grimace. Why the hell are they overlooking him? Madame Tevessa must not stand aside. Let the Deputy Emperor report on the diplomatic negotiations. The main character stepped forward ahead of her delegation. Valdir gritted his teeth at his whim. Madame Tevessa spoke in detail about the negotiations clearly and organizedly. And that's it. His Majesty was delighted and called Layla's work excellent and the results of the diplomatic negotiations brilliant. The Emperor turned to Duke Gilton. The man might have some objection or question, but not at all. The other members of the meeting present, the ministers, might have questions or additions, but they don't have them either. His Majesty rose from his throne and looked triumphantly at everyone present here. In this case, Madame Tebessa will be granted the surname Astor and the title of Baroness for her outstanding services and the validity of her capabilities. The protagonist bowed to her emperor in gratitude for the trust shown and the assignment of the title. Duke Hilton immediately approached Madame Tevessa, or rather Madame Astor, to congratulate her. Of course, the main character did not consider him sincere. This scoundrel was one of the most dangerous people in the palace. A rough male voice interrupted Layla's conversation with Duke Gilton, wondering if they were really that close. How long had it been since they saw Layla? A red-haired man in luxurious clothes standing in front of the girl. It was the father of that same lying bastard from Sofia. Duke Hadlin transferred his powers to his son due to his health. What is he doing here? The girl has grown and changed a lot since their last meeting, obviously, like all other people. After the insolent Sophia burst into Thebes' estate and started a pogrom, they did not communicate. Then everything ended on a depressing note, which the Duke had forgotten here. And why this forced joy? Duke Gilton clarified whether Madame Astaire is close to Duke Hadlin, but rather they have known each other for a long time. The pleased Duke Gilton stretched out with a venomous smile. This expression is not good. By familiar means, if we are already talking about the events 10 years ago. Sophia's father's eyes immediately lit up with fury. The tension was so palpable that it could be felt by hand. Lightning thundered between the two dukes. The royal palace, despite its grandeur and beauty, is essentially a political stage. A constant place of battles. Well, at least Phylum is not here. By the way, Duke Cloud is also not visible. If Phylum was given rest as a reward, then Cloud should be in the capital. Bear Delrond called the girl and congratulated her on her new title of Baroness. He was very proud of his colleague. They have the same titles, and now they can only communicate by name. His Majesty is looking for Layla. It's her turn. The main character asks both dukes to step aside. Gilton replied that they would see each other again. Hadlin remained silent. Bear accompanied the girl to the Emperor's office. His Majesty was waiting for her, and the assistant had already left. The girl thanked the Baron of Rond for seeing her off. She let Baroness Astor contact her if anything happened. The personal assistant entered Killian's office with a serious look. She is here, how wonderful, let her sit down. The main character was worried because the Emperor called her. The girl did something wrong. The emperor, with a serious look and calm tone, announced that His Majesty was gifting Layla a new mansion. There are some issues with the house where she lives now. Why a new property? If the Baroness and the deputy will live in such a small house, will it undermine the emperor's reputation? And if so, the girl thanks for the concern. What kind of mansion does His Majesty want to grant for her use? This is not yet decided. Apparently, the house has not yet been chosen, so the girl will not mind staying in the palace for now. What is the palace like? Only members of the imperial family can live here. Layla simply has no right to this. Why was the main character so surprised? The emperor said something unnecessary. Layla felt embarrassed. This is possible because there were cases when nobles stayed in the palace, and when a mansion was chosen. Such an issue will not be resolved in 1 day, nor in 2 days, nor in 3 days. And when the issue of the girl's place of residence was resolved, the emperor began to think about it. In about 2 weeks, Layla was surprised. How could the girl simply not be allowed to stay in the emperor's palace for so long? Even with the permission of the palace owner, Layla is not a member of the imperial family, and her long stay in the palace can be considered strange. Dirty and false rumors constantly accumulate around the girl that she is the emperor's mistress. His Majesty smiled cheerfully, even if the main character doesn't even care about such useless things. Of course, the emperor allows Layla to stay in his palace due to housing problems, but it also has to do with the issue of shared childcare. Since the heroine has already returned, it is time to close this matter closely. Wouldn't it be easier to do it if Layla stays in the palace? In a way, Layla frowned. This was more burdensome than she thought, and the rumors would not disappear. The emperor knew that the girl would feel uncomfortable, so the Baron of Rond decided to stay in the palace too. Both personal assistants moved to the royal palace to carry out a plan to create an orphanage. A loud sneeze from his personal assistant was heard in the emperor's office. Baron Delrond. But what is that? What new misfortune? My ears are itching, my nose too. Someone clearly remembers Bayer with a bad word. His Majesty clarified whether his assistant would ignore this. Even the emperor is sometimes remembered with bad words. The emperor had long suspected that someone behind his back remembered him with bad expressions. Killian put his elbow on his assistant's shoulder, letting Bear admit that he is the one slandering him. Both young men laughed, because the emperor called the Baron. It is not yet time to submit documents. They need to talk. The emperor walked all the way to the outer palace just to talk. Very interesting. Of course, his personal assistant won't be interested in the reason for such a conversation. Burr rubbed the back of his neck. Well, what is the reason for such efforts? Layla must move to the palace for a while. Baron Delrond opened his mouth surprised, and when the girl agreed, the emperor nodded. But still, Madame Astor is worried about what others will think. Rumors about the ruling family have something to worry about. The emperor knew that this problem would definitely arise, of course, and he had already found a solution. The solution to the current problem was Baron Delrond himself. The emperor pointed his finger at him. Baron Delrond looked at his lordship with a serious face. Thus, Ver will be the solution to Layla's problem. Baron Delrond is the solution to the current problem in Layla's case. Killian winked at him. That His Majesty does not tell his assistant that Beer will also move to the palace. Let the Baron have patience for a while. Killian promises to let him go and settle down as soon as they manage to solve the problem with Duke Williot. And His Majesty actually told Madame Astor about his arrival. She never knew it, didn't say it, and it's not necessary for her to do so yet. Since the situation is already quite tense, the girl has just returned from a trip. She is very tired. Let him take a break at least a little, live through all the recent events. Exhale and be ready to face the new. By the way, the Emperor is aware that the main character's birthday is approaching soon. Killian's eyes opened. His Majesty walked thoughtfully down the long corridor of the royal castle. Layla's birthday was approaching, and there are only 10 days left before this festive event. What should Killian give the heroine? This will be Madame Astor's first birthday since they met, and she needs a memorable gift. His Majesty also thought about how the girl would receive this day, whether she would like the noisy party. Perhaps, on the contrary, something more secluded in a quiet and comfortable place. He can't think of anything. He will have to return to this thought after dinner. The Emperor announced to the butler that His Majesty was going to have dinner with his assistants. Let them prepare everything. And where is the Baroness? Asked Killian. He did not find her in the room. The girl went to her former estate to collect her things. The Baroness did not give any instructions to the servants. Perhaps they should have taken the initiative and taken care of this. Not everything went according to plan. Eileen made the girl postpone her conversation with the Duke. But now this cannot be avoided. Let them immediately call Knight Captain Hilton. Killian has a very bad feeling. Meanwhile, in Layla's former mansion, the angry idiot was already interrogating Layla about why she did this and why she killed his son. If Filna hated her so much, she should have taken revenge on him and not on an innocent child. The Duke was in uncontrollable rage. Pain and suffering were felt in every break in his voice. Fillion has gone completely mad. A girl would never do such a thing in her life. He knows it himself that he is saying these things. A medicine to interrupt a pregnancy. The girl knows about it. That's why his lover drank it and lost the child. What other medicine? Why should a girl know anything about it? She was never pregnant. Wait, those terrifying bottles from Countess Tevisa immediately flashed through the main character's mind. Are we really talking about them? Judging by the expression on Layla's face, she knows everything and understands what kind of drugs we are talking about. How did this happen? The girl didn't use them and got rid of them, let alone gave them to her lover. It wasn't her. It was the head maid. She brought this trash and tea before her mistress gave birth. But this is even more nonsense. This simply cannot happen. The head cleaning lady is not one of those people. She is one of the kindest and most honest people on the estate. The maid might have thought that the problem between Phylum and Layla lay with the girl, and she was murdered for missing her lover. This is complete nonsense. The girl will talk to the maid and find out everything immediately. It's useless. He has enough evidence of her guilt. The main character has known Fillion since childhood, as well as his ability to analyze and make quick and reckless decisions. Therefore, Layla insists that this tragedy simply needs to be resolved in detail. She will take care of it for her mother and start with the maid. This is no longer possible. This pathetic coward committed suicide after killing her lover's son. The Duke pushed the girl on the shoulder with all his might. Layla could not keep her balance. It was her daughter. This was Phylna's firstborn, whom she had been waiting for so long that Layla took away the opportunity to become a father. Therefore, the main character will surely pay for this. He is really going to write a complaint against her. If Layla does not want trouble, then Layla should give birth to a child instead of her lover. The Cretan is completely stunned. If Layla gives birth to his first child, then the case against her will be well hidden. And for a long time, she will still have no options. Phylum pressed his face against Layla's. She will have no other choice and will fulfill his demand, whether she wants it or not. As if by lightning, Captain Hilton appeared out of nowhere. The gentleman threw the idiot away from the girl, and he flew away with a roar. Phylum was at the door of the main character's property. His face was distorted by a grimace of horror and fear. He was afraid of Hilton. The captain covered the young baroness with himself and advanced the blade of his sword, thus demonstrating that he had permission to kill. The main character did not have time to process the information at all. What was Hilton doing here? What the hell was going on? Well, Fillion understands everything. The girl needs time to think about his proposal. The Duke's eyes shone with rage. He gives the main character exactly 4 days to think. And if Baroness Astor does not want to lose everything she has achieved, it would be better for her to return to the estate. Otherwise, Layla will suffer unbearably. But even this will not be enough to compensate her for the pain of losing her firstborn. The protagonist didn't even know that it was worse in this situation. She would lose everything she had dreamed of and achieved, or she would live her whole life with this degenerate. After the demand was made, the angry Duke turned around and walked away. Hilton did not leave Layla. The girl immediately found out why Captain Hilton was here. His Majesty poisoned him here, that's right. The heroine is fine, thanks to the captain, she is okay. She will go up to collect her things, and then go down. And since this happened and Hilton is here, they can return to the palace together. It will be safer now. Here the main character suddenly began to lose consciousness. Everything became blurry in her eyes, her legs became disobedient, and her body felt weak. A second before falling, the knight captain managed to lift the girl into his arms, examining her with concern. The girl remembered the first time she saw the head maid of the Williot ducal estate. So kind and brilliant. Then the young Layla bowed and greeted the new maid, whom she immediately liked. Then the young lady asked if she had greeted the maid correctly. She hadn't made a mistake anywhere. The head maid was fascinated by the young Miss Tevisa and maintained this reverent attitude until her death. What a sweet and small lady. The maid is also very happy to meet such a miracle. Meanwhile, the protagonist was delirious on a spacious bed, tormented by memories of the dead maid. Bitter tears streamed down Layla's cheeks. Why did the maid do this? The girl didn't want this at all. The main character covered her face with her hands. Layla missed her maid terribly, and now she won't see her at all. Baron Delrond was worried about his majesty. The planned dinner was suddenly cancelled. Was Madame Astaire really in trouble? Bear froze immediately. The young man did not want to attract attention, as he was trying to solve it all by himself. His Majesty stood in front of Layla's door with a tray in his hands. There was dinner on it. His face was gloomier than a cloud. Bear could not bear the attention and approached his emperor. What happened? There is no expression on Killian's face. Did the Baroness get sick, or did something start bothering her? Did something happen? What is going on here? If the emperor brought hot soup to the girl, why is he standing here in front of her door and not going in? His Majesty simply assumes that Layla is still asleep, and he will have to come back later. The sun has barely set, and Layla is already asleep. Everything is so bad that maybe she will go see a doctor, but maybe later. And now, the emperor asks to take the food tray to Layla in the kitchen. The Baron did not understand why suddenly. Give it to the servants if he finds them. Bear nodded his head. Now the Baron is also responsible for household chores. If the rumor spreads that the emperor personally brought soup for Layla, she will never be able to erase the reputation of her lover. It's worth doing this even for a valuable subordinate, while Killian stayed here. And his soup got cold. It doesn't seem to be the boss's concern. Baron Bear interrupted his emperor's thoughts. His Majesty had not forgotten the meeting with Duke Gilton and the reason for this question. Well, the personal assistant is simply curious to know if His Majesty has forgotten about the meeting. And what kind of checks? Even if the Baron leaves here, he will have to take care of dinner himself. Baron Delrond understood everything. He couldn't even deal with it. The young man is not blind. He sees what the Emperor's thoughts are about. His Majesty looked gratefully at his loyal friend Killian. He perfectly understood that they were looking out for him. And he was grateful. The Emperor rested his hands against the door of Layla's room. Killian heard that the girl was still crying. Her soul and heart were broken by her own powerlessness. His Majesty called his loyal bodyguard. The Shadow, Hilton heard what Layla was talking about with this monster. It was about his lover's dead son. The captain conducted a private investigation. The Duke claims that all evidence points to Layla. Fellan, although he is a complete idiot, was really looking forward to his son. But he didn't do that, so only one suspect remains. That woman, what is generally known about her, has many motives and intentions. But we need to find out everything in detail. Then Cecil was the princess of a fallen state. Then she became the servant of an idiot, and the main reason for his breakup with Layla. The Emperor is a gentleman, so he does not dislike the lady. But everything will change if it turns out that she is harming his beloved. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to reproach herself for all the events that took place on the Williot estate. How could this happen? The girl's eyes burned terribly from the salty tears. The girl realized that she had fallen asleep again, as it was already early morning. The heroine had a dry mouth. She had to ask the maid to bring her a glass of water. Layla pulled the rope. Killian entered her bedroom door with a tray in his hands. The Emperor was incredibly happy that the girl had calmed down for now. Why is the Emperor himself in her room? Killian found out that Layla woke up and decided to check on her condition. Why bother with the girl personally? You could have told the maid. This is Killian's personal decision. There is nothing to worry about. He majestically prepared, with great grace and care, an herbal tea for the girl. That should clear her mind and calm her down. After which, he carefully placed a hot cup in the girl's hands, for her to drink it, even if she didn't have that desire. Calm the mind. Does the Emperor really know what Layla had to go through? Why does her heart hurt? If Hilton was on the estate by Killian's order, then he knows everything. But how much does he know? Maybe His Majesty knows about the head maid, but then he wouldn't be so calm. The Emperor closely studied the main character's gaze. The girl was not going to drink. Of course, Layla will drink herbal tea. She really needed it now. She thanks you for caring for her so much. The protagonist was already wandering through the ranks of the royal library, still lost in her own thoughts. The Emperor ordered Layla to rest after all the events that had occurred, since she had not fully recovered yet. But whether the heroine could remain his personal assistant, she had 4 days to think about it. And the girl spent a whole painful and aching day in bed, and now she only had 3 days left. She got goosebumps. Phylum stood before her eyes and demanded that she give birth to his first child. Layla felt nausea rising in her throat. It was better to be behind bars than to spend her life with that cretin. Layla could not return to the Duke, so it was necessary to prove her innocence. Otherwise, the girl might forget about her dream. How can the heroine defend herself judging by villains running around? He had evidence of Layla's own involvement. Why did the head maid do this? Why did she leave her young and beloved lover? She didn't want this at all. The main character was again consumed by pain and fear. How could she accept the death of a loved one? Accept her guilt and face all this? Then, to everyone's relief, the physical condition of Baroness Astor's body was absolutely normal. The same cannot be said for the mental state of the young Baroness. The girl was clearly experiencing internal experiences. It is her internal emotions and sensations that cause her unbearable pain to which her body responds. Mental illness dulls the girl's appetite. She becomes lethargic and apathetic. She loses interest in life and fades away. The only correct solution to save the girl's health is to eliminate the causes of the experience, which have deep roots, the doctor bowed. Deeply rooted. During a conversation with her, it became clear that this illness has been bothering the girl for many years. And it hasn't gone away. Now it has simply gotten worse. Several months have passed since the appearance of his lover and the breaking of the engagement, which means that Layla's tormented soul started suffering much earlier. By the way, perhaps the uncontrollable fear of thunder has something to do with my current mental illness. The doctor will prescribe aromatic and medicinal herbs that will help stabilize the mind and the body. His Highness summoned his faithful shadow again. The captain appeared behind the emperor in a dark robe. Killian really doesn't want to delve into people's past, but now there is no other way out. We need to find out everything about Layla's past. All the details are important. Nothing can be lost. Captain Hilton understood everything. The shadow bowed before His Majesty the Emperor and left his office at lightning speed. Why does Killian care so much about Layla? Never has anyone's soul ached so much for him, as if she had become his weak spot. Moreover, the main character will never ask for help, even if she drowns in her own tears. And in this, she and Killian are very similar. The Emperor feels similar to her in many aspects. Layla resembles the stupid Killian of the past, which is why he keeps interfering in her affairs. There were two people sitting in the office. The Emperor and his personal assistant arrived, Baroness Astor, which neither of them expected. He was told to rest. What a stubborn woman, he let Baroness Astor into the office. The young men remained paralyzed cautiously. The shattered and devastated protagonist entered the office. Her eyes were vacant, and her head slightly bowed. What happened? What happened? Killian felt perfectly that the girl clearly did not come to work. Bear also got nervous. Layla came to talk. The Emperor asked his personal assistant to leave the office, and Bear nodded. The Emperor crossed his arms in front of him, anticipating something bad that the main character wanted to talk about. Baroness Astor placed a document signed with her hand on the desk. What is this? Killian wanted to take the document, but the girl interrupted him. Then the girl sat on the sofa opposite His Majesty. In front of him was the Baroness's statement about her dismissal from her post. The Emperor was surprised by such a statement. That such a girl would even say such a thing. The girl continued her explanation. Layla has a request for the Emperor that His Majesty does not yet sign the girl's statement. What she means, the main character will go to the Juliet estate to learn the circumstances of the incident and reveal the whole truth. This must not be done under any circumstances. It is too dangerous. The girl herself does not understand it, and besides, Killian can help with this. The girl refused His Majesty's help. She must manage on her own. After all, this is her past and her mistakes with Fillion. The Baroness has an idea of the danger she is unnecessarily exposing herself to. Killian has noticed this for a long time. The girl is too stubborn about useless things. Layla thanked His Majesty. This was not a compliment at all, but a prayer that the girl would listen to common sense. At least once. Then Baroness Astor wants the Emperor not to accept her resignation until the whole truth is revealed. But then he won't be able to help. Everything is wrong. If Layla doesn't manage to get to the bottom of the truth, she will be disgraced and doomed. In which case, how can she ask for His Majesty's protection? The Emperor took a deep breath. How much can you touch this girl? He agrees to fulfill her request, but in a different way. His Majesty tore up the girl's statement in front of her eyes, so that the Baroness would not dare to bring him such things again. The Emperor will never let go of the main character's hand, as long as she is faithful to him. Precious words that everyone dreams of hearing. Killian ordered the statement to be rewritten to Baroness Astor. She is not a knee, but she is on vacation. If her innocence is not proven, then her reputation will be at risk. What a stubborn guy. But Layla specifically sent her letter of resignation to protect Killian and what he was doing. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by a servant. He informed Baroness Astor about the arrival of a guest and let him into her room. Her personal maid, Michelle, entered the Baroness's bedroom. What was she doing here? Something happened. Suddenly she was threatened too. The main character immediately ran towards Michelle. How did she miss the girl? How were things going? What was new in life? Michelle did not answer a single question. She knew everything, and her mentor would never do such a thing. Layla doesn't believe it either. But Fillion, although an idiot, would never accuse her of something like this without evidence. But this simply cannot be. This letter was left to Layla by the head maid, and she asked to give it to her on the day of her death. The handwriting really belonged to the deceased maid. The letter was for her beloved mistress. She worries about Layla every day. She wants to know how she is. Since her lover's birthday is approaching soon, the maid planned to visit her. If Layla is against it, she should at least allow her to send her a gift. The maid will look forward to seeing each other again. Layla pressed the letter to her chest. She is not guilty. It is really all the work of that fake trash, but it would really hurt her own child. It seems that, after all, someone else is the criminal, and Layla will definitely find him. And with her own hands, she will make him regret what he did. The main character is filled with confidence and indestructible strength. She and Michelle immediately head to the Wiliot Duchy. The royal crew was already waiting for their companion. The girl was determined and calm. Now she knows that her beloved mentor died innocent. A personal maid carried the ladies' bags to the royal carriage. Layla was about to board the carriage, but Killian called her, and the girl immediately turned around. The emperor clarified why the Baroness was leaving right now. The girl just wants to resolve it faster. His Majesty noticed on the girl's neck the same necklace he gave her during the walk. She liked it during the walk. The emperor approached and took the pendant in his hand. Something more elegant would look much better. He would give her a new necklace for her birthday. Therefore, the girl must definitely return. Everyone will eagerly await her. Killian kissed the girl's pendant. The main character was moved by Killian's attention. The girl realized a long time ago what he felt for her. She would definitely return. By the way, Baroness Astor also has a gift for His Majesty. Killian must have it. The royal carriage departed. His Majesty watched the departing carriage where his Layla was. Baron Delrond was quickly climbing the stairs of the royal palace, where the worried Bear was running. Bear was trying to catch his breath. If Baroness Astor had really left, how could the emperor let the hirer remain if he needed to hide her? Or take her away? Killian cannot change the decisions the girl has already made. The emperor took a deep breath. The Baron noticed that His Majesty's reaction was surprisingly restrained. He was sure he would be angry. Killian managed to talk to her about something. A warm smile appeared on the face of the handsome young man with blue hair. His friend is also worried about Layla. But she is fine. She will definitely return with them. Then His Majesty, with approval, placed his hand on the shoulder of his faithful comrade. Of this the emperor is sure. Killian walked down the gloomy corridor of the royal palace. The young man calmed down in his emotions, but anxiety was still in him. A shadow appeared behind the emperor. Killian did not call the captain now. It was already his initiative. His Majesty stood paralyzed inquisitively. Something happened. Not yet, but His Majesty is really not against it. Killian's face remained calm and confident. He had already made a decision and accepted it. The emperor didn't care. Today was the last day for Layla's decision, so it was necessary to prepare the estate for her return. Duke Wiliot enthusiastically ordered the butler to prepare everything for his return. The girl would definitely come, he knew that for sure. By the way, it was necessary to start looking for a magician as winter approached. The prices for their services were increasing. His Excellency received a message from the ducal residence. The Duke will receive him. Phil nodded. A false lover appeared from a magic crystal ball and happily shrieked a greeting. Phil distantly asked if she had lunch, but Cecil had eaten and 2 hours had already passed since lunch. The Duke didn't even hear her answers. All his thoughts were occupied with Layla. Why wasn't she there yet, if she would really never show up? The lover immediately realized that they were neglecting her. Something happened to Phil. Maybe he got sick or had problems at work. Everything is fine, what the lover wanted, but she can only contact Phil for business. Of course, this is not the case. The lover lost her son. She probably has a broken heart, so at first you must be careful why Layla is not there yet. Phil, the Duke, is actually listening to Cecile, Philan. What is happening there? As if nothing had happened, what the lady was saying. The butler announced that Lady Layla had arrived. The Duke immediately jumped up from his seat, and finally, the Duke immediately jumped up and ran to meet her. He would call his lover later. He had an urgent matter. His lover tried to attract him, but it was all in vain. The lady waved the crystal ball and called the Duke. What is this? What the hell? She's back. The plan was precisely for Phylum to personally deal with this upstart for the death of his firstborn. And she would return, and he would be glad to see her. This idiot understands nothing at all, so it means we have to change the plan. The scoundrel has already gone too far. It is not in his position to give up. The main character will have to die so that the deceitful creature lives long, happily and luxuriously.